morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a good weekend, restful. I see not completely restful, but you know,
well rested.
well rested. Okay. All right. State, call its first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mike Smelov. Sir, I'm going to have you come right up here. Right, up here to the chair.
If you'll come up on the podium, sir, or remain standing, and you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth? Hold on. Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please be seated. Sir, have you ever testified in court?
I don't remember.
Okay. My court reporter Sheila's taken everything down. So she cannot take down a or she can't see you do this or do this. And also I'm going to ask you, the attorney's going to ask you questions, and if you just wait until you're sure they're finished and then answer, because if you talk over one of the attorneys, she can't take down two people at once. And I'm required by law to get a complete record, okay?
Absolutely not.
Okay, would you like some water?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Miles Smelov.
Can you spell your name for us?
Mikailsmelov.
And Mr. Smelov, where do you work?
I work at King David Community Center,
What city is King David in? Brazil?
Norcross,
And do you know the road it's on?
Singleton.
And what is King David? What kind of business?
It is an adult daycare and kindergarten.
How long have you worked at King David?
I worked there since June 2018.
And what is your job there?
Desktop support, IT basically.
Okay. Does King David have security cameras?
Yes, we do.
Are the security cameras inside or outside or both?
Both.
And did King David have security cameras back in July of 2022?
Yes, they did, but they were lousy.
You got new ones now?
Of course we did.
Okay. At some point back in July of 2022, did a family come in asking you to pull up surveillance video in reference to Susana Morales?
Absolutely, the mother and the daughter came.
And did you help find some video?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what date or time they were looking for?
I don't remember if they came the following day or the day after that.
Okay.
And they were looking for the previous or the day before.
And did you end up getting that video for them?
Yes, I did.
The times on the video system at King David, are the times accurate? Were they accurate at that time?
No, there was an offset.
What is the offset?
15 minutes and 10 to 30 seconds.
So if the time was for 9:42 on the video, what is the real time?
9:57 to 58.
And Your Honor, this time we're going to play permission to publish States 24, which has already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, you have.
And sir, this video will be on the screen. Is this the video that you supplied?
Absolutely. Yes.
Time is, it's literally 9:46. That is her.
That's her. Sí, es ella.
Wow.
Entonces sí la levantaron de ahí, mami.
Thank God.
Oh my God. Ahora sí se la llevaron de ahí, entonces. No sabemos nada más.
And sir, is that your voice along with the family that we heard on that video?
That does sound like my voice, yes.
And that's the same video you supplied to the family back in 2022?
Yes, I did.
And the time that we were looking at of that girl walking, do you remember what time, the real time that was?
That would be 9:57:58.
Sarah, that's all the questions I have for him. Thank you.
Mr. Rick, may I have
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions.
Okay, may we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may be excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State calls next witness.
State calls Corporal Howard. Corporal Howard. Corporal, if you can come right up to the witness stand.
Good morning. If you'll remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much.
And sir, can you state your name?
Norman Howard,
And what's your rank?
Corporal,
And Corporal Howard, where are you employed?
Gwinnett County Police Department,
How many years have you been with Gwinnett County Police?
24 years.
And for your whole 24 years with Gwinnett County, have you been post-certified with full arrest powers in the state of Georgia?
Yes,
And currently with Gwinnett County Police, what is your job?
I'm part of the computer forensics lab.
What does the computer forensic lab do?
Take in mobile devices, computers, and extract data from them.
How long have you had that position?
Several years now.
Did you have that position back in the summer of 2022?
Yes,
Did you have that position back in February of 2023?
yes.
You said you take in devices. Tell us how you process those devices.
Say, for example, a cell phone comes in. We usually get it in an evidence bag. Sometimes it's raw, just got from the scene. We'll take photographs of it with a measuring device and then document what we see as far as this, if there's a serial number we can see, an IMEI number that we can see, we'll put that all in our report.
And do you have specialized training to do that type of work?
Yes.
Tell us about that training you have.
Certified through Cellbrite, which is basically a vendor that gives training. Then we have their hardware and software that we use in order to extract that data from devices.
So Cellbrite is one of the machines that allows you to access those devices?
It does.
And is Cellbrite, what type of devices can you access through Cellbrite?
Cell phones, drones, SD cards.
What about to access laptops or computers? What type of equipment or training do you have for that?
That one's through a company called Magnet Forensics. They're basically software, again, that will be able to pull the data, extract the data off of it, ingest it, basically make it human readable so everybody can see what they're looking for and search across that media.
What is, tell us some of the types of data that come on a cell phone that you can look at or law enforcement can look at?
Text messages, pictures, videos, sometimes GPS coordinates.
Also call logs?
Call logs, yes.
What about internet usage or web searches?
Yes.
What about data for apps? Can you access that?
Sometimes, yes.
Can you see deleted data?
Sometimes.
So if a text message is sent and later deleted in my call log, could you sometimes see that?
Yes.
What about photos or videos that are sometimes deleted?
Yes.
When you get that data from a device, is there any way is that data accurate, or is there any way for you to alter it?
No.
During your career, you said you've done this for several years. Do you know how many?
Exactly for forensics? No.
Before you did computer forensics for the police department, what did you do?
I work the road.
Is that as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Do you know during your career with Gwinnett County Police approximately how many cell phones that you have analyzed?
Hundreds.
What about laptops? Do you know how many laptops or computers?
Probably the same. Yeah.
So multiple, several hundred, we're talking?
Yes.
And when you you said you measure the phone and take pictures, how do you actually get the data from it?
Okay, well, if we have the code, we'll plug it in, make a pairing, kind of like if you pair Bluetooth with your thing, with your phone, it makes that connection. Once it makes the connection to, depending if we use a gray key box or a Cellbrite box, it'll allow the data extraction. There'll be client software that's loaded in order to tell the phone, this is what I want, and then it gives it to it.
Okay, you said a gray key box or a Cellbrite box?
Yes. Gray key is the same thing as Cellbrite, except it does more by if we don't have the code, and then it can pull data off that way.
Okay, so the code you're talking about, the security code to get into a phone?
Correct.
So you can access a phone with or without the security code?
Sometimes, yes.
And those software and devices that you use to access the phones, are those specific for law enforcement purposes?
Yes.
And back in February of 2023, did you get a request to forensically access several devices for the Miles Bryant case?
Yes.
How many, or what devices did you get requested to review?
There was, I believe, 4 cell phones and 1 laptop.
Permission to approach the witness. And sir, I'm going to show you these 2 different flash drives. First, States 1, if you could take a moment and look at that. Do you recognize that flash drive?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's got my signature and badge number on it.
And what is States 1?
It says Brian's personal cell phone download.
Have you had an opportunity to review that information on the flash drive?
I did.
And is that, when you reviewed it, was that a true and accurate copy of the full forensic download of Miles Bryant's personal cell phone?
It was.
At this time, attender States 1.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted without objection.
And I also you have before you States Exhibit 2, another flash drive, if you could take a moment and look at that. And what is States 2?
Brian's work phone download.
And is your initials on that?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And did you have an opportunity to review the full contents of States 2, that flash drive?
Yes.
And was that a true and accurate copy of the full forensic download of Miles Bryant's work?
It was.
At this time, we under States 2.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted without objection.
And on those States 1 and States 2, on those devices, when you get the full download, what type of file is it?
It's called the Cellbrite Reader file. It's basically our main software. We have the full forensic suite. We basically have license to give out a reader to the detectives. That's a little stripped down program. It allows to take the whole data that Cellbrite processed and again give it to the detective is where they can read it. Like if they wanted to click text messages or documents, they can go through and click it and see what's in there.
And after you processed those and got the full downloads on what we're seeing as States 1 and States 2, both the personal and work cell phone of Miles Bryant, what did you do with that data?
Once I collected it, gave it to Detective Carter.
So did you go and process this and look at the data in this case, or did you just give it to Detective Carter?
Just give it to Detective Carter.
And Corporal, I'm showing you what's been marked as States 19. If you could take a moment and look at that flash drive. Do you recognize the flash drive on States 19?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
It's labeled Brian's computer download and my signature's on it.
And is that his work computer?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents on that flash drive?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate copy of the forensic download of Miles Bryant's work computer?
It was.
At this time, attender States 19.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 19 is admitted without objection.
And again, Corporal, did you personally review the process and go into the actual data from States 19, the work computer from Miles Bryant?
No.
What did you do with that data?
Basically, you create an Axiom portable case. Same thing as like the Cellbrite reader. It allows to take all the data that's found on that computer and gives it in a format where the detective can open that program and then go through it and search for things.
And you said Axiom. What is that?
By Magnet Forensics, it's a piece of software.
And the same questions as before. Is there any way that you could go in and change or alter or add any of that data onto that computer?
No.
One moment. Your Honor, that's all the questions I have at this time for Corporal Howard.
Okay, that's true.
Were you asked to do a dump of a cell phone belonging to someone named Zenobia Parks?
No, not the.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any
No
further-
further questions, Your Honor?
May we release this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. Next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state's going to call Sergeant Georud.
Good morning. You raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good. How are you?
I'm well. Would you do me a favor, please, and introduce yourself to the jury? Tell us your name.
So I'm Sergeant John Georud with the Gwinnett County Police Department.
All right. And Sergeant Georud, how long have you been with the Gwinnett County Police?
Coming up on 9.5, almost 10 years.
Are you a post-certified law enforcement officer with powers of arrest in the state of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Have you been so since you've been a police officer with Gwinnett County?
Yes, sir.
Prior to working with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I did not know.
Now, what is your current assignment at the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to our Central Precinct, A cycle, it's day watch. I'm a shift supervisor.
Okay. Now, how long have you been doing that?
Approximately 3 months.
Okay. Prior to that, what was your assignment?
Prior to that, I was a corporal in our homicide unit.
And how long did you spend in the homicide unit?
About 2.5, almost 3 years.
All right. Now, as a member of the Gwinnett County Homicide Unit, did you assist or participate in the investigation in the death of Susana Morales?
Yes, sir, I did.
Specifically, I want to take you to February 7th of 2023. Were you assisting that day in the death investigation of Susana Morales?
Yes, I was.
And what was your, walk the jury through what your role was that day?
So that day, we had gathered all the pre-recruits, the pre-academy recruits, and we were conducting a line search out where the remains of Miss Morales were found for any additional evidence that might be in the woods. So we were kind of had a briefing at our headquarters. We went out to this side of 316. We had all the recruits line up, and we'd have an officer or a detective, with a group of recruits, and we just slowly walked the line through the woods to see if we could uncover any evidence or anything.
Very good. Now, what time, if you recall, just approximately, did y'all start that?
It was probably mid-morning, 9 to 10 a.m.
And how many different personnel that were conducting? And again, you may not recall exact numbers, but just give us an estimated number of folks who were participating in doing this grid search.
I would say around 50.
In the briefings that you had, and maybe just in standard operating procedure, when you're doing a grid search, what is what do y'all do if somebody finds something?
So if somebody finds something, they're to stop, raise their hand, get the attention of a detective or officer, and that way the officer or detective can come over, look at what they found, and kind of determine whether or not it's pertinent or not.
And so the 50 or so people that you talked about, who all consisted of those 50 people?
So we had pre-recruits, we had detectives, we had road officers, I believe there was some CSI personnel, members of the medical examiner's office, as well as the DA's office.
All right. Now, You said pre-recruit. What's a pre-recruit?
So a pre-recruit is when you're hired and you've accepted the job as a police officer. You're called a pre-recruit because it's before the academy starts. We try to gather up anywhere from 20 to 50 applicants prior to going into the academy. So they do various jobs around the department with, help out with evidence unit. They do various tasks.
So employed by the police department, but not yet in the academy or a certified police officer.
Yes, sir.
That day, on February 7th of 2023, did you participate in the grid search?
Yes, sir, I did.
As you were participating in the grid search, did you observe anybody who signaled that they had found something?
Yes, there was one pre-recruit. He had signaled to me that he had found something, and I walked over and looked at what he found.
How close were you whenever he signaled you?
Probably no less than 20 yards away.
Now, he signaled you, and when you walked over there, what did you first observe?
There was a Glock 19 handgun underneath some pine straw.
Judge, if I can just ask, I need to grab an exhibit sticker from up here.
Certainly.
Left him up here.
Oh, good.
Sergeant, Judge, may I first witness?
Certainly.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit number 42 and 42.1. Would you take a look at these? Let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
All right. And start with State's Exhibit number 42. What is State's Exhibit number 42?
It's a Glock 19 handgun with the TRL-7 weapon light on it.
All right. And is it in the same or similar condition as it was whenever, let me ask you, is this the Glock 19 that you observed in the woods on February 7th near Susana Morales' body?
Yes, sir.
And is it in the same or similar condition as it was when you observed it on February 7th of 2023?
Yeah, similar condition. When we found it, it was, magazine in, slide to the front. But yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 42.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 42 is admitted without objection.
And also number 42.1. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
All right. And what are those?
These are the live rounds of ammunition that were inside the magazine that was in the gun.
All right. And that's the gun that you've identified here and has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 42?
Yes, sir.
All right. And is this in the same or similar condition as it was when it was found inside the gun?
Yes, sir.
All right. Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 42.1.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 42.1 is admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish these?
Certainly.
All right. Now, Sergeant Georud, I'm going to let you handle it.
Okay.
So, you have a familiarity with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would, obviously, even though I know this is unloaded, describe for us what is going on here with the green lock, just so that we can all be safe and clear.
Yes, so the green lock is so the slide cannot go forward, therefore nothing can be fired out of the weapon. The slide would have to be forward and around in the chamber for the firing pin to work, for it to strike the primer and the ammo, and then it would go off.
All right. And so essentially, this firearm currently in its current state is non-operational. You could not fire this weapon.
Correct. You could not fire this weapon.
If you would, can you remove it from the box? And obviously, even though it's not loaded and cannot fire, if you would avoid pointing it at the courtroom. Now, this weapon here, Glock 19, as you've identified it, what kind of rounds does it hold?
It holds 9mm rounds.
All right, and these here, they're in 42.1, and I'll hold those up since your hands are full. These live rounds, these bullets that are in here, are these 9mm?
Yes, they are.
Were these, and strapped onto the handle of this Glock is a magazine, do these bullets go into that magazine?
Yes, they do.
And were they found inside of that magazine whenever it was recovered?
Yes, they were.
And you mentioned a moment ago that the slot, that it was not, it did not look like this whenever you found it. Describe to the jury what the differences were.
So the difference would be the magazine would be seated here in the magazine well, and the slide would be forward, so you'd have more of a 90 degrees instead of having the slide cocked back like this.
Okay. Now, at the time that you found it, was the gun capable of, well, I'm going to change. Was it in a position with the slide closed in the magazine where it could have fired around?
It could have, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I'll have you return that to the box here. Sergeant Georud, after this firearm was recovered, was it taken into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day out there on scene, did you have any other further responsibilities on February 7th of 2023?
No, after we found that, the firearm, we collected that with our CSI, and then that kind of ended my role for that day.
Understood. About 6 days later, February 13th of 2023, were you still involved in the investigation of the death of Susana Morales?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do on February 13th of 2023?
On February 13th, 2023, around mid-morning, around 10 a.m., myself and Corporal Georud were asked by Corporal Howard to go down to the apartment complex where Mr. Bryant lived and try to make contact with him.
So kind of tell us a little bit about, if you know, between the 7th, when you recovered the firearm that you just testified about, and the 13th, what transpired that identified Mr. Bryant as somebody that you wanted to talk to?
So we knew when we found the firearm, we had a uniform officer run the serial number through our dispatch, and we got a return that it was stolen through our own department. So we conducted research on that case number and learned that Mr. Bryant was the one who filed that report of a stolen firearm. So that kind of rose our suspicion as to why his firearm was out there. And then from there, we know we needed to talk to him.
Okay. At the time, you said that you went with Corporal Georud.
Yes, sir.
Down there, and describe for us, I guess, that the lead up to going down there.
So the lead up to going down there, we had some plainclothes of our gang investigators. They have plain cars that kind of blend in more than a police car would. So we had them in the area, looking for Mr. Bryant, and myself and Corporal Georud went in my CID car, which was a unmarked maroon Ford Taurus. It does have police lights, but no police marking on the outside. As we were pulling through the complex, we saw Mr. Bryant walking out of his apartment, and we hopped out and started talking to him.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit number 29. I'm going to show it to Ms. Drake first. And before I show it to you, let me ask you, even though you were in a homicide role at that time as a detective in the homicide unit, were you equipped or issued a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the body-worn camera that you have, were you wearing it that day, February 13th, 2023, whenever you encountered the defendant?
Yes, I was.
Did you have it activated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 29. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 29?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and my badge number on it.
Have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes, sir.
And what is on it?
It's my body-worn camera and my interaction with Mr. Bryant that day.
Is the video on there of your body-worn camera footage from the interaction you just described, is it a true and accurate copy of the video and an accurate depiction of your encounter with the defendant on February 13th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 29 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 9 is admitted without objection.
Before we watch that, Sergeant, just tell us, I guess, describe, once you encountered him at his apartment complex, what transpired?
So we began talking to him, and we kind of introduced myself. We told him why we were in the complex. We were working the Miss Morales case, and we were told he was the courtesy officer of the complex and that he might be able to help us.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you ask the defendant to come with you to the Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters for an interview?
Yes, we did.
At that time, was he under arrest or detained? And I say detained, I use the legal term detained, but placed into handcuffs by you or Corporal Georud?
No, sir.
Did, in fact, the defendant come with you to Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, he voluntarily came up and rode in the front seat.
Okay, so describe that. Did he ride in the vehicle, your police-issued vehicle?
Yes, sir. So I offered to drive Mr. Bryant up to our headquarters. He said he had to work later that evening, and I told him I'd give him a ride up to our headquarters and back, if need be. And I said, you can sit in the front seat. Per our policy, our unmarked police cars don't have cages in them. So our policy is you sit anybody you're transporting in the front seat, and the secondary officer sits behind them while you drive.
Okay. So how many, this may be broader than simply your time in the homicide unit, but have you ever conducted interviews or spoken with individuals accused of crimes?
Yes, sir.
How many different interviews of defendants do you think that you've done?
Hundreds, if not up to the thousands.
Okay. And I assume that might be the answer, but I want to ask specifically, in your experience as a police department officer interviewing suspects, are you aware of or do you look for any signs that somebody might be exhibiting that would display nervousness?
Yes, sir.
All right. What kind of things do you look for?
So the obvious is handshaking. In your hand, you're nervous about something, your hands kind of uncontrollably shake. Breathing, where you're almost hyperventilating yourself while you're talking with law enforcement. And then also, I've seen in my experience, sometimes suspects will take naps during an interview or a lull in an interview.
And explain that. What's
So
if it's so common, explain to me, I guess, a little bit about the why that happens.
Yeah, so in my experience talking with persons of interest or suspects, especially, either if they confess or not, or whatever their involvement may be in a crime, when they are confronted by police or they're in a setting to where they feel like they may be caught, it's kind of a relief for them. They're no longer running, they're no longer hiding, and so it's a big weight lifted off their shoulders, and all that adrenaline is just dumped, and they get tired and they take a nap.
In this particular instance, when you picked up the defendant, did you observe any manifestations that you just described that you might term, as a detective with the experience, signs of nervousness?
Yes, sir.
And would you explain what those were?
So almost immediately when we began talking to Mr. Bryant, his hands were almost uncontrollably shaking. His breathing was elevated, and you can see his chest rising and falling. And then while we were in the car on the way, while we were continuously having a dialogue, he kind of leaned his head up against the side of the car and attempted or tried to take a nap.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I ask for permission to publish State's Exhibit number 29.
Sure.
Judge, for the record, this entire video is 25 minutes and 53 seconds.
Can my juror in seat number 6? Okay, good. Okay.
And before I actually just pause it here after starting for about a second.
As this video starts, is there audio?
So our body cameras, when we start them, they go back 30 seconds, and that's when the video officially starts. However, sound is not audible until the 30-second mark.
Okay.
Basketball, sorry. Nah, you get it. Man, we've been all over this complex.
Oh, man, you Dorville?
Yeah.
How long you been with them?
About 2.5 years now.
You like it?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, when she first went missing, I was talking to the neighborhood kids, stuff like that. They didn't really know anything. I really get to watching the news, and my girl used to stay here. She literally just moved out, and pretty much it. Yeah. Nothing. What are those neighborhood kids saying? I haven't talked to them in a minute, but when she first was missing, it was like they was just with her, and they was joning on each other. Some crazy. Yeah. I haven't heard anything actually. Like me and my girl was talking about it, stuff like that. So like it's just weird. They said she was walking home and then she just, you know.
And that's what we're just out here asking questions and stuff. Like how many calls do you get like being courteous? None of us are courteous.
No, we get like. It depends. Like I get stupid calls like noise complaints.
Yeah, we get
noise complaints.
Do you have to like come out and handle those, or?
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes I come out. Sometimes I try to get West Side guys. Yeah. Come out, stuff like that. Sometimes I ride around a patrol.
Yeah. You're doing a lot more than some. I worked down in the South Precinct where I started, down in like Stone Mountain, and man, there was one courteous officer. He wouldn't do a thing. Like he was calling us for every little thing, man. It was ridiculous.
All right. So we just got some questions. We got to run over like some stuff. It seems like you're courtesy here, so you know kind of things what's going on.
Well versed in what's happening in the complex.
So you got some time for us to come up to our headquarters and just talk about what you see on a daily basis and stuff like that.
Yeah. Is that to be today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now? No. I was actually finna head out. So
Where are you going?
I have to go meet my girlfriend and I have to work later.
Okay.
Would I be out by the time work? Or?
What time? 4? Yeah, it should be. I mean, like I said, we just got some questions that courtesy officer between you and the leasing office. You guys probably get calls all the day, and we're literally talking to everyone here. So we're just trying to document we got no lease, man. We're just trying to document everything. That's all we are.
No problem.
Okay.
Do I come with y'all? Can I drive there?
We'll drive you, man.
Yeah, we'll take you up there.
Yeah, you don't gotta waste your gas or anything and all that stuff.
County gas, man.
Can I call my girlfriend up there later?
We'll call her once we get up there, okay? Right now, we'll just go up there. You got any guns or anything on you right now?
No, I don't, actually.
You don't? No. Okay, can I pat you down just to make sure?
What's going on, man?
You're good. It's our policy, man. We just
I know how this road is. Right.
Yeah, you know
how it is.
You know that we don't want to get our balls busted with the GDM and everything.
All right. You can get up front seat, all right, ma'am?
Get you up there, about this out. Because we're not the leads. The lead detective, she's been working real hard on trying to figure everything out. So she's got all the know, and hopefully with you're in the know with everything with going on in the complex and everything, we can maybe put some pieces together. How long you been with Dorva?
About 2.5 years.
Oh, that's not bad. I mean, why Dorville, not Gwinnett?
Was that Forsyth County Sheriff's Office? Okay. And we used to start I was in the jail for a while. They start telling us that we're gonna go to the road, and I was like, I want to go to the road, So I went to Dorville. I know the chief there. In Dorville, and he he's at the academy, stuff like that. So I went to the academy.
How'd you like the academy?
It was cool. It was just Forsyth.
Okay, so
not Forsyth. I mean,
gotcha. Although, I mean, I know some guys, a lot of guys in our agency end up going federal. I don't know if I can do the academy. I don't know if I can do the academy again, though.
Yeah, I was talking about a lot of guys from going to Gwinnett. Think about it. I got to go back to the end part of y'all academy now.
Oh, the advanced stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, now we do like a lateral program. Mm-hmm. So like you're already certified, so it's a lot quicker of a, in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I was thinking about, like FBI or something like that. Mm-hmm. Man, I don't know if I can do another academy, Mm-hmm. Like with all the nonsense. Oh, that's the exit Eagles. Yeah, okay. The construction, I wasn't sure if it was.
Did you like Forsyth?
It was fun.
That's where I grew up out there.
For real? I want to move out there, actually. I'm looking for a house, man. The housing market right now is absolutely terrible. And I got this little courtesy spot.
Trying to save up. I hear that. That's what I'm doing, man. It's nice out there in Forsyth. What part are you looking at?
I don't know. Cumming area, maybe?
Yeah. It's stupid nice out there, dude.
Where are we going to? West side?
Our office is up in Lawrenceville. Oh. So we'll just jet on 316. Look, we got this peach pass, and we'll. like living here?
That's what I was just about to ask.
I mean, it's cool. I live in the area. You know, so.
Yeah. I mean, you know, living around here, like, shit pops off around here. So, like, yeah. I mean,
we hear gunshots all the time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not terribly too bad. No. I mean, actually, I had a case. I think it was trail right down here. I had a gang-related homicide down here. It was nuts. Yeah.
Yeah, my old lieutenant, I'm in a guard.
Okay.
And my old lieutenant used to work West Side before she went to full-time Army or whatever.
Who's your lieutenant?
Soto.
She's coming. The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, I feel like I wrote a report or something.
Where are you stationed out of?
Out of Monroe.
Okay.
Decatur's the main one, though.
Gotcha.
What's your, like, MOS, I guess?
MP.
Nice. So you just get no break. Cop Dorville, cop MP. Dang.
What'd you do this morning?
This morning?
Yeah.
I was out and about working a little part-time down in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Then I came back up. My girlfriend said, like, I'm in bed and I was tired.
Is your girlfriend home?
Huh?
Is your girlfriend there with you?
Not right now.
No. Is anyone else in the apartment?
No.
Where does your girlfriend live?
She lives right here in North Cross off Beaver Road.
Oh, what is this guy doing? Oh, wow. Oh!
How long you been dating her?
About 3 years now.
Dang.
Nice.
Wipe that up?
Trying to, man. It's crazy, bro. Had to take a little break.
Yeah. Why's that?
Just stuff going on. I had to kind of get some dirt with another girl, you know.
Yeah. I get that, man.
Oh, this must be for school. I was going to say, are they allowing golf carts down here now? So you say you go to work at 4 because you're on 12s?
Yeah.
So 4 to 4?
Well, it was really 5, but I get there for them.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 5. When I was on the road, 5:30 was my favorite. Yeah, 17:30 to 05:30. Man, that was the best. You got a little bit of shit on when you know, because
accidents. We got
everything's popping off, but like once it settles down, you can really start doing your thing. And then, you know, at 5:30 is kind of that. I don't like to use the Q word. I don't want to jinx it or anything. You know what I mean?
Get busy down there in Dorville?
It can be, man. We had some we had a shooting. We had a couple shootings this year that we don't really have.
Like, do they die or just?
We had one die. One guy was there when we got there, and then the other guy, I don't think he died.
Well, do y'all?
A lot of violence, man.
Oh, dude,
it's crazy.
I know, like the big news, you know, everybody's listening, clowns down. Yeah, it's skyrocketing, man. Do y'all go to Grady at all? Like,
yeah, we go to Grady Northside, but like the trauma stuff goes Grady.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, I know a lot of our people end up going to Northside up here in Gwinnett, but I say Grady still is one of the best hospitals, hands down. Because we had a dude, he got shot in the head, and they airlifted him to Grady, discharged from the hospital the next day. Yeah, it's crazy. the amount of fights we have to go break. Oh my God. Yes. Like I hate it because all summer long they do dollar skate out on Mondays. I was like, wow, you guys are killing me. They're like, well, can we get a part-time? Do you know how much you have to pay an officer to be here with all the nonsense y'all doing?
40 or I think we're at 35, but no, even if it's 35, nobody works.
Yeah. Like I got a neighborhood I do in Grayson, and it's 35. Like I barely have time to get down there. So I try to tell them, like, look, guys, I ain't trying to get you somebody, but you gotta have to pay $45, $50 for someone to bite. And it's just, especially, do y'all have any Amazon warehouses in like Thorville you can work?
No. So that's actually in Gwinnett.
Yeah.
It's off that, but that's the Gwinnett side.
So all the Amazons are taking all our part times right now because it's, was it 55 an hour? I think. Yeah, 50. You just sit in the parking lot, just chill, watch some movies, and you know it's really that's pretty much everything anybody does. Amazon. And search traffic jobs here and there, but.
What was your part-time you had this morning?
I was at this little hookah lounge. It wasn't nothing great.
Oh, just security?
Yeah, security.
There's some baddies in that. That's just a lot of time.
Trying to do right, my girlfriend.
There you go. Hey, you don't touch, you know what I mean? It's,
doesn't mean you gotta buy it.
That's why polarized lenses. The greatest thing.
So y'all just detectives, or you're part of like a unit, or?
Yeah, just generally to kind of get whatever kind of shit comes our way.
You guys rolled up? Oh boy.
We were just all, like I said, we were trying anything we can, grasping at straws. And somebody said Curtis, you were in the back, so that's when we rolled up.
You gotta come all the way to the station though?
Well, this is where our office. This is where the lead Detective Carter. She's out of here. That's why we didn't want you wasting your gas. We'll have this on county time. We'll get you up and back.
How long you been courtesy?
Like a year now. A year. Doesn't get that long.
Is it free or?
So I get a free apartment.
Yes, yeah. I ain't free. I mean, cause what would rent be? Like 1,000, 1,200?
I haven't looked. Those are kind of apartments.
But it doesn't matter though, cause the market right now for houses is skyrocketing, and I know apartments are skyrocketing too. So, man, free. That's good.
You deputized? Is that how you're able to work it?
No. So I just, when any real problem stuff come out, I let Gwinnett know, stuff like that. But I don't get into that, bro. I chill. I don't.
So you just call 911 or what?
I either call 911 emergency number, depending on what it is. Because if it's 911, they probably already called anyway.
Yeah.
That's it. I really don't chill. Patrols most of the time. That's it.
What is your what is a patrol look like? Do you use your patrol car, or do you like?
Sometimes if I'm going somewhere, or I just use my truck if I'm going somewhere.
Yeah. Because well, at least you only got one entrance to deal with. You know what I mean? So
well,
you don't worry about the riffraff coming in a different entrance.
Yeah.
You cool with the leasing office? They're pretty chill with you?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. It was a new property manager. The old one's really cool too.
It just get bought out or what?
No, it's the same company. They just switched property managers. The other one was kind of stressed out all the time.
It ain't that serious, right?
Yeah, like calm down, I'll lock the doors. Y'all got a pool at that complex?
Yeah.
Bet that can get off the chain to the summer.
Yeah. There's people that lock the gate, there's people that hop the fence at night and stuff like that.
Probably just a bunch of kids, right?
I mean, easy solution is make a tall gate or make a taller fucking fence, right? Yeah. I know it's good. Free apartment. I don't know if I can do it. I commend you for handling all that.
Yeah, my girlfriend texted me and was like, hey, my brother
alerts go off. How old is he?
I think 18.
So he's at that age?
Yeah.
Trying to push mom and dad's buttons and stuff. See what he can get away with. Quick solution. Kick him out, right?
Sounds like that's what's happening. Okay, student driver, you're gonna mess it all up. How's the traffic in Doraville? Because the traffic here is terrible. It drives me nuts. I don't know.
Terrible, absolutely terrible. Nobody can drive. Accidents here.
Yeah, I don't know how you do. I don't know how you do that. Well, nights is different, I guess. Like, at what time does everything kind of traffic-wise die down?
You say 8?
8? That's not bad. Not too bad. Well, especially, are they done with 285 yet? Because I know at one point they were
That's
like...
NPC traffic detail. No, they're not.
Oh. Do they have a timeline, at least? Like, close to?
They said they had a timeline, but it's past that timeline. They're waiting on not NPC, they're waiting on the assembly to get built right off motors.
Yeah.
That's going to be good. Disney's supposed to be in there. It's supposed to be good. Get some Cheetos.
Get some Cheetos? Nah, you good. If all the student driver did it.
Jesus.
How you like that Explorer?
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's not the fast one.
It's still nice though, right?
Still an SUV.
We're all
supposedly getting Explorers.
We're all jealous of the Explorer.
Yeah. They look clean though. Does it have like the like we got some of the guys are teeny in them. It's got like the Spanish like sound speaker where it's like auto.
No way. I didn't know it had that.
Yeah. So like it's pre-programmed to like say you're under arrest and all that kind of stuff.
Hey, that's pretty nifty. You speak any Spanish?
Me? No.
Yeah. Same.
I know tranquilo.
What's that mean?
Calm down. And mucho cervezas. That's all.
Yeah.
Mucho cervezas. That's all.
Mucho cervezas. That's it. Yeah. I know siete. I don't even know if Aristado is one of them. I don't know if that's really Spanish or not, but they seem to understand that one.
Manos arriba. Hands up, right?
No, I don't even. I know no nadar.
What's that?
No swim. I was lifeguard before this, so yeah, no nadar, no swim. Because they always, you gotta have bathing suits in the pool, but they always wear like jeans and all kinds of shit. It's like no nadar.
Car, man, Brady had a RAV4. Was that a RAV4 that was behind you? With the other guy, officer, was he an officer?
I don't know what he's got. But yeah, the Taurus is nice. Some of them got the, if you're lucky, you got a 2016, you got the turbo.
Oh, okay.
So
those are the good ones.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy with y'all? He didn't have like a vest or nothing.
I can't remember his name. We got so many people, it's not, well, we're hurting for people playing. Like, we got so many people I haven't even seen before. It's like, what badge, like, what's your badge number?
Me, 1201.
1201? Okay. And is that like it's like a super high badge number, like kind of in the middle?
Not now, but it was.
Yeah. So like now we got like, because I'm 1698, and like now we got like 2500. So like, there's, like, good. People like, I don't even know who the fuck you are. Like, I've never seen you in my life. They need to make this a roundabout.
That would be very nice.
Because it takes one person not knowing how to press the right gas pedal to mess everything up. Because we have two schools here, which is funny. And you know anything about the Give East Center? So this is like the trouble school. They send everybody.
Oh, I know about Give. Yeah, I went to Gwinnett County school.
Yeah. So it's funny that the Give Center is across from like our HQ. I just think that's totally ironic. how many times it's like, oh, we gotta go find somebody. We'll just go across the street. Yeah, this is when that gas pedal comes into play. I'm not trying to get something done. I don't know. I just heard the tone. I think it's the 1S. Although, again, these new guys, they get too excited and like don't wait for backup. Like I had a guy who's in my he doesn't work anymore, so I can say this. He calls out like, y'all got a TAC radio?
Yeah, we have TAC, yeah.
So he calls out on TAC, hey, I'm behind a 1S, blah blah blah. All right, cool, man. We're on our way. Like and 10:37. Just pulls it over. Guess what he walks up to the driver and says, hey, because your vehicle's stolen. Oh, like wow. Straight to the driver. I'm like, bro, you can't do that. You can't do that. Come on, you're killing me, man.
I'll be back. I'm going to eat the water, all right?
Yeah. If you need anything, just knock, okay?
Sergeant Georud, there at the end of that video, Mr. Bryant made a statement that he feels like a perp. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
As he was thinking, because he was in police headquarters going up to an interview room, often people think just because they're at a police headquarters and in an interview room means they're a suspect in something, when it is not the case, because we interview victims, witnesses up in those same interview rooms.
Okay. We watched you there at the end walk him into an interview room there at the Gwinnett County Police Department headquarters?
Yes, sir.
Where that was?
Yes, sir.
At some point after your body camera ends, did an interview of the defendant take place?
Yes, sir. I believe the interview room had already been started prior to us arriving, so when he walks in the interview room, the interview was already recording.
Okay. And who participated in the interview of the defendant?
So at first it was myself and Corporal Georud, and then when Corporal Carter arrived, it was myself and Corporal Carter, and then it was myself and Sergeant Poppy at the end.
Okay. So we've already seen on the video Corporal Georud,
yes,
who was there with you in the vehicle, and obviously we've seen Detective Carter, who's here at the table. Who is Sergeant Poppy?
Sergeant Poppy is one of our supervisors of the homicide unit. We have 3 supervisors, and he was one that was assisting with the case that day.
And so, were you present for all of the interview that took place, even though it was kind of broken up with different people?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State Exhibit number 4. I'm going to show this to Ms. Drake first. Do you recognize what is contained in State Exhibit 4?
Yes, I do.
All right. And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials and my badge number on it.
What is contained on State's Exhibit number 4?
It is a USB that has the interview of Mr. Bryant.
Okay. Have you viewed that interview?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the interview that was conducted with the defendant on February 13th of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit number 4 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted without objection.
And Judge, I am going to publish that interview through Detective Carter. So I'm not going to publish it at this point, but we'll revisit that here in just a minute. After the interview of the defendant, did you have any real further involvement in the investigation in this case?
No, sir.
I think those are all the questions I have for you, Sergeant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you, sir?
Good morning. How are you?
Good to see you. I just wanted to clarify, the gun that was found, the magazine was full?
I don't recall the exact round count, but there was rounds in the magazine, yes.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. May we release this witness?
Yes, Judge, but I'm just going to get the answer.
Follow up. Sorry. Sorry, Mr. Dillon.
That's all right. Judge, State's Exhibit 42.1. How many 9mm rounds were in the magazine?
15.
15. Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir. That's
Yep.
all I have.
Nothing else?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
State, call its next witness.
So, sir, we're going to call Detective Angela Carter.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Good morning. And while you have been referenced throughout the trial, we've all seen you sitting there at the table. Would you go ahead and introduce yourself officially to the jury?
Yes. My name's Detective Angela Carter. It's spelled A-N-G-E-L-A. Last name Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R.
All right. Detective Carter, go ahead and tell us, and you're also, you're Detective Carter, but you're also Corporal Carter as well?
Yes.
Okay. So which one do you normally go by when it comes to day-to-day things?
I go by Detective.
All right. So Detective Carter, tell us what your role is with the police department.
I am currently assigned to the homicide unit.
All right. And how long have you been with Gwinnett County Police Department?
Since October of 2016.
Prior to being with Gwinnett County Police, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
Or you have any prior military experience?
Yes. Prior to joining Gwinnett County Police, and a little bit overlap as well, I served 9 years in the United States Army.
All right. And in the Army, what was your assignment, if you will?
My MOS, it was 68 Juliet, which is Medical Logistics Specialist, which is a fancy term for medical supply.
Okay. And so you served 9 years. When did you retire from the Army or discharged or whatever the appropriate term is?
Yes. I left, I believe it was 2018.
Okay. So since 2016, you've been with Gwinnett County Police Department. Tell us, just very generally, kind of what roles you've held in the police department.
Like I said before, I'm currently in the homicide unit. Prior to that, I was in the robbery unit. We investigate robberies, obviously. Prior to that, I was also on the special victims unit, where I investigated crimes against children, sex crimes of all ages, and juvenile missing persons. I also was part of the Internet Crimes Against Children task force, where we worked with NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We had to watch child porn and stuff like that, and then we did investigation, search warrants and stuff to locate the individuals who possessed it.
Prior to being with the SVU unit, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I actually worked as I was on the CRT unit, which is the community response team in West Precinct, which is in Norcross. Basically, it's a road officer, but we don't get dispatched to calls. We're proactive, and we do kind of like road investigations for areas that are having a trend of crimes like entering autos, armed robberies, stuff like that.
So some hybrid maybe between patrol officer and detectives?
Yes, it is. And then prior to that, I was a road officer where I got dispatched to calls.
Okay. Now, how long have you been with the homicide unit?
I've been with the homicide unit since September of 2021.
In your time with the homicide unit, how many cases have you been the lead detective on? 14
homicides.
And how many cases, if you know, have you participated with the rest of the homicide unit in investigating?
We always work together on every case, so it has to be over 100.
Okay. Throughout your career, both in maybe the homicide unit and other units that you've been a part of, have you received or have you handled any cases involving missing children?
Yes.
All right, tell us about that.
What you said with the homicide unit?
Or before?
Yes.
At all with your time with the Gwinnett County Police Department, have you handled cases involving missing children?
In Special Victims Unit, I did look into a few cases. There's a certain procedure and timeline. It was very rare for it to get to the point where the child had not returned home before it got to us. And actually with the homicide unit, I did recently have a case where I did handle a juvenile missing person that was originally being investigated by the school resource officers at Gwinnett County.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you to just the concept of a missing child investigation. Is there any particularized trainings or anything that police officers go through in terms of investigating those types of cases?
You get basic investigative training. There's certain procedures that Gwinnett County follows. As soon as a parent calls in to report their child is missing, the report is taken, and they're listed on GCIC, which is the Georgia Crime Information Center. It also goes to the NCIC, which is National Crime Information Center, so everybody in the United States can see it. After it's been 24 hours, this is the common misconception people often get, is that we have to wait 24 hours for someone to be looked for. That's not necessarily the case. When someone is a juvenile under the age of 17, running away is technically a crime. It's considered a status offense. But we don't charge the juveniles unless they've been gone for the 24 to 48 hours. That's where that time frame comes into play.
Okay.
And also, I've actually received formal training. I went to a conference in Las Vegas where they went into great detail about investigating missing persons, different resources that you can take, other avenues you can look into, because oftentimes there are some barriers that you can face when trying to get information for someone who's missing, whether it be a juvenile or even an adult, because to get a search warrant, you have to have a crime. So if you know that someone's missing, you have to be able to articulate a crime before you're able to get a search warrant to serve to cell phone companies or Facebook, anything like that. So we kind of struggle in getting that kind of information.
So there are some limitations, sounds like the police department has, or the police in general have, in investigating those crimes. But tell us, at the Gwinnett County Police Department, we heard from Lieutenant Biggers, who kind of talked about some of this. I don't want to retread the ground he did, but just tell us, when does the homicide unit become, generally, in a missing persons case, how and when do you become involved in a case like that?
Well, if it's an adult missing person, we work those automatically. That's what we're usually assigned. With juveniles, it's very, very rare that we become involved. A lot of times I kind of insert myself in cases like this one. If there's certain situations that I'm particularly interested in, I'll kind of involve myself and give sometimes unsolicited opinions and advice. So it's very rare, unless they're obviously located deceased.
And of course, if somebody's located deceased, the homicide unit is the group that ends up handling that case?
Yes.
Now, in this case with Susana Morales, tell the jury how you first became involved in any capacity in the case.
As soon as the case was reported, I heard about it. We're all on the same floor, just opposite sides of the floor. Lieutenant Biggers he may not have seemed like it on the stand. He's very, very loud. So even though we're on opposite sides of the floor, I could hear him talking about it. And some of the details of the case caught my attention. So I walked down there to get more information. And from there, I kind of followed up with it and asked him if he needed any assistance. Because I was previously in SVU, the crimes that they deal with, they write different kinds of search warrants. The investigations usually go a different way. There's different procedures. So because I transitioned from the SVU unit, I went to robbery and then homicide, I was familiar with the other search warrants that were available that someone in the special victims unit that had no other previous experience may not have knowledge of. So I continued to kind of push, and anyone I work with will tell you that I'm bad about trying to insert myself. So I continued to push, and then at some point, leadership did agree that I should probably come in. And then in January of 2023, we had a meeting where we agreed that I would become lead in the case.
Now, I know you said that and testified about somewhat being involved in other people's cases.
Yeah.
But in terms of this case, was there anything about this case that struck you different than other cases?
Absolutely, especially with the juvenile missing person. Juveniles leave home all the time. They don't come home when they're supposed to. But there's always some kind of trace of them. They're always on social media still. There's still activity on their cell phones. They may be going to school, or they're always in communication with some of their friends, especially their best friends or boyfriends, girlfriends. That just wasn't the case in this investigation, as well as the facts with the Life 360. That was definitely odd, knowing that she didn't have a vehicle.
Okay. And so prior to January, when you officially became involved in the case and took over as the lead, what kind of, I guess, other than listening and hearing about what was going on, did you have involvement in assisting with the investigation?
Yes, I would just look up social media accounts with Susana and make mention of there's no activity going on right now, and make suggestions on what should and possibly could be done.
Now, do you have a particular, I'll use the word expertise, maybe interest, or just you're good at it, at social media, looking at social media and things like that?
Yes, social media is probably my biggest source in any investigation. I'm able to find people related to others, track activity and such. I have received formal training on social media investigations, as well as done a ton of search warrants on social media accounts to see what kind of information I can get. Also personally using it as well.
In a case where there's a missing juvenile, what kind of things do you expect to find on social media?
I still expect them to be posting, liking. They may not do it on their main pages that their family may be involved in, or follow them, I mean. So I always look for other associated accounts with them. They call it a spam account. It's kind of where they post stuff that they don't want their families to see or their parents to see. So if I don't see any activity on their main page, I'll go look for a spam page, or I'll locate friends that they have and then see if their friends are posting where they may be in the videos or in the posts or commenting on their activity and stuff like that.
If you had 100 missing juvenile cases, how many of those do you anticipate finding social media type activity that might give you an indicator that the person is okay and or has access to a phone and social media accounts and is communicating with people in their life, even if it's not their parents?
Out of 100, probably like 98 for 98 people. Okay. It's pretty common.
In the investigation here, at some point, was it you or Lieutenant Biggers or somebody else, did anybody obtain search warrants for social media accounts belonging to Susana Morales?
Yes.
And when did y'all review those?
Yes, I did.
In the line of what we've been talking about, did you find anything in any of Susana's social media accounts that would indicate that after the night of July 26th that she was using it, accessing it, communicating or messaging with anyone?
There was no activity on her accounts. Even if some, on the off chance that they're not messaging people, there'll still be connections to Wi-Fi, where it'll show like an IP address that they're connected to. There was zero activity on any of her social media accounts.
Okay, so, and you mentioned something that I was about to ask you about, IP addresses or internet protocol addresses. What are those?
It depends on the device, but sometimes the devices switch IP addresses constantly. It's common with cell phones. It's the internet's connectivity, and it's usually specified to certain devices.
So another way of saying this is that if I were to use my phone, if I had social media, and I were to use my phone to access my social media, would the social media companies keep a record of the IP address that I used to log into and access my social media account?
Yes, if it's from your cell phone, you can reference the exact date and time that the IP address was used to identify where that activity was coming from. And if you were doing it from home, like on Wi-Fi, it'll be the same IP address through your internet.
In terms of the Susana's social media accounts, did you review those and look at IP address histories and things like that?
Yes.
Did you find any connections made to her social media accounts after she disappeared on July 26th of 2022?
No.
How did, and kind of, if you can, you took over the case officially in January of 2023. Once you were the official lead detective on the case, would you tell us what you did in order to take over the case at that point?
I reviewed all of the investigative material that had already been collected at that time. I reviewed interviews, and after doing that, I kind of started over. I wanted to start from scratch just to make sure like nothing was missed. So after reviewing everything, I made contact with Susana's family and did an interview.
And if you recall, the approximate date that you scheduled the interviews and talked to Susana's family?
I believe it was January 17th of 2023.
Now, what family did you talk to?
I spoke to Maria or Guadalupe, who is Susana's mother, and Jasmine, who is her sister.
Where did those take? Where'd you talk to them
at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters in an interview room.
And you've been sitting here when we heard from Mr. Smelov. One of the things I wanted to ask you, when you talked to Jasmine, did she indicate to you at that time the video recording that they obtained from King David Academy, the video surveillance of Susana, did she indicate to you at approximately what time that video was recorded?
Yes, when I asked Jasmine for what time that video was captured, she told me 9:57 p.m.
So when you said you reviewed the investigative stuff, at that time, we heard from Lieutenant Biggers. Did you review reports and information submitted by Lieutenant Biggers?
I did.
It was also Corporal Conway that we heard from. Did you review reports from him as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, throughout we heard them testify about different, and also Jasmine, also tips that came in, just throughout the investigation, people calling and saying something to the family about seeing Susana, or did you see those in their reports?
Yes, I did.
Is that in your experience, is that type of behavior from people, the tips that are coming in, is that common?
Yeah, especially with cases like this, they get a lot of media attention and media coverage.
At this time, when you took over in January, had there been any media coverage of Susana's disappearance?
A ton of media coverage.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you able to, when you took over the case, were you able to create a timeline for Susana's disappearance?
Yes.
And what's the importance of that? In an investigative sense, what's the importance of creating some kind of timeline of the disappearance?
To piece everything together and try to create a story, or not a story, to figure out what happened, to fill any voids, to look for additional evidence within that time frame, basically to get a full picture of what actually happened.
And what kind of timeline were you able to develop initially whenever you took over the case about the disappearance of Susana?
I was able to develop a pretty solid timeline up until her phone died.
Okay, and walk us through, from your investigation, what timeline you were able to develop.
Yeah, so after I interviewed Maria, she told me about how Susana walked away from her home. She told me 6 p.m., but again, it had been a long period of time since then, and sometimes people don't recall exact time. So that's where, phone records and stuff come into play, and it helps out quite a bit. She told me that she contacted Susana 10 to 15 minutes after she left. Susana didn't answer, so she sent her a text message. I was able to get Susana's phone records, and I actually saw that call came in at 7:17 p.m. Susana's location at that time was consistent with her walking on Singleton Road in the direction of Winsgate Village Lane or Sterling Glen Apartments towards Kelly's house.
And since we're talking about that, I'm just going to pull that back up here as we're talking about that. Her location that you're talking about was at 7:17 p.m.?
Correct.
All right, now, I'm going to just republish here a slide from the PowerPoint presentation that was Exhibit 3, testified to and admitted by investigator Wilbanks. All right, here at 7:17 p.m., this phone call that you're referencing from Susana, and this is kind of an overall screenshot here. I'm going to go to the next slide, which just gives us a bigger photograph. You said it's consistent with her walking down Singleton Road. Tell us why you said that.
Her phone, the azimuth that was provided for that phone call in relation to the tower it includes the area of Singleton Road. That's in between her house and in the direction of Kelly's house.
Investigator Wilbanks talked about the sectors and things like that. In this particular phone call, because she's hitting off the sector, did that exclude the majority of the rest of the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. So based on when you observed the phone records and looked at things like this, it appeared to you that she may have been on Singleton Road walking at that time, which would be consistent with what Maria said?
Well, Maria said that she was walking towards Hoy Taylor, which I don't even think is in that sector either.
That's right. So
it's consistent with the fact that they later learned that she went to Kelly's house.
Understood. So her mother thought she was going to Esmeralda's house, and
Esmeralda's house.
Right. But otherwise, it's consistent with her walking to the Sterling Glen Apartments at that time.
Yes.
Okay. That was kind of the first indicator of a timeline for you at that point, around 7:17 p.m. What next were you able to look at and figure out kind of the sequence of events?
So I began to review the Life 360 screenshots that Jasmine provided. I was able to see that she was actually stationary in the Winsgate Village Lane or Sterling Glen Apartments between, I believe it was 7:28 p.m. and 9:58 p.m.
And I'll pull up State's Exhibit number 18 here just so we can see it together. What you're talking about, is this the screenshot that you're talking about when it comes to the Life 360?
Yes.
Okay. So 7:28 to 9:58 p.m. Her Life 360 placed her there at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
Yes.
All right, so you had that information in terms of timeline. What next did you have?
I reviewed the next screenshot where it showed her leaving. That coupled with the video collected from King David business, as well as statements made by Kelly and Alyssa.
Okay. And I pulled up this. Is this the screenshot you're talking about, the other Live 360 screenshot that you looked at?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of, we can see the path, but in terms of the timeline, what kind of, what's the time range for this trip?
From 9:58 p.m. to 10:07 p.m.
You also said that you were able to utilize this, the video footage from King David, but also conversations with Alyssa and Kelly. What specifically information did you obtain from them in terms of trying to piece together a timeline of Susana's movements?
So they discussed posts that they made on social media, specifically Alyssa, regarding the videos and stuff that they made that day. Kelly mentioned, not directly to me, but I believe to Biggers, that she had a curfew that she had to be home by a certain time, as well as she wasn't allowed to have people spend the night. She said that she had walked, and I believe she provided that time around 9:30-ish, and said that she walked Susana to the back entrance towards Singleton from Sterling Glen Apartments, and then she began to walk home.
Now, so you, armed with that information from Alyssa and Kelly, did you have an approximate time of when Susana left the apartment complex?
Around between 9:30 and 9:58 p.m.
Okay. Now, once you had that and you saw her leaving, or believed her to be leaving, saw her on the King David, what else did you obtain in terms of trying to identify a timeline for Susana?
So on that screenshot, you can actually see it's consistent. The exit that Susana would have walked out of in Sterling Glen Apartments, you take a left. There's no reason to cross the road or anything. So King David showed her continuing to walk in the direction of her house. On this, she actually makes it to the street where she would have turned left to go down the street to start walking to Santa Ana Drive, where she was where she lived.
You have a pointer up there to your right.
Oh, yes, sorry.
No, that's all right. If you can use that and kind of show us what you're talking about as you're talking about her turning left. This is State's Exhibit 18.1 that's being displayed.
So this is the Sterling Glen Apartment. So she would have turned left, walking down Singleton Road. And again, she wouldn't have had to cross the street or anything. It's all on the left side of the road if you're driving southbound. This street right here, I forget what this is actually called, but this is Santa Ana Drive where she resided. So she made it all the way to the street that she would have needed to turn left on off of Singleton Road to reach her residence.
Okay. And then after seeing this screenshot, what was the next timeline piece that you put together?
I then obtained her phone records I had the other Life 360 screenshot.
And we'll go to that one. Which one are you talking about?
The one that shows her traveling northbound on Singleton Road, crossing over on Steve Reynolds Boulevard at approximately 40 miles per hour.
I pulled up State's Exhibit 18.2. Is this the one that you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to zoom in here just so we can see. All right, so this was the next piece, and give us how this fit into the timeline.
There, it shows her next activity from 10:21 p.m. to 10:26 p.m.
Okay. Now, I'm going to, here I can scroll down here just a little bit so we can see the bottom of this photograph. I zoomed in just because it's a little bit of a distance from me to the screen. Here it says top speed on the bottom left. Is this what you're referring to when you said 40 miles an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this time, the starting location here, which is on the left side of the screen, is that starting location consistent with where and I'll just go back to 18.1, right? So we can track this together. 18.1, where she ended up here on this previous trip on 18.1, is that consistent with where the next trip started.
Yeah, it's just a little bit further ahead. You can't see it on the previous shot, but yeah, this intersection is right next to where the other trip ended.
So the end of the previous trip and the start of this trip, both right there at the intersection of Singleton Road, Indian Trail?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you observed this, right, we have the 1026. What's the next thing in terms of, were there other Life 360 things that you looked at?
Yes, Kaya received I had a screenshot that Kaya received a text message at 10:29 p.m. indicating a crash alert that potentially Susana was involved in a car accident or dropped her phone.
Now, are you familiar with Life 360?
I am.
All right, and I want to talk about, do you know what we've used the term crash alert, but are you familiar with that?
Yes.
And tell us, what you know about that.
So for a crash alert to occur, your phone has to be over 10% for the alert to be sent. It also cannot be on power save mode. It can't be on airplane mode. It has to be connected to a cell tower or data source. You have to be in a vehicle, and it has to be moving 25 miles per hour within 30 seconds of the sudden braking, and it doesn't detect small movements. It detects sudden stops. So even the website will say that it may not pick up on fender benders and stuff. It has to be a very abrupt stop.
So, and there's a couple things I want to point out about that, or not point out, but ask you about, excuse me. You mentioned that in order to activate or for somebody's Life 360 to send this alert to whomever they have in their circle, the first thing you mentioned was your phone has to be over 10%. Do you mean 10% battery life?
Correct.
Okay. In this particular case with Susana, did you have any concerns that her battery life was below 10% at the time the crash alert was sent?
No.
Okay, and we'll walk through that just a little bit here. There's a screenshot, because we've looked at them, and you've been sitting here with other witnesses. This one, I believe that Kaya testified about. This is 18.3 here, this screenshot of Susana. And down here in the bottom, I'm just going to zoom in so it's visible for everyone here. Down here at the bottom, there is a battery indicator there that says, looks like less than 9% is what it says. Is that what you see?
Yes.
All right, and this screenshot Ms. Jones testified to is at 12:12 a.m.
Correct.
Anything about this screenshot that helped you draw the conclusion that Susana's phone was not below 10% at the time that it generated the crash alert?
Yeah, so she took the screenshot at 12:12 a.m. So there was an hour and 15 minute time gap, I believe, from the crash alert actually being sent. So like it says 10:30 p.m. yesterday. So dropping 2% is not uncommon for, an average phone battery. Also, when you're actively tracking phones and checking the location like they had been at that time, well, based on what they told me, it causes the battery life to drop a lot quicker. And we find that we struggle with this as well sometimes, where if we're actively pinging somebody's phone, we're looking for them, the battery decreases very quickly.
So if the crash alert came in at 10:29 and this screenshot's taken at 12:12, that's almost an hour and 45 minutes?
An hour and 45, yes.
Okay. And again, there was another screenshot, same sort of question. This next screenshot was at 12:22 a.m. Up here in the top left corner, we can see the 12:22. So 10 minutes later after this is State's Exhibit 18.4. There's another screenshot, and here at the bottom, it also gives us a battery indicator here. What are we looking at here?
It's at 7%.
Okay. Now, would you expect to see that, the continuous drop in battery level when somebody's actively tracking it like this over the period of time?
Yes.
Now, here on several of these, we've got this information here at the bottom that says near Oak Block Trail, and it says since 10:30 p.m. yesterday. What is, I don't use Life 360, so just explain to us what, in your experience, that means.
It's in that area, so one downfall that it does have, so once the battery does start to drop a little bit, the location can change and not become as reliable, but it's still in a pretty close proximity.
And so that may be another question or another point that you need to bring up here. In States Exhibit 18.4, the location appears to be slightly different than 18.3.
Yes.
Go back and forth. Is there any explanation to how that could possibly happen?
Yeah, so it could depend on, again, on battery. It could be on the signal at the time. It doesn't, so Life 360 doesn't just use your cell tower data. It uses GPS as well as data points, which can be fed sometimes through surrounding Wi-Fi. Even if you're not familiar with it, Wi-Fi is constantly communicating with your phone, especially if you have it available.
And the last one I wanted to look at here is 18.5. As you're looking at this, and with particular, I mean, on this map, as we've all seen, there doesn't appear to be any specific location icons here to pinpoint any location. But down here where it says phone is out of battery since 10:30 p.m. yesterday, what does that mean to you?
That the phone is currently out of battery and that she's been in the same location since 10:30 p.m. yesterday.
Okay, so is that? No, I'll zoom in just so we can all see it. Because, there we go. So is that indication are two separate things? It's telling you the phone is out of battery, but yet the phone has also been in that location since 10:30 p.m.
Yes, and it also gives you the option to get directions to Susana.
Okay, I see that there on the bottom. All right, now, and so, quite frankly put, based on the Life 360 information that you received, was Susana's phone out of battery at 10:30 p.m.?
No.
Okay. In terms of the timeline, you've now gotten us to 10:29 p.m. with the crash alert through Life 360. Did you find anything after that?
Sorry, Mike.
It's all right. Did you find anything after that in terms of the timeline associated with Susana's disappearance?
I obtained her phone records, and I was able to see that the tower that her phone was hitting off of was consistent with the data or the towers in the area that her phone, it was consistent with the information that was provided by Life 360. I was also able to review the phone records, and based on that, I was able to determine that her phone died, I believe it was between, this is a guesstimate, between 5:30 a.m. and 6:15 a.m., I believe.
All right, and is that the morning of the 27th?
Correct.
Okay.
And there was a lot of calls coming in and out, so that would be expected.
Understood. Now, did you review your phone records?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get to those here in a minute. I'm going to show you, yet again, just another slide from State's Exhibit 3. This one here, as Investigator Wilbanks testified to, all the remaining calls after she disappeared showed her phone to be in this location prior to it dying?
Yes.
Okay. And this, what we're looking at here, this same cone that we've looked at before, is this consistent with her phone being thrown out of the vehicle at the O'Clock Trace area?
Yes.
Did you ever go look for it?
I did.
Tell us about that.
So after I took over the case, I know they had previously already went to look for the phone, but again, I like to verify just to, see. So because on the Life 360 alert, it looks like there may have been a U-turn. There is an area on Steve Reynolds where you can make a U-turn there. I was like, I wanted to go out and check the center median. So I did go back out there with the metal detectors and check the same areas. I also walked around O'Clock Trace.
Okay, so we're looking at here, you mentioned the U-turn. I'm going to zoom in on Stage 18.2 just so that we can all be clear about what you're talking about here. What are you talking about?
This area right here, it kind of looks like it overlapped, like someone would make a U-turn. So that area, there's a center median right there. I wanted to just go check the center median because I wasn't sure if they had actually checked it before.
Okay. Did you turn up anything?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Mr. Duffer, let's take a break.
Yes, ma'am.
We've been going a good while. Let's take a comfort break, our morning comfort break. Be back at 11:05. And you can bring something up here to drink if you want to.
So that Google doesn't obtain information or keep information about their locations?
Yes, certain locations. They change their verbiage, so we ask for something called tombstone data. That's the common terminology, but I did just recently learn about other location data that I didn't know at that time.
But in any event, when you reviewed, did Google respond and give you information?
Yes.
And did you find any information for Susana or for the defendant in any of those records?
No.
Now, and in your experience, is that unusual?
No. I think there's one case that I've ever looked at where we got an actual good Google read, and it wasn't my case.
But even though you've only done it successfully about one time, you still attempted to get those just to check?
Absolutely.
Now, you pulled social media, you talked about the geofence, you also talked about Gmail records or Google account records. Did you obtain those for the defendant as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, I want to take you to, I guess, when you first got the case, you talked to us about going and searching out there in their O-block trace and talked about some of the search warrants you've taken out. Were there any real other significant investigatory steps prior to Susana's body being located?
Yes, they went around the time that I was about to take over the case, but it was becoming a lot more involved. Detectives with the Special Victims Unit went and collected cell phones from everybody that Susana closely associated with and or was seen or communicated with on the last day of her life.
Apologies, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, yeah.
The cell phones that you're talking about, who are those from?
Kelly, Alyssa, Axel, and Esmeralda. I think it was those four.
Okay. And were those searched and did you review them?
Yes, I did. And they all gave consent for us to search them, which is not a common thing. So that was definitely a good indicator for us.
Did you end up finding anything in any of those phones? You're the lead detective, you reviewed them all. Did you find anything that assisted in locating Susana?
No, it actually supported all of their statements and what they told us.
Ultimately, did you find any information that any of those people had any involvement in Susana's disappearance?
No.
Were there any messages between Susana and her best friends, Esmeralda, Kelly, and Alyssa, about her going anywhere else that night other than home?
No, just them reaching out to her multiple times, asking where she was and that they were scared.
Any information about her, she's walking home, she changes her mind and decides that she's going to go do something else?
No.
At some point, did the Gwinnett County Police Department obtain dental records?
Yes.
And tell me why that happened.
So that's one of the procedures that is pretty much always done in a missing persons case, especially when they're gone for a specific amount of time, prior to or after her body was found.
Well, let's talk about both.
Okay.
So you just tell us, the dental records that were found, how many different dental records were obtained?
So Corporal Conway actually obtained x-rays of her dental records, and then after her body was located, Dr. Terry reviewed them, and like she testified for before, the x-rays were old, so she needed a more detailed report. So then I went to a different dentist's office and got an actual documented report where it discusses each tooth and anything that had been done to her teeth.
Now, going to the day that she was found, February 6th, were you at the scene where her body was recovered on that day?
No, I was actually at a different scene.
Okay. In an unrelated case?
Yes.
Okay. So
and heard the call come out.
Now, when were you first alerted that the possibility that the remains might be those of Susana?
I kind of had a feeling that night because Detective Keshler was communicating with me while I was at the other scene and telling me that they believed it was going to be, a Hispanic teenage girl, and then the time frame that they estimated that she had been gone, it all lined up. Even though the distance was kind of far, I really was hoping it wasn't her. Even though, like Dr. Terry, I mentioned that to her when Dr. Terry actually came to the scene I was at after she left the scene where Susana was located and was reviewing the records. I told Dr. Terry, I was like, I don't want it to be her. And, she said, well, then it's somebody else. But I had a feeling that night it was going to be her. And then the next morning when they went back out there, they said that they located hair that was two-toned, the black and the blonde. Sorry. Whew. I really didn't want it to be her. And that it was curly, and I knew that was consistent with Susana's hair. And they had also located fingernails with black nail polish on it. And they sent me some pictures of it, and it was chipped black nail polish. And I knew from reviewing social media posts that Alyssa and Kelly made the day that she was killed, that she had chipped black nail polish.
Ultimately, once you obtained those dental records, did you, the updated dental records, did you provide those to Dr. Terry?
Yes.
Okay. As the lead detective, have you reviewed everyone's reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review the medical examiner's report and all of the personnel from CSI and the medical examiner's office that were out there?
Yes.
Are you aware of any clothing ever being found with or near Susana's body where it was located?
No.
Have you ever, in your experience as a police officer or a detective, have you ever heard of any case involving the Gwinnett County Police Department where a teenager's naked body was found in the woods and it was not a homicide?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not relevant. What may or may not have happened in another case.
Your Honor, I believe that based on the circumstances of this case, the defense in this case, the conclusions that the defense is attempting to obtain, that this is happenstance or it's an accident. I think Detective Carter's expert opinion on her experience as a police officer is relevant in this context.
I do too. I'm going to overrule the objection.
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard of finding anybody who overdosed naked in the woods?
No.
At some point, let me ask you, once you had the confirmation from Dr. Terry, what did you do next in the investigation at that point? Once you knew it was her, what steps did you take in order to try and figure out what had happened?
Well, next I made contact with her family and gave the notification. But when they did the grid search out there, I was advised that they located the firearm that had been reported stolen hours after she was killed. I reviewed that report and began looking into Miles Bryant, who reported the gun stolen. I learned that he was an officer with Doraville Police Department. It's definitely concerned me pretty much immediately. I then reviewed the body cam from when the gun was taken.
Specifically, that body camera footage you're talking about, was that the body camera footage of Officer Merkley who took the stolen gun report?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, I mean, is in Gwinnett County, is it uncommon for somebody to have their gun stolen from their vehicle?
No.
And in particular, a gun stolen from the same place in the same night that Susana went missing. What did you think at that point when you had that information?
It was 1,000% related. I reviewed other reports that were taken that night in that area. Because it was reported as an entering auto, there's never only one entering auto. There may not be other reports, like where they call police, but there's usually some other evidence that there was other activities that were taken.
What do you mean by that, when there's not usually just one?
Someone doesn't come into a complex that's trying to break into cars and only break into one car. I've never seen that.
What do you normally see?
Multiple reports of people's vehicles being broken into.
Okay. In this particular instance, once you found the entering auto report that the defendant made, did you look to see if any other entering auto reports or any other evidence of any other car break-ins had occurred that night?
Yes.
Did you find any?
No.
And when you reviewed the body camera footage, and we watched it here, so we don't need to watch it again, but there was the statement the defendant made about not wanting to have a detective assigned to his case. Did you find that statement unusual?
Very.
And explain to us why.
As an officer, you know that guns just being out on the street is extremely dangerous, especially in the hands of someone who's not registered to it, or juveniles, or, you know, other gang members, because they know that their names aren't going to be tied to it. And not knowing who is in possession of a stolen firearm, it's dangerous. And even an officer with not a ton of experience should know that.
And so as you saw the report, though, and you watched the body camera video, at that point, did you immediately decide that the defendant was a person of interest, or were there other things that you found as well that led you to that belief?
It definitely piqued my interest a lot more. I then looked at other reports from his. I looked up his name to see if we could if there were other reports, and that's when I located the incident with Alicia Bates in Snellville.
Okay. And we've heard from Ms. Bates. You found that. At that point, was it at that point you reached out to Ms. Bates, or was it sometime later?
It was sometime later.
Okay. Did you ever, as you were investigating, did you obtain the defendant's cellular phone records?
Yes.
And did the police department analyze those records at that time?
Yes.
What did you find?
That his phone was in the wood line a couple hours after Susana was last seen on camera, in the wood line where her body was located.
All right. And specifically, as we're talking about it here, I'm going to put up a slide from State's Exhibit number 3 here. Which phone was it of his that you initially saw the phone records for?
It was his work phone. Okay. We did get a search warrant for his personal phone, but at the time when we were getting the search warrant, it was ported through Verizon, but through Xfinity's phone plan. So we didn't have knowledge that, and he had previously changed providers in between there. So we had to write again for T-Mobile.
All right. So initially you sent search warrants for the phone records for his work phone and his personal phone.
Correct.
However, the personal phone number got sent to the wrong company.
Correct.
Okay. So then you obtained, but when did that happen? Was that later?
Yes.
Okay. So on his work phone, I'm going to show you here, State's Exhibit 3. Is this a representation of what you observed when you looked at his cellular phone records for his work phone?
Yes.
All right. And describe to the jury when you saw this, what piqued your interest about it?
It wasn't just a coincidence. There was too many factors in play at that point.
All right. So the distance, do you know how far it is to drive from the defendant's apartment and where Susana went missing to where her body was located out on Highway 316?
I don't know the exact number. I know it's over 20 miles.
Okay. And the times here, when you had your timeline created, what was the last time that you were able to positively identify Susana's location?
10:29 p.m.
So how long after that was the defendant in the area immediately surrounding Susana's body? And you can look at it.
Surrounding her body. Okay.
Based on this
yeah.
screen.
1:39 p.m. I mean a.m. I apologize. On the 27th.
So we're looking at approximately 3 hours and 10 minutes or so later?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you end up getting his personal phone records?
I did.
Okay, and when you reviewed those, and again, I'll put this up here, finding here that 12:52 and 12:58 a.m., how long after Susana's crash alert at 10:29 was this?
About like an hour and 20-ish minutes.
Let's see.
10:29 to 1.
2 hours and 20 minutes?
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so less than 2.5 hours later, after Susana's phone sent the crash alert, the defendant's phone were in the woods?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, what did you, in terms of the investigative options that you had, what did you decide to do?
I obtained this after, further after.
So you found, how much later was it that you got his personal phone records?
Probably like a month after he was arrested.
Okay. So all you had to go on at the time was his work phone number. Well, once you saw those locations that we looked at a moment ago, what did you decide to do?
I decided that I definitely had enough at that time to detain him and get an interview with him, but we wanted to do it consensually. But at that point, with what I had after discussing it with the district attorney's office, you specifically, we decided that we didn't need to make a charge, and we ended up charging him with the concealing the death of another. Especially given his job at that time, I didn't want to leave anybody in that role that could potentially be involved in a murder of a 16-year-old.
As a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the defendant's phone records in general. We were looking at, and Investigator Wilbanks put this presentation together. There was some calls that were that Investigator Wilbanks mapped, and I want to ask you about a few of those here. And we'll start here with just this one. And what I'm specifically looking at here, and I can't really zoom in on this, but the portion over here where it's got the call detail records, can you see that?
Yes.
So this one, as Investigator Wilbanks put up here, is 9:15 p.m. The number that the defendant called at that time, did you research, and for the record, it's 770-381-9777. Did you know what that number, or did you research what that number was?
Yes.
What was it?
It's a barbecue restaurant in Lilburn.
Okay. And so that's at 9:15, 9:16. That's what the call is from the defendant.
Yes, and he actually called it 4 times between 9:15 and 9:40.
Okay. The next ones that Investigator Wilbanks put up, so this is 9:40 again, and it's the same number. So this is what you were speaking about. That what number was to the restaurant in Lilburn?
Yes, and they had actually closed at 9:30. They closed at 9:30.
Okay. So from here, we're looking at this, and Investigator Wilbanks showed us this screen here, a list of calls between 9:40 and 10:27. You've already discussed the top one, which is at 9:40 to the restaurant. We've also discussed here, Investigator Wilbanks talked about several of the calls being to Ms. Parks, but there's another number here, the 770-256-0216. Those calls that are there, and who are those? Who is that number?
They're incoming calls from Tracy Bryant, his mother.
Okay. So throughout 9:40 to 10:27, he's receiving calls from Zenobia and his mother.
Correct. And he's not answering them. Well, the first one's an outgoing.
First one's.
But the last ones we just referenced, yes.
Okay. So he's getting calls.
Yes.
But not answering them.
Except the last one, it looks like he may have answered for a second, for 27 seconds.
Okay, for Zenobia?
Yes, correct.
We're also looking here, now we're talking about 10:42. These two calls, Investigator Wilbanks also testified those were to Ms. Parks at 10:42. The ones from 10:46 to 11:09 to Ms. Parks, and then here at 11:41 p.m. There's a phone number here that he calls in, and specifically it's this box on the right-hand side here, 678-458-1707. Who is that?
Avion Smyer.
Okay, so at 11:09, the phone calls to Ms. Parks, his girlfriend, and at 11:41 to Avion, his girlfriend.
Correct.
From those two, Investigator Wilbanks already testified to Ms. Parks. Here, there are 3 calls here from 12:23 to 12:28. The first 2 being Ms. Parks, but over here again, the one that is at 12:28 a.m. Who is that to?
Avion Smyer.
Okay. And I'm asking because it's not listed. The name is not listed there.
Yes.
On there. And let's see. Also here, this 3:04 to 3:46 a.m. The calls here The first one is at 3:04 a.m. It says Ms. Parks, but the middle one here at 3:37 a.m. Do you 770-455-1000? Do you know that number?
It's a phone number for Doraville Police Department. I don't know specifically what it's for.
Okay.
Sometimes, like we have, it could be non-emergency number or it could be a phone number to verify something, like your identity, to put in something in.
Sure. Did you review Zenobia's phone records?
I did.
And based off of reviewing her records and the defendant's records, did it appear that after Susana disappeared, that the two of them were together that night?
No, given the number of times they were calling each other back and forth, it wasn't consistent with them being together. Her phone also was hitting off towers in different locations.
Okay. I want to talk to you about Susana's phone records, as I know Investigator Wilbanks talked a little bit about them. There is a phone call that Investigator Wilbanks mapped out that was at 5:31 p.m. and then again you talked about the one at 7:17 from her mother.
Correct.
After that phone call at 7:17 p.m., does it appear from your review of the records that Susana ever receive and answer any calls from any other person?
No.
Did it appear that she had sent any text messages from her phone?
No.
Let me ask more specifically, did it look like she had called anybody after she was walking home, and she's on her way home, after she's walking home, did it appear that she had called anybody else who might live at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No.
Did it look like she had texted anyone who might live at the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No.
And social media accounts that you reviewed when you reviewed her, and what social media did she have that you reviewed?
Snapchat, Instagram, TikTok, yeah.
And I assume, can you send messages on those?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find any messages that night from Susana that to anybody that might live in the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No, not after she was.
Else
Yeah.
for that matter?
No.
Okay. So no text message where she might have arranged to go pick up anything or meet anybody else after she was walking home?
No.
When you looked at the defendant's text messages and phone calls on his phone and his phone records, did you find any calls or text messages from the defendant to anybody else who might live in the Sterling Glen Apartments?
No, other than Zenobia.
Well, and we'll get to that in a moment. But other than the calls that we've looked at from his mom, Zenobia, and Avion, did you find any other calls or text messages during this relevant time besides the restaurant was over?
No.
At what point did you decide, or did you decide, to make contact with the defendant?
After obtaining his phone records from his Doraville phone.
Okay. And walk us through, I guess, what the decision was at that time, what y'all were, what to do in order to approach the defendant.
We knew that he was a police officer. We had never interacted with him on a personal level that I could find. When I say we, I mean people in the homicide unit. We didn't know how he may respond with us walking up to him or mentioning it to him. So we wanted it to be super, super casual, but also we wanted to make sure we were safe with it. We decided that we definitely needed to make contact after the phone records and, again, make it casual so he's comfortable coming up and speaking with us.
Okay. And so you've been sitting here. Did y'all make the decision to send Sergeant Jorstadt and Corporal Howard to go and pick him up?
Yes. There were plainclothes detectives out there as well, just to stake out the area, just to see if he leaves or comes or leaves.
Okay. At that time that you decided to interview him, had you determined at that point that he was a suspect in your case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we watched the body camera video from Sergeant Jorstadt. Once he got into the interview room there at the police department, did you ultimately participate in any kind of interview of him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a few questions about that. What was your, going in knowing that he's a police officer, what was your strategy in interviewing him?
I was going to do it the same exact way I do pretty much all of my interviews. I always go in super friendly, super casual, try to make them seem like this isn't a big deal. I just got to do this. So I really appreciate your help. I always come off as being on their side and usually let them get a story out to me. Because, I mean, even if they never confess to something, even them lying and giving me a story that I can prove wrong still helps the investigation. So I wanted to be super friendly with him and try to bond with him on a level of, you know, you're my battle buddy, which is a term people in the Army use for other soldiers, and then try to use the police officer connection as well.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to publish the interview. I will just note for the court and for everybody else, it is 3 hours and approximately 45 minutes long. So at some point when the court finds appropriate and wants to break, whether that's before I start or getting a few minutes into it, and then at some point I just want to...
Let me have the attorney's approach just on scheduling. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch about an hour of this video and come to a stopping point where Detective Carter comes in, and then we're going to break for lunch so that y'all have some breaks, not continually sitting here.
May I remain seated while the video is playing?
Certainly. And you've got one, right? You know you have one, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Alright, bro, just have a seat. I'll read back. I'm gonna need either one, alright? Yeah. If you need anything, just knock, okay? Thanks. You got my message? You got my message? Detectives came by and it was like, hey, you're the courtesy officer, we need to talk to you, and I guess, I don't know, see if I can help them with that girl that went missing. So I'm over here at Gwinnett County. I don't know. I know. Yep. There you go. All right. But just letting you know. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna holler at the lead detective real quick, and then I'll try to get back over there before I go to work. See what? Yeah. Okay. Hey man, that's yeah. But that's it. Yeah, I know. Lord, I'll call you when I get out of here. I'll call you when I get out of here. All right.
What's she saying?
Yeah, she was just like, what? She's like, I don't need a courtesy officer. What you gotta do with that? I said, the courtesy officer.
You know how it is, man. You work the same beat, you know everything about it, you know?
Trust
you know
me.
everything about it.
Trust me.
Yeah, I worked one zone for like 6 months. Like tiny, like, you know, probably had 15 neighborhoods, and then it had like a lot of businesses, like a couple, had a QT, a movie theater, and dude, I was, you know, it's crazy how many people you see.
Let's see what's on. Let's go get that. Let's see. Bro, I feel like a damn perv. What the heck? This is crazy.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, I'm Sergeant Pop.
Nice to meet you, brother.
Miles, right?
Yeah.
So Detective Carter, she was signing a warrant for some other case that she's working. She's stuck over at the court. She'll be over here in a couple minutes.
Okay.
You okay? You good?
I'm good, bro.
You need water? You need anything?
No, I feel like hurt, buddy.
What?
I feel like a suspect. I'm hurt.
No, don't feel that way. I'm sorry. We just got so much going on. We're trying to figure this out, and we are grasping at straws at this point. So we're figuring let's try to get whoever we can talk to and go out there.
Anything you guys need, let me know.
You got anywhere to be?
Yeah, I have to, what's going on with my girlfriend? Her brother just got kicked out, and then I have to work. I leave out about 4 o'clock.
You have to work at?
Yeah, work tonight.
Okay. What department you work for?
City of Dorville Police Department.
That's right. Okay. You're just a courtesy officer there. How long you been living there?
Maybe a year, I think.
Maybe a year. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't been there that long, and I don't do anything else there. Because I'm not deputized with Gwinnett, so I don't.
Right, yeah. No, I know I run a couple apartment complexes, and I have guys in there, and I'm like, I keep telling the apartment complexes, we gotta have Gwinnett guys, because if they're not Gwinnett, they can't do anything.
Yeah, I just call Gwinnett Westside guys out sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
I don't really have to ever call you guys out, though, so.
No, I'm not too familiar with that complex. I worked down there in Westside for a little bit, for about a year, but not too long. Yeah, so she's, oh, that's her right there. Let me see if she's on her way back. Okay. Yeah, she's going to be on her way back shortly. So she really wants to talk to you. She's the one working the case. I could try to talk to you, get some of the stuff, but she just says she'd rather talk to you if you don't mind just waiting a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah. You need more water or anything?
Nah, I'm good, brother.
You good? You need the bathroom? Or?
Ask if I need it.
Yeah.
I actually was headed out. That's funny. They rode up like crime suppression guys. I was like, what in the world, you know?
Yeah, we've been out all day, and then I think Carter called Georgetown and was like, hey, can you go see if the courtesy officer's there, see if he can help us out with this, because it's just,
I got you,
it's one of
sad,
those things. It's terrible. So let me know if you need anything.
Is it Sergeant
Poppy?
Sergeant Poppy.
All right.
Are you at the office? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Did Gwinnett come by there earlier? The Gwinnett police, did they come by there earlier? Oh, okay, I was asking. No, they came to talk to me about some stuff. I was just making phone if they came by there. Oh, no. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Hey, man. Let's
listen, I'm not here to waste your time. I know you got stuff to do and everything. So we're just going to get started whenever the other executive gets here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I take my glasses off?
Yeah, you're good. I'm not trying to get you late for work or anything.
So we'll just kind of go back. I know your leasing office and all that stuff. The courtesy officer for the leasing office and all that. So I just wanted to go back and see, like, your side of everything. Okay, so like, anyone come up to you, approach you? Did you get contacted by the police? Like, I don't, it's been
with
this incident. Yeah, like
with this missing girl.
Not at all. I'm seeing it on the news. I hear about it on the news, people talking about it, stuff like that. But that was during summer months, yeah. July, something, right?
Yeah. You said earlier that like some of the neighborhood kids or like the other teenagers like talked to you about it. Like, do you remember their names?
It was BJ. I don't know if BJ talked to me, but this kid, they always at the pool. I remember that day. We was all at the pool swimming and stuff like that. I just played basketball with a lot of them right across the street. So playing basketball, then we went to the pool, and it was like, hey, you heard about that missing girl? And then they started joining us, said she was talking about one of them, but nothing referenced the incident. Yeah, they knew her, and they was.
Who is this? You said BJ or something?
Yeah, BJ. I don't know if he still lives there, but BJ and there's a couple other little kids there.
Oh, how old do you think? High school?
High school kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many high school kids?
Maybe 3.
All males or?
It was 2 males and 1 female. I don't know the female name or anything. Or no BJ.
So just BJ?
Yeah.
Do you remember anything, like any context to what they were saying about how she went missing? Or like, did they have any speculations?
No, they didn't have any of that. They just told me, this is a regular conversation, swimming while they were just like, so I'm a little nervous. This is like, this is crazy.
You're good.
I don't even get interviewed.
Perp's technically sit in this chair, so you're good, man.
But no, they didn't say anything. So they was looking. I think they did like a walk and look for her. I remember that they did what they said they was looking for her and they didn't see anything.
Who was that?
The boys and the kids. They said they walk and look for her and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah. They were just like trying to go find her.
I guess I don't know. Okay. I had to work, so I don't know.
Did they say like how they knew that she was missing or anything like that?
They said the news.
Oh, just based on
either the news and I think she went to Middle Creek. I think so. All the kids went to Middle Creek. They knew her. I think her mom was on Facebook and everywhere.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
How'd you know about the Facebook?
Them.
Oh, they
then when they got on the news and everybody, I'm friends with a lot of people. So people's reposting it and everything.
Yeah. So when was this? Do you remember when that was?
July sometime.
July, late
July. After she went missing. So.
Okay. Do you know when she went missing?
I know it was July sometime.
Okay.
I don't know exact dates.
Do you know where those people went to go look for her?
Yeah. I'm assuming from what I saw on the posts and stuff, they did the little signs and it was off Singleton.
Oh, like down Singleton?
Like missing person, posted up on flag or whatever? Okay.
Did they tell you, was it around the complex they went through the woods or anything? Did they walk? I know you said they were walking around everywhere.
Yeah, I have no clue. I wasn't there, so I couldn't tell you that part. I don't know where they went. I just know off Singleton, and I saw some say they met up at Food Depot.
Food Depot.
The one off Tech or?
Yeah. Okay. I think by Checkers, whatever.
Yeah. What they do there?
No clue.
Isn't that where Pizza Man is?
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's on the other side.
Yeah. Pizza Man's good.
Yeah. I love the big old things.
Yeah.
Did they make any comments or anything saying, what they thought or anything about the case? Okay.
They were high school kids, but I didn't.
Yeah, you didn't ask questions.
It was more.
No rumors go rampant with high school kids, so they said anything in particular.
No, they were just talking I guess only thing I remember is she was talking about Marlon. I think is his name. She was talking about Marlon, one of the kids there. And I wonder if his name Marlon. What is his name?
One of the
heavy-set black kid.
Okay.
Heavy-set black kid.
And that was one of the kids with BJ and that female?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it was Marlon just going back and forth with her, joking around and stuff like that. I guess we call it joning, joking about.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I'm 22,
So I guess for us it'd be joshing.
Joshing.
Yeah, you joshing around.
Yeah. I guess it was going back and forth. Her
between Marlon and the girl.
Yeah.
Okay. Susanna, right?
Yeah.
That's her name.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just think of last night. I think Morales.
Morales.
Yeah,
okay, so that's what we'll refer to her as. Okay. So Marlon and Morales are going back and forth.
Yes, they wasn't there. That's a story I was hearing.
Yeah.
He was just talking about her. I was like, yeah, you know. I was like, okay. And then we moved on from the subject after that.
But nothing else.
That's the last thing I heard about it. But besides the news and talked to Westside guys. Not about the incident, stuff like that. It was on the criminal trespass, stuff like that.
Just like calls and stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking and stuff like that. And I was like, dang.
Did they say anything?
The Westside guys?
Yeah.
Oh no, they was like, how you like it here? I was like, it's crazy, man. You know.
The apartment complex.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're like their code 7 or whatever. You like called it in and then they helped.
Yeah, it was a criminal trespass. I could issue it, but they wanted to trespass with this guy from the leasing office. He came up there and scared the living life out of the old property manager. And
that's why she left, huh?
Yeah. You're doing me, really. I'm sorry, guys. I was like, call Gwinnett.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
So these people, are they always in the apartment complex?
I haven't seen them recently, but I know they play basketball. Like they all play basketball and hang out. They live in that area, so.
Okay. Let's circle back. So, like you said, there's a new leasing manager.
Yeah, Giannis. Not Giannis. Jesse.
Jesse is the new one?
Yes.
Okay, and then who was the old one?
Can I look the contacts?
Yeah.
No, you can. Damn, I just forgot her name. I had it on the top of my head.
You got a prescription?
Yeah.
Glasses? Dude, I ripped my contact today.
Man, look at my glasses, man. This is for, I need to get work goggles. Cause this is from chasing.
You went sick lady?
Huh? Yes.
Did you drop them?
Drop them, hit them.
You gotta get the behind the, like the band?
That looks goofy.
Yeah, but then your glasses don't break. Yeah, I'm blessed. I got 20/20, so I don't want to brag too much.
I don't know if I believe it or not. What was her name? I just had her name on the top of my head.
Was it Jonas? Is that what you said?
No, Giannis. That's the
maintenance.
No, that's like the assistant.
Oh, okay. Are they still there?
Yes. Let me call her real quick. It was rough. The contact between the last property manager was like, ugh. It was terrible. Hey, Giannis, what's our old property manager name? Laura. All right, thank you. Gwinnett wants it, so who's talking to me? All right.
What, Laura?
Laura Bridges. I got her email. Laura Bridges.
So it sounds like Laura kind of gave like hard times, like. You said that the relationship was kind of so like was she giving you a hard time?
No, she wasn't giving me a hard time. The contact was other people. God, yes, a lot of people didn't like her. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like her apparently, so I said she was cool, but I had no problems with her.
So you guys were cool?
Yeah, I had no problems with Laura at all.
How's the leasing office like in general? Like, is it run good? And
it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, they got good staff.
They good staff? Are they ever shady about anything?
Not that I would think of.
Okay. I think a while ago, I don't know how long, I don't know if Laura was there, maybe there's one prior to her, but like, I think it was the case a year or two ago that we had a problem with that leasing office, like they were trying to hide. I think there's somebody that works in the office did something, they were trying to like hide it.
Honestly, I don't get that involved at all. Yeah. I got a key, not even to the leasing office, I got a key to the side door or whatever, it was the gym, bathroom, and that is absolutely it.
Is it a nice gym?
It's decent.
Do you work out? Do you work out there?
Yeah, try to. I had a membership with Platinum Fitness and one at Crunch and Chambly.
Yeah.
I never had time to go, man. Working nights suck.
Yeah.
Bro, I love working nights. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You can't sleep. I love working nights, but home court sucks, bro.
It does. Well, what time you typically, like, today you had to work at, you go, typically there at 4. Like, what time would you typically get up? Or, like, would you just try to stay up all night Sunday?
No. Sometimes, but on my off days, I'm on a regular schedule.
Same, that's what I did.
So now on off days, I'm on a regular schedule. So.
When did the property manager switch from Laura to Jesse?
Maybe a month ago. Might be sooner than that, but it's recent.
How often do you call the leasing office, so Jesse? Is that your main point of contact, or is
it used to be honest, but me and Jesse talk fairly. We have a problem, stuff like that, we talk to Jesse.
Okay.
Just like that. And I haven't really talked to Jesse too much. They've time to review my lease and stuff like that, so they were saying what they want to see more on the property. They want to see more patrol, so they said I barely saw me.
The same BS.
I did barely patrol, When I did, I ride around a little bit, and I'll leave, go somewhere else,
Yeah. How often did you contact Jessie today? Have you talked to her on the phone?
Yeah, I haven't talked to her. I called her. I didn't talk to her.
Okay. What about Jonas?
Yeah, I called her.
When?
Earlier.
Besides right now, you called her one previous time. Okay. So you're fairly in contact with them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to circle back. So is it always the same two males, Marlon and BJ, and then the female?
No.
So they
in a little
interchange?
group, yeah, but it's kids that walk from other neighborhoods.
Yeah, they don't live there is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, it's a lot of kids that walk from other neighborhoods.
Like a hangout spot?
Yeah, play basketball and Junior.
Is another one?
Junior's
That's his name?
Yeah, Junior. He's older. He's my age. He graduated from Middle Creek. I know a little bit about him.
Did you know him before in high school?
No.
What were you about to say about him?
No, he comes and plays basketball. I haven't seen him. I haven't played basketball in a minute. I've been working between side jobs and my girlfriend. It's crazy. So I've been busy. But he used to come play basketball and stuff like that. And he lives nearby. I don't know exactly where he lives. He said he lives right nearby, though.
Do you think Junior would he have any information that could help us? Do you think?
Could.
If he's hanging out with the kid,
yeah, he could.
The younger crowd.
Do you know how I could contact him?
Oh, I think I got his number. Let me see. Because when I first got there, I gave my number to a lot of people and stuff like that. But courtesy officer, I don't know why I did that, but
how many calls do you get from random?
Not a lot, but when I do get them, they'll call back to back to back to back. I'll show you before we get out of here, and they'll call back to back. Hey, they're still making noise. There's no courtesy officer, and the whole time I'm at work. I'm like, I swear, I'm sorry, I'm not sending Gwinnett out for noise complaint. Right. I'm not sending Gwinnett for our news. Junior from Sterling Glen? I think it's him.
From, what is SG?
Sterling Glen. That's the apartment complex.
What is it called? Sterling?
Oh.
Glen. Sterling Glen. Is that close by?
That's the apartment complex. That's my apartment complex.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So, how does the courtesy, do they have a direct line to you? If you didn't give your phone number out,
Yeah, it's the courtesy... What's it called? It's I don't know, it's not an app. I don't know what they got. It's like a call system.
Gotcha.
So I get a call from, I said apartment complex is the name I named it.
Yeah.
And then that's the mailbox number. So if I get a call, it'll come to me, I answer it, and I put the password in. And it'll tell me, you have a courtesy call, da-da-da-da. But if I miss the call, I have to call back, put the mailbox number, and put in the password.
So that's basically... You can either call the leasing office or on the mailbox when you pull in. How do people get this phone number?
So when you first move in, they give it to you. So it's technically
so it's like a random phone number.
No, it's technically you call look up an apartment complex.
Yeah.
It's technically that.
But you press that number
at the end,
and then it directs you to. Okay.
Yeah.
And then they press that button and it calls you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I miss a lot of them. I
get it. I'd probably do the same thing. Deny.
Yeah, no, I don't just deny them now.
So you're better than me.
I had to come move out here.
Yeah. I mean, what's the craziest thing someone's called you about? There's got to be some kind of outlandish thing somebody's called and complained about.
Well, I haven't got any crazy complaints besides noise complaints, stuff like that. But I think Miss Laura used to call me a lot when she had problems with residents and stuff that was at the leasing office, and she'd call me friends and say, Miles, any help? They're bringing on the door, da-da-da-da. Now, the whole time I'd be nowhere
That's
near.
That's the 911 situation.
I called. And then she don't really like Gwinnett, because she's saying, Gwinnett came out, they said they can't take a report, they can't charge us because they didn't do anything. I was like, but they did. They said that. They didn't, And I wasn't there, But
I mean, if she demands a report, we'll write one, but I mean, it's not.
She want to charge. She want everybody to go to jail.
I mean, what if they lived in the complex? Was she still one of CT?
She still
the leasing office itself.
That's what she did.
How are they supposed to get their mail?
So she had to tell them to go to the mailbox or they'll deliver the mail. But she CT. I literally saw her CT somebody from the leasing office.
Yeah,
and they did it.
That's ridiculous.
Because I guess it's different numbers. So
technically you could. But how do you use the stuff on the property? How do you use the leasing office, the gym, the mailbox, the pool? That's what I'm saying.
CT's from the whole area. I don't know how that plays out with rain and all that, but
or court.
I would
think that's the court.
She took that guy to court, so I don't know how that played out.
You bring up a good point though. If I'm paying rent part of my rent is to use that gym and the other facilities. And if you CT me just because you got an argument, then I can't use that shit. So, man,
she took me to court. So.
Well, it's a good thing she ain't there anymore.
You ever walk around on foot or anything like that?
Not really. I used to run a lot. So I used to run, and I really never walked though.
Where'd you run to?
I used to, like I got my Google. I used to run. So I used to do a mile. It'll be start from my apartment, either go up or down, go around, then go down. It's like, you know, by the leasing office is a fork.
Yeah.
So go down that way, turn around.
Just in the apartment complex?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't go out?
Yeah. Go up.
I don't blame you.
Go up and then come back down and go back to the apartment. And it, right before I come up the hill where you guys were coming from, right before that part is hit a mile.
Oh, wow.
That's when I started running.
Bro, that's a hilly mile.
Yeah. I've been all in all, man. I'm on SWAT. I'm trying to get everything right.
How do you like SWAT?
It's fun.
Is it?
It's fun. I want to come to Gwinnett where it's more active, but
I mean, yeah. SWAT's, that's whole.
Are you on like the North Metro team?
No, that team is Chambly, Dunwoody. We in Dorville, we have our own.
Oh, okay.
So that team is cool, but they only allow like 3 members from each department, and we got a 30 minutes SWAT team.
That's not bad.
You been through your basic yet? Basic SWAT school?
No, not yet. I'm SWAT school. I want to go.
Have you had any call-outs?
Yeah, we had a call out the other night. Barricaded suspect. I was actually at work, and when some call came out, it was a threats call, and they were just, he was at the window, he said, well, he put a gun on me, I was like, oh, do you want to press charges? And it was like, oh no. And it was like, all right, just leave, he's drunk. So that's my supervisor's decision. I was like, all right, just leave, he's drunk. He's like, you cool with leaving? Do you want to press charges? He was like, that's fine. And then he was like, oh, my keys are on the table. And the guy wouldn't open the door. So he was like, can we get our keys? We don't rush. We don't really just 4 o'clock in the morning. We're not trying to do reports. We get off an hour. And he comes to the window with like AR style rifles. Dang. So I dropped the rifle, He started barricading the windows. And well, go barricade.
Dang.
So what'd y'all do?
They called SWAT out, and I switched over and went out there. The guy ended up coming out. It was airsoft.
Y'all just surrounded and did an announcement?
Yeah.
Is that your normal SOP?
Yeah. They called him and he came out. They talked to him for like hours.
Oh, like CNT? Like the crisis people? Y'all got a crisis negotiation?
Yeah, we do, but it was just one of the officers that speaks Spanish. He was cool with it.
Oh, yeah. Spanish speaker, probably. Did y'all have a Spanish speaker like on scene before it went?
Yeah, because he was on a part-time when he came.
Yeah. Dang. So, I mean, being the new guy, like I was on SWAT at one point, you're kind of stuck on containment. Is that the way the team works?
Yeah, I was on the corner.
Yeah. Fucking boring.
How many guys do y'all have?
Like 20, 30.
Dang. For a city agency?
Yeah. It's 20, 30 on the roster. It's never 20, 30.
Oh, yeah. You never get the full roster.
It's never 20, 30. We got guys on DA task force and guys on detectives, so they just everywhere.
Yeah.
And guys live freaking like an hour and a half away, so they never get there in time.
Yeah.
By the time they get there, it's all done.
Yeah.
Dang. How long you been on SWAT?
I don't know. It had to be 6 months after I was there. It was the year before I was there, so it hasn't been a year.
Yeah.
A little under a year, I was saying. A little under. It hasn't been.
And you've only had one call out?
Yeah, we get a couple search warrants, but we don't have call outs. That sucks. Man. That's why I said it's boring.
No, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome.
I mean, the OT is nice, but when you're stuck in a house for fucking 19 hours in the freezing cold, you start rethinking your commitment.
I fell asleep behind a tree the other night.
For real? You on SWAT too?
No.
Hey, you're a corporal, right?
Yep.
I've met you.
Where?
Straight on Gwinnett. Have you ever been there?
Yeah.
I've met you.
I mean, I've been there. I've been up off the road though for a minute.
It's Corporal Mac?
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Eric. I don't know where. I feel like I met you. I don't know where. I talked to a lot of Gwinnett officers.
Yeah.
Like QTs, I love top Gwinnett officers.
Well, when I was on the road, I was at the QT getting that drink.
That's a guarantee you can find officers at Quick Trip.
Y'all have Quick Trip down there too?
Where?
At Dorville.
Yeah, we got 3 of them.
Yeah.
It's terrible. The one off B5 is absolutely terrible because Marta.
The homeless people just sit right there.
Absolutely terrible.
Yeah. Yeah, any good Quick Trips you can hang out at? Because that would be my
yeah, the one off right before you guys is off Winter Shovel.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. That's a good one.
That's a main one, right?
Yeah. No, the truck stop the one off Pleasant.
Yeah. Because I always bring, like, I've worked nights 5 years, so I always brought my food and used the Quick Trip microwave. Did you bring your own food, or like do you go out? Y'all have time to go out?
Yeah. Yeah, we had time to eat, man. It's calmed down. It's a lot of places out there. There's like Hispanic food and it's like Chinese food and
I feel like every time I try to go eat, I'd either walk into a restaurant, get in a drive-through, and an alert tone would go off. Something. I'm like, not eating now.
We got backup officers that pretty cool backup officers.
Yeah,
they'd be like, all right, you still 10-6? But yeah.
Man, y'all sound like y'all got each other's backs, whereas I don't think ours do that quite as much.
It's your call, man. You handle it.
I'm see who else would help you out with this.
Does the leasing office have cameras, do you know of?
Please tell them.
Or like the camera that's not really a camera?
I don't know. I've seen cameras out there, but I don't know. I have no access to them.
You don't know if they work?
So that's something I get you guys to do, because I like.
We tell all the complexes.
Because we have Interrogation out the butt.
I bet y'all do.
Like my truck I broke into, I locked it, okay?
Nah, you're one of those guys. Come on, man.
But my truck got broke into, and it was called Interrogation in progress a few months back, I want to say. My girl got home, she was like, hey, babe, I know a little bit about police, and I like these guys are breaking the cars. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, well, they all got ski masks on, they're riding slow riding, they call it slow riding, or she calls it slow riding. And I was like, all right. So I was there watching, they broke right by me. They got out, looked in the car, da-da-da. I was like, oh God. Then they saw me. I was in my truck, man. Then they saw me. Then I kind of like left, stuff like that. So I kind of like followed them. I was like, trying to call my dad. And I looked over and it was a car. The window wasn't broke, the doors open, receipts all on the ground.
So you rummaged through it? They went through it all?
Yeah, they, door checked it over. I guess they did. I don't know. They went out, they drove, it just took off, hit gas, or whatever.
What kind of car was it?
It was like a Lexus, like a older style Lexus with a temp tag. Temp tag was always it was temp tag. It was like destroyed. I was trying to get tagged because I wasn't 1080. I was like, whatever, bro, you know. So I saw going out. I forgot where he was sitting at. Can't really remember. He was sitting somewhere. I pulled up and said, hey, Aaron Auto Perps. I don't know if y'all forget no more. They went that way in this car. He was like, all right, I'll let the guys know. And I went back home with her.
There you go. Are there any like weird suspicious people that are commonly going through? Because I know we got a couple of apartment complexes that have like the same homeless dude walk around, hang around. You got anybody weird like that?
Yeah. So I don't know if he's been there. I mean, I haven't seen him, but it's a couple. So it's a couple that used to live on the property. I know exactly where they work at. Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
Right there in Norcross. You know that? Right there off. It's a car wash, Blue Sky car wash, right there in Norcross, Beaver Road. And the reason I know he worked there because I got a membership there with my patrol car, and I get to work.
You saw him there?
Yeah. And him and his girlfriend used to live on the property, but he's a gangbanger. He caused a lot of issues on the property. I was never really on him, but hey man, I used to try to be the cool ones. Hey, the leasing office trying to kick you out of here. Don't do that, you know. So I don't have to be bad guys. I still live on the property.
Oh yeah.
But he's like drug deals, just on private property. Apparently, I think he's Crip. That's from what I heard, and he wears a bandana and stuff like that. But I'm not gang certified, of course. But I think he carries a gun. And after they kicked him off the property, that's all I see him on the property walking. I'm pretty sure he thinks his girlfriend used to still live there, but that's all I always see him on the property. And they used to call.
Do you remember his name or anything?
Oh God, I don't know his name.
Did y'all ever CT him?
Listen up, so they want to do stuff, but then they don't want to do stuff.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to it, they don't do it, right?
Yeah, so it's like they used to call me and be like, hey, remember that guy we evicted? Like, yeah, he's like, well, he's on the property. I'm like, if his family lives there, he could come on the property. You know, you can't stop somebody from visiting if you don't have no, you know. So he's the only one. It's a lot of foot traffic at night.
Like in the complex or like just on the outside?
Outside and inside, really.
Okay. I mean, they probably use it as a cut through, right? Isn't that like a side gate?
Yes, it was a cut through. I was talking to one of the West Side guys, and it was like, there's so many businesses back there. Yeah. Whatever business back there used to get broken into in the back, and they used to use the cut through, not by my, I don't know where, I seen people walking through it.
not my building, the building right here, and it's like down the hill, so like it's a cut back there. I don't know where it leads. I never walked through it, but I see foot traffic through there all the time. Like people walk through there all the time, but I'm on my business, bro.
Probably to get up to that intersection or food line or all those businesses, right? Isn't that the path that leads?
It's on that area, but I don't know exactly where it comes out at. But they said like people breaking in the back of the businesses and run through the complex all the time.
What's this guy look like?
All right, so he's a tall, light-skinned, brown-skinned male. He has hair. His hair, I don't know if he still has a blonde at the top of it, but it's like it maybe dyed at the top of it.
Oh, like the tips?
Yeah, it's not twisted, but last time I saw it wasn't twisted. Eyes a little bit. At work. His girlfriend, you want his girlfriend? His girlfriend's short, I think she's white. No, she's a white female, freckles, really short. I don't know her name. She has like blonde back hair, straight, kind of short.
What kind of hair?
A blonde and black.
Kind of like, what was it, like the
highlights?
ombre?
Yeah, highlights, you say?
Where it's like, is it highlights or is it like that? My wife just taught me this thing called ombre, where it's like dark and then it fades and like midway down goes to blonde or something.
Ombre. But yeah, them two used to be on property a lot. I see a lot of foot traffic through the property. I had nothing to really alarms me and stuff like that. But
is there any other like problem apartments like that are constantly the ones getting called on? Like any like party apartments?
Yes. When you first pull in the complex, I don't know exactly which one or what building. When you first pull in the complex, past the trash cans to the left. It's
like that,
guys out there.
Like where that construction crane was?
After that.
That next, okay.
It's either not right there, but right before you turn to the left to go down the hill towards my area.
Yeah.
They party out there a lot. I get noise playing calls up there. I'm not going out there for music. You know, in cars, they're out there drinking, stuff like that. The office is closed, so if it's like they get crazy and rowdy, stuff like that, then the people will call Gwinnett, you know. That probably sounds terrible crazy.
Nah, dude, like I said, man, I worked down south side and this one would call us. Like, it'd be a simple noise complaint, like something very simple he could do, and he would actually call us through dispatch. Like, he wouldn't make the person call, So, but, you get man.
That I never really seen the guys, stuff like that. You know, they be out there listening to music, drinking. I heard it passing by before when I leave.
Yeah.
But they're not drinking at your apartment, bro. You know?
Does like BJ and Marlon and them, do you know if they hang out at those, like that place?
No,
like,
they're not saying good kids, but they play basketball, they go swimming. I don't know really which that's where I see them at.
Maybe you're entering auto perks.
I don't know, man. The kids, they play basketball and stuff, so I don't think they're, you know.
They
be young, I guess, yeah. I got a couple guys right now that went to high school with, play football, and they're in prison. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. What'd they do?
I think one was internals, one was armed robbery. But these kids, you never would have thought it was like.
Yeah.
I was like quiet kids in school. Wow. But them. That's it.
So there's no other apartment that, you know, raises an eye or anything like that?
I mean, I had a problem apartment. Like that guy we kicked out. When I talked to him, he was cool. You know, he was mad, but he was cool. He was like, they're doing me dirty. They won't let me pay my rent. They want to take me to court and say I have to pay my rent. How am I supposed to do this? To me, he had valid concerns.
Yeah.
You know, that was under Miss Laura. You know, so
it sounded like Miss Laura was kind of a dick.
I guess. To me, he had valid concerns. So, other than that, I don't know. Miss Laura or Miss Giannis might have better. Not Giannis, what's her name? Jessie might have. She's been there short now, but she knows a lot. She might have better stuff for y'all, but
yeah.
Anybody else?
What about, so I know I asked about the cameras at the leasing office.
Yeah.
So when I lived in an apartment, I had like a Ring doorbell at my apartment. So do you see any Ring doorbells or anything like that are around, or do you have one?
No, I have a Blink camera.
Where's that?
Yeah, on my door.
Okay, is it like, so when you open your door, it's right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, so like when the front door, you know, like doorbell camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one. I got this one because I had a Ring one and it was terrible. It didn't pick up.
Oh, I'm a Ring guy.
Yes, but you probably have a newer one. I got mine off Amazon. And
I got mine on Amazon.
Like it didn't pick up.
You gotta get those Amazon days.
It didn't pick up anything.
Nothing.
Like
well,
so
like the Pro. Was it the Pro? Cause I got the ring pro. Ah, you gotta get the ring pro. You gotta get the ring
It might be that when my girlfriend's arguing, she smashed it a little bit.
Well, I mean, that might be why it didn't work.
So
Does the blink still work?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it works really well though. It works like if you pick up people, like if somebody was in their car and opened their door, it'll pick up. Like I know my girlfriend used to get home.
Dang.
Yeah, it's cool.
Anyone in your neighbors have anything like that? Or?
After the internados and stuff that I heard about, and apparently it was more internados that nobody told me about when I was meeting with her every Monday. Like, tell you, oh crap, I need to meet with her. She would tell me about stuff. She's like, let's meet right in the car and stuff like that. I was like, unless you get gates, which is still not going to stop it.
Yeah.
And I said, I tried to get the west side. No, I didn't do it. No lie.
Yeah.
I tried to get the west side, get patrol. I was like, internal was going to happen. I said, we're in Metro Atlanta. Internal was going to help people to lock their doors.
Yep, there you go.
I said, because I see videos, they don't really breaking windows anymore.
No.
They see a bag.
They see something.
Yeah, door checking.
Yeah.
Well, cameras. I tell them all the time. Get cameras. It's the best way to see stuff. You know, get cameras. Trying to think. I know the office doesn't have cameras.
How long have you had your camera for?
That ain't been that long. It's a few months.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the ring? How much further did you have the ring?
I had a ring since I moved in. I moved in, but I didn't know about the
What made you pick, like, cause, I mean, I work down there, so like, what made you pick like that apartment complex?
Just called around, bro.
And nothing closer to like work or anything.
I just called around.
Called around for?
I was at my mom's house. I wanted to move out.
Yeah.
You know. I just called around
For like hey, do you have a courtesy spot open?
Yep. I'm literally still calling because that's cool. I'm trying to get out of the Norcross area, bro. I'm so tired.
So did your mom stay close by, or?
Yeah, she stays close by.
Yeah.
Where's she?
That's good.
Still over there off. Sorry, brain fart. What's that road? Arkway.
Okay.
Oh, Beaver Road.
Yeah.
Is she in a house or apartment?
House. Oh, yeah. Trying to tell her to get cameras. Her and her neighbors don't have cameras. So it's like trying to tell her and her neighbors to get cameras. The only person that has a camera that I know of is down the street. This girl used to go to house with Emily. Her mom has cameras because she asked me, "It's people's in our neighborhood," and I saw it. And she was like, "Hey, what am I about to do about this? We're about to leave because this is crazy." I was like, "Lock your doors, in Metro Atlanta." Yeah. She had like the flood, like, so come on.
Yeah. Tries to scare them away.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just called around. Those places in Dunwoody right now, I was looking at, they called me back there, messing with me. So that's a nicer area.
Dunwoody's nice area.
Isn't that nice down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
A place with a gate. Really,
maybe controlled access. You know,
even though with those, I know those are, it's like my girlfriend lives in Dunwoody and I get their gate all the time.
Yeah, but it's still still lessen.
Yeah.
I know you said that one of your rounds you jumped in your truck was right around. Like, do you typically will you put on like your uniform to go? No, plain clothes.
Yeah. I don't even go out on people and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I just
not worth it.
Like I barely patrol if I do, but if I do, I ride around a little bit. Ride around because one of the complaints that they used to say they never see the courtesy officer ride around.
Yeah.
They never see the courtesy officer ride around. So. Try to ride around a little bit. That's it. If I see something, I don't never see anything. If I see something, wave people, go.
In your truck or in your Explorer?
Depends. Most times in my truck, because I be leaving. What I do is I try to patrol it and leave.
Yeah. Well, like
so nobody thinks that you stay there
when you're going to the gym or something. Just do an extra.
I do a patrol and I'll park at the leasing office and go in and work out. Or run. What I started doing now is by the park at the soccer field right next to it.
Yeah.
So the track thing, I run that.
There you go.
But.
How long have you been in the military? You're National Guard, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
2018.
2018? What was that, 4 years? Coming up on 5 years?
Yeah, I was in high school when I joined, so.
So you did like an ROTC program?
Yeah, I did split up, so between my junior and senior year, I went to basic training, and then after I graduated, played high school, played football, stuff like that, then went to MP school.
Okay, I didn't know you did that.
Yeah.
So when did you do MP school?
2019.
So you're out of high school at that point?
Yeah.
And where's that at?
MP school?
Yeah.
Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Dang.
So
how long is that? Like 8 weeks or something?
Yeah, 10.
10?
So if I did the whole thing at once, it would have been 20, but it's 10.
Oh, so you did basic and then...
Came back and then did...
Where'd you go to basic at?
Fort Leonard Wood, MP school still.
That's cool. You like that?
MP?
Yeah, it's cool. I'm about to get out.
Yeah, I had a buddy, he was Air Force MP. He didn't last very long.
It's inconvenienced my life, you know, like I'm trying to buy a house and...
It's extra money though, right?
$200, you know.
A month or what?
During for drills, $200 check, you know. For my lane.
Once a week or once a month?
Yeah.
So $200 a month?
Yeah.
That's not a lot, man.
So it's really... I mean, they got good benefits, stuff like that. Like I'm staying into the end of this contract, trying to get my B home loan.
Oh,
yeah, there you go. Yeah, help you out buying a house. That's good.
Other than that, that's all it really is.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think Carter's here. Let us just step out and brief her so we shouldn't ask any more questions. We'll just see if she's got anything else. Okay. All right. You want some more water or anything?
Oh yeah, pass some water.
Yeah, I'll get you for you.
God, guns off and everything, man.
Oh, that's our policy.
I know. I'm just. Hey, you call me? One second. You said brown Nissan what?
It's a brown
Here you go, man.
maybe it's Almera or it's a big sedan with windows tinted. And this car has been here in front of the office, around. Apparently it's a young man. Our manager went out to ask him if he needs something that we can help him. He said, no, I'm waiting for someone, it's okay. But the car was around, coming back to the parking lot in front of the office, driving around again. And
you said a brown Nissan?
A Nissan, it might be like a reference, it's a big sedan, like a Nissan Almera or something like that. I don't remember, we couldn't see plate number or...
Yeah. Is it at the leasing office?
No, Johnny saw him around the building, 62, around there. But to be honest, since that, maybe for about half an hour ago, something like that, I haven't seen it anymore.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm talking to Gwinnett guys right now, and then I'll check it out.
Yeah, thank you, man.
All right, brother. Call me back if you need anything.
If I see it again, I will test you.
Okay, thank you.
No, thank you, Mike. All right.
Bro, they're asking me questions like I did.
Yeah, nothing. It's weird. They're asking me questions and stuff about the apartment complex. We did likes to walk around and stuff. And yeah, just give you an update. But what? About what? About what? About what? You have my location. I'm gonna send it to you. No, look at my location. I'm out here in Lawrenceville right now. Yeah.
Hey!
Hey, how you doing?
Are you mad at me?
Well, I'm mad at you.
Because I had you sitting here waiting for me.
No, you good. Hey, I'm Carter.
How are you?
Sorry, good.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch. Y'all can be back at 1:35 and in the dining room. Thank you. All right, we're adjourned till 1:35.
Did you do anything with that?
What day was I really don't remember.
Yeah, I know.
I was back then, I don't know. I don't really remember what I did that day. But
because the officer wrote in his report that you like possibly did patrols or something, so that could have happened. So I'm just trying to figure out like what time you would do patrols and.
I try to do patrols sometimes at night or in daytime.
That would make more sense.
Yeah, in daytime, but what did I do that? I don't know what we did that day. Me and my girlfriend, I have no clue.
Okay, would she know? We have better memory than you. No,
I don't think.
What's her name?
Synovia.
Synovia. Oh, how you spell that?
SANOVIA.
I'm gonna tell her. What's her last name?
Parks, PARK.
Parks?
Park, yeah.
You know her birthday?
Yeah, June 26, 02.
That's the one.
I was about to be like, I'm gonna call and tell her yes. All right. How long have you guys been together?
About 3 years.
Okay. She lived with you?
Yeah. Well, she did. She just went back to her mom's recently, but she been living with me.
Oh.
Yeah, long story.
That's okay. I get it. So you say you don't know where you guys went. Did you get food, something?
We always get food. Yeah, we're probably sure. It was a while ago. It was a few months back.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we got food, stuff like that. We hang out a lot. We ride around, hang out, go chill, everything.
Okay. When you patrol, do you like talk to the kids or anything? I know there's a lot of kids around there. Or the community members or whatever.
Not really. Not when I patrol. Like I told them, I know a lot of the kids in the neighborhood, stuff like that.
Like
BJ, a couple kids that play basketball. Everybody that play basketball, I kind of know. Not know, but I play basketball with.
Yeah.
That's it, right? But I don't remember ever while patrolling, stopping, talking to kids, whatever.
Do you have any issues with them like smoking weed and stuff outside?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Okay. So you don't talk to them or anything?
I told the one guy I only talked to about that, he doesn't live there anymore. He works at the Blue Sky Car Wash.
Yeah.
The Blue Sky?
Possibly Crip.
Well, duh.
Yeah.
You gotta work there.
Yeah.
Where's it at?
Beaver Run.
Blue Sky Car Wash?
Yeah.
Beaver Run is what? I'm trying to think, where's that?
Can't think of the cross street.
No, you're good. I just don't remember that one. It could have been another one and then it just got renamed. Okay. So you said he may know something, or?
Yeah, I don't know if he would, but he might. He was always in the neighborhood. The apartment manager used to always call and be like, this guy, remember that guy we kicked out? But yeah, he was like, he's in the neighborhood. I was like, can't really do anything about that. But
okay. What did you hear about it? Did anyone call you about it, like the apartment complex or anything?
I told them I was at the pool one day, and every kids they mentioned it and stuff like that, and they were just talking about they were just arguing with her and stuff like that.
Who?
I keep saying his name Marlon. I do not think his name is Marlon.
You said Marlon Jr. and BJ.
Junior, BJ. And I don't know if his name is Marlon. It's a heavyset black kid. I don't know if his name is Marlon.
Yeah.
I know Marlon like that. So they was saying they was arguing with the heavyset black kid right before she went missing or something like that.
She was arguing with the heavyset black kid?
Yeah.
Is that Marlon?
I think his name is Marlon.
But that's who you're referring to when you say Marlon, the heavyset black kid.
Yeah.
What were they arguing about?
I have no clue. I don't know if they was actually arguing, but joining. Y'all
yeah, I know what Josh is. Yeah, I know what it is.
But that's the last thing I heard besides like the news and like Facebook posts and stuff.
Have you ever seen her? She used to be over there quite a bit.
Oh, okay. I haven't recognized the picture. I haven't recognized it.
Have you seen a picture of her? Okay. So when you made the report, you said that you possibly went out like patrolling that night. Do you remember anything sticking out, anything that stands out to you?
Not really. That time, no. That was a while ago, man. So, but nothing of the last thing I remember, like for that was the Arenado guys.
Yeah.
That wasn't. I don't think that wasn't during that time though.
Did you see what they looked like?
No, they all had masks on, stuff like that. That was the story.
His girl came home and said there's some dudes with scab. She's like, I'm not a cop, but I think I know something's going on because there's a bunch of dudes ski masks going in the car.
Yeah, you don't have to be trained to listen.
Yeah, but no, that's it.
Did she see what kind of what race they were? If they're boy, male, female? You think they're black?
Yeah.
Okay. So I probably would want to talk to Synovia about that just to see if she recalls something. Do you have her phone number?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna judge you on that one. I'm not gonna call you out on it.
Oh, Jesse, just call me. Jesus Christ.
Who's Jesse?
The property manager.
Oh, okay. Do you need us to kind of cover for you?
For what?
I don't know why she called. Do you get in trouble if you don't answer?
No.
Okay.
44-226-2429.
Let me not put this. I'm gonna get confused. This is Zenobbia's. Okay. Do you see any other like teenagers walking around regularly?
Yeah, there's a lot of foot traffic though.
Can you describe any of them to me in particular?
I just know people walk. When I be leaving the complex, I see families walking. There's just foot traffic. I never really pay attention to it. Never really had to.
When you are patrolling, are there particular areas that you sit?
Yeah, sort of. I got patrol the neighborhood, and then that's really just neighborhood.
Okay. Is there like, I know when I used to do it, I would have like certain, there's usually like parking lots and stuff that we would sit in. Do you have anywhere like that?
Not really. I go, like recently I go, like, so, girlfriend's car cheating a little bit. I cheated first, whatever. So long story, whatever. So I had cameras in the house, whatever. So I used to go sit, like a good place I used to sit was right there in the neighborhood.
You can pull up a picture? Will that help? Like Google Maps?
No, it was in the neighborhood. It was right in front of the leasing office and down, like to the left.
Well, from my understanding, I'll just pull it up. No, you're good. I'm a visual person.
Yeah.
Because I only know about that exit gate that's on Singleton. I don't remember ever really coming in here.
Yeah, I go out the exit gate sometimes, go around, but that's it.
There's a pool right here.
Okay, so this is the leasing office. Sometimes I sit right here, and sometimes I come down here and sit just to watch the camera and start conversations.
Oh, to make sure.
It's
toxic.
On your own camera at your apartment.
But yeah, something going to
at least that's easy to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Sometimes, what's the entrance? Sometimes I come out, go around, come down here. Sometimes come down here. Stuff like that, really.
Okay. So, I know that your gun was stolen. Do you know if it was located or anything yet?
No, I've already been.
I haven't run it yet. We probably need to check that, see if it's still. But they would have called you. Your glasses have distracted the hell out of you. What?
He missing lady and they broke.
What? Look, Gwinnett County about to buy. Oh, you went there. I was about to say.
Look, these are 8 up. Like.
What is that? Let me see.
That's the
missing nose.
That is so cool.
I had an eyeglass appointment.
How did you do that? It's peace.
It's broken.
Oh, I thought you put that on there.
It's broken.
No, I thought that like you put that there in place of it.
Yeah.
Lord Jesus, I'm about to break more. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oakley.
Yeah.
Standard issue. 45% discount. And they do prescription.
I know, but
So, but, hold on. It's been a while since I've been over there. Because I know that that's the entrance. There's an exit on
yeah, there's an exit
somewhere.
gate. Where's it at?
I know it's hard to see.
One second.
Go for it.
Pool, exit gates. Crap. I think it's over here somewhere. It's right. I think it's right here. I think it's right there. Wait, that's a building. No.
It's kind of hard to see, right?
Yeah, it's over there in the area somewhere.
You ever park in these parking lots to like watch people come in and
right here?
Walk out? Yeah.
No.
Really?
At the.
That's probably a good idea to do.
Where at the
just park
at that truck spot?
Either one. So either I think there's like a Mexican grocery store there used to be, and then there's a bunch of places like right there or across the street where Checkers used to be.
Yeah. Oh no.
You really want to? Well, I guess that since you're a courtesy officer, you probably don't want to get into shit.
Yeah, I don't want. Look, you know what? I don't care about my job that much. To sit in a parking lot and watch for criminals. I don't care about.
Like I said, you don't want to shit where you eat, so
yeah, I don't care. Yeah.
Then
I ride around. That's it.
You're in the Army too, right? How long?
4 or 5 years now.
What's your MOS?
MP.
You're an MP?
Yeah.
Okay. Where you go to basic?
Fort Leavenworth.
Fort Leavenworth? How was that?
It was cold.
Oh, you went there in the winter?
He went in between his junior and senior year of high school.
Okay.
Yeah, that was basic, but for AIT.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so you did it. They let you do it as a senior reserve?
Yeah, National Guard.
Oh, you're National Guard, okay. That probably had to be weird, and then go from like a structured life to go back and then finish. Oh, that'd be annoying. And then, so where'd you go to AIT at?
For officers.
Really? That's the same? That sucks. Because I remember, so I went to Jackson, and everyone talked about how relaxed
you in the Guard?
Jackson.
Or the Reserve?
No, I was in the Army.
Oh, okay.
So everyone talked about how Fort Jackson was so easy. So I was
Relax in
like, oh,
Jackson.
bet this is about to be
Relax in
awesome.
Jackson.
I get there and I got a fucking wake up call, and it was not easy. But then I went to AIT in San Antonio, and it was so much fun.
You a medic?
Medical logistics.
Oh, okay.
So I did 10 years. But I got out when I had my son. I was like, I can't do this no more. And then I was transitioned from active duty to reserve, and it was horrible. I don't know how you do Guard. It's horrible.
I'm about to get out. It sucks, but I'm trying to save money, you know?
Where do you drill at?
Monroe.
In Monroe?
Yeah, or Decatur. Decatur's the main one.
Okay, y'all go back and forth?
Yeah, 170, the battalion in Decatur.
170th? 170th what?
This MP is a company.
170th MP? Yeah. Okay. So when you are a drill, they just put you like in a, like, do you do MP shit, or you sit in a corner like every other person? And okay, see, that's annoying. That's what I hate.
Absolutely nothing.
See, I would think you would give like the people at the gate a break.
We don't, it's not really a gate. It's an armory, so it's like a little building, that's it, you know.
Okay, well, still sucks.
Yeah, it sounds terrible.
Okay, all right, so your gun, I want to check that really quick to see if it was found. Oh my goodness. Plus, so we can get it back for you.
What kind of gun was it?
It was a Glock.
Glock?
Yeah.
Like a new one, or because they just came out with the Glock 47.
No, it was a Glock 19. I love that because I miss it.
Yeah. Did you replace it?
No.
Dang.
I carried I have a SIG.
Yeah.
I mainly SIG, so I love that gun, but I never really carried it.
Have you looked at staccatos?
I heard about those. Yeah,
I got one.
But we just went to SIG P226s.
Yeah.
So the striker fire, I'm still trying to get used to the double single action.
Yeah.
So that's what you use at work, a SIG?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I like Glock. It's cool. I carried it when I used to do like off-duty work sometimes, but I haven't carried it. And even before it was stolen, I didn't carry it in a minute. It was just in the truck more like if I need it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I remember why I asked about you sitting on the side too. Let me see. So when you, look, I'm not judging you. I literally been there, done that with you and your girlfriend.
Yeah.
You didn't leave the complex ever? She didn't have your location?
No, she didn't have my location, but I used to drive around like a lot.
Yeah, no, there was like a movie, or not a movie, there was security footage that the family went and got, and it looks like, I was wondering if maybe that was like you sitting in the parking lot, because it's really close to the exit, and it would make sense like if you were sitting there, just like watching, but you're patrolling, I get it, but also like listening to your girlfriend, because that's what I would do.
Where at?
Let me see. It's like
Plaza?
It's like right out there. Let me, where's the video? I'm gonna pull it up for you.
Yeah, if you get a chance, get a staccato.
Staccato.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit next. So you're good. I'm gonna just sit next to you.
Axon capture.
Yeah, use Axon?
Yeah.
I think they're monopolizing the whole thing.
I think it's good. I like it. So it's a kind of a video, but it looks like there's a black truck over here, and I know that you patrol in your truck. So, but it's like right there by the exit. So I was like, ooh, maybe that's him. But if you were talking,
right there?
Yeah.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
Yeah, I never went to what is that, the gas station?
I don't even know what it is. The family got it.
Oh, yeah, no.
I think it's a adult daycare or something. It's not a business that you would expect.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, no.
Okay. Where is that?
The
like
daycare?
Yeah.
The daycare? I know that's right there before across from Tech. I know where that. Tech drive the check and stuff like that. It's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't remember. I don't think I ever sat there.
And you haven't heard anything?
No, I haven't.
Have you had any suspicious persons?
I told you, like, these people that walk through the neighborhood. Yeah. That's it. Like, I wouldn't even think the guy I told you about. I don't think because he just
the blue sky guy.
Yeah, I don't think he would be.
He's just a dope head.
Yeah. God, I feel like a perv. This is the area.
Oh, I'm sorry. We just don't have anywhere else.
You're good. This is Miranda and everything. I get Miranda, but
Yeah. We're just doing everything we can to figure out this girl.
Have you watched the news? Like, they're doing the same thing they do for us anyway. Like, Like,
so my girlfriend told me something started on the shoe with it. I'll sue the police.
Honestly,
They're
there's not really.
roasting our department. I don't know why. Like,
She literally like did drugs and
Yeah.
For real?
yeah, she like smoked. She not like hardcore drugs, but she smoked weed.
Everybody smokes weed.
Exactly.
You know, I don't smoke weed or relax. I don't smoke weed.
I smoked weed before I started working
when I was in high school.
here. Yeah. I'm getting my surgeon to check because my computer, I don't want it to die right now.
Being I think I ever sit in plastics or nothing.
Do you know if your complex has cameras?
I was just talking to them about that, bro. I think they do, but I don't know if they work. I've seen them, but I don't know if they work. It's so stupid. A lot of them. I told them, like, I don't have access to it. I asked the old property manager for access to them, and she was like, I don't know if I have access, And I was like, okay, they don't. I didn't kind of push the issue, but it could definitely help the internals. Yeah, but a lot of the internals don't go report it, because I told you, like, the residents, like, the guy Fabian, he's one of the assistants. He called me, he was like, hey, 32, got his car broken into, stuff. I was like, okay, did you get the reports of it? No, they didn't call the police. They have to call the police, make a report. Well, it might help.
I mean, if you just don't care about your stuff or getting it back, whatever, but a lot of the complexes down there don't have cameras, and it's a shame.
It's crazy because it's so cheap, you know? Like,
and we could definitely it could help solve and link a lot more things. Or at least get flock cameras. Do y'all utilize flock on the road? Yeah. Flock's amazing.
Oh man. Okay. He's looking onto that. Sorry. Hopefully we can get you out of here soon. What building are they usually outside smoking weed at? Do you know?
Property manager probably would know. She get more complaints than I do. I've heard when you first pull in the complex, you go like past the trash cans. Oh, I told you there's loud music. Yeah, loud music there. I would say there. That's I really know. Nobody really on my side. My downstairs there where he smokes weed, but they smoke in the bathroom. I don't care, But I don't trip about weed, bro.
No, there's too much of it out there to worry
about weed, man.
I use the weed to get in the car and find the other drugs.
Yeah,
that's weed, man. That's the way to do it.
So, which route do you usually take to drill?
Drill, I take 316.
316.
316. I get off on Harbins and go that route.
I have no idea where Monroe is. I probably should.
So 316, you get off on Harbins, you take a right, and you just keep straight all the way down.
Okay, and then I'm from Henry County, so I don't know. I just live here now, but I don't leave Gwinnett usually. So you go out there for drill, and then y'all have AT or something, right?
AT, yeah.
Okay. Do you ever go out there for anything else other than drill?
Well, my grandma lives in Lawrenceville.
But that's not down 316.
Yeah, no, she lives in Lawrenceville, down 316 there,
yeah.
But
not towards like Barrow
like
and Monroe and Harbin.
Yeah, so we have a range out there in Barrow. I have family that live in Winder.
When you say they, who? Like the department or?
Yeah, we use Barrow County range, so.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes they let you use the range. They won't let us use
I used to go to the academy in Athens, so I just drive.
Okay.
I like to drive, especially when I'm into it with my girlfriend. I drive. I drive to Atlanta, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So basically, my sergeant just confirmed. So we did find your gun, actually. Yeah. So that just like raises suspicion even more. Not with you, but like I think it's the same person who probably, because it wasn't listed as stolen before, but I couldn't figure out who had found it. But you watch the news, you know we found Savannah, but there was actually a gun found out there too.
For real?
Yeah. And it's the same serial number. He just verified it.
It's crazy.
I know. So help me walk through it a little bit. Like help me some kind of way. Did you ever go out there do you know where she was found?
316 somewhere.
Yeah. Do you ever go in the woods and stuff out there?
In the woods, no.
Is there any reason why you would have dropped it out there maybe?
No.
Do y'all do any training out there or anything?
Not over there at least.
Okay. So I'm just curious. That's so crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Wow. Crazy. So you only go over there when you have to go to drill and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Dang. So do y'all do
Like
It's been-
woodland ops or anything?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of like military training.
No.
I don't know. For like SWAT, we do woodland ops.
Yeah, but no, if we do, it wouldn't be. It would be a Fort Stewart. It wouldn't be in our area. It wouldn't be in our
Oh,
area.
they make you go all the way down there?
Yeah, that's where we do our AT stuff.
I hate that shit.
But yeah,
I hate that drive. They can even go to barracks down there.
It's decent.
Yeah.
I've been to Fort McClellan in Alabama.
Where's that? I've never been there.
It's in Alabama.
Okay.
That's crazy. I found my gun.
So,
Do you think it's involved?
I mean, that's a crazy coincidence.
Yeah.
Because I think it got stolen from you the same day. So it's probably someone that was walking around out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Think about,
That's really weird.
try to think hard with me. Even if it's like a pattern that you normally do. I really need you right now. I'm sorry. I'm just.
Did you know her at all, Morales? Nothing? Never saw her like playing basketball or anything with the other kids?
Never. I didn't recognize her at all. That is crazy.
Well, good news, we have your gun.
Yeah, at least one back now.
At least it's not in the hands of some criminal, you know? Or at least it's found.
Back now.
I'm trying to think. Okay, so were you watching your girlfriend at that point already?
When? That night?
In June, yeah.
I think so.
I mean, July, sorry.
I think so.
When was the first time she cheated on you?
It's been probably back and forth months, and it's months.
So since y'all been together like 3 years, right?
Yeah, it's been months. It's
So-
back and
Why
forth.
don't you just call it? I mean,
I love
They did, that's what they do. But you're young, you're like, I feel so different. Like, I thought I got married when I was a little bit younger than you. Probably like 20, and then now it's like we're completely different people. So take a break. You never know. Maybe that's what y'all are doing now with the thing. So you don't remember when she started cheating on you and you started watching her?
It's been off and on. Her messing with other guys, stuff like that.
Okay.
But it's nothing actually really solid stuff like that. But when I say we're never there, we drive around a lot. Me and her both. You know?
Where y'all go?
Everywhere. We literally drive in circles.
Think of some places. Think somewhere. Do you go anywhere locally over there?
We drive in circles sometimes.
Why?
That's what we do.
You just drive in circles?
Literally, she'll turn on music.
Gas too expensive for that.
So last night I went to a part-time.
Yeah, don't you have diesel? Do you have diesel?
No.
I don't know about trucks. So.
I went to a part-time last night in Atlanta. She dropped me off, and she literally drove around Atlanta from 7 to 12.
In your work car?
No, my truck.
Oh, you work part-time in your truck?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a city part. It's like a side job. Right?
Oh, okay. All right. Feeling wet.
Just security.
So is it, you weren't like in your police uniform? Like
Yeah, it was just security.
thing?
BDUs
Yeah.
and just pat people down at the door, make sure bring guns in.
They let y'all do that?
Was it cash?
It's a hookah lounge. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
They let y'all do that? Or it's like a DL kind of thing?
No, they let us. Yeah.
Okay.
Not through the city, but they let us. As long as I'm not acting as Dorville, stuff like that, I don't shoot nobody or nothing. Yeah.
Okay. That's crazy though.
Man, y'all got a lot looser restrictions. Our part-times are very, it's gotta be in Gwinnett, gotta be this, gotta be that.
All right.
Very strict.
I need you to think really hard though with me. I'm dependent on you right now. Look, I want to be like Dorville police officer, help us solve the Susana Morales case. Think of anybody that was out there that night, because I know you were out there patrolling that night. Think of anything.
That's all I can really think of. Me and my girlfriend actually arguing that night. So I think I just was driving around.
What were y'all arguing about?
I got caught up with my side piece, and it's been back and forth. And that was around the same time. I think I just got back from Florida or something. That's around the same time.
How you get caught up?
My own story.
No, you got me invested now. Now I need some tea. Tell me.
When I went to Florida, I told her I was on a SWAT trip. Yeah, she found out with the girl. I was saying pictures and stuff.
You never let them take pictures of you.
I was getting back. It was stupid.
You were doing what?
Just getting back at her. She,
So you had just got back from Florida?
Yeah, I think not too long ago, yeah.
Okay, and then she caught you, and the other girl posted it on social media, and then y'all were fighting about it. Did y'all fight while y'all were out?
No, we were out. It's every day. Every day. I say it's every day. Every day.
Yeah, I know you said you remembered that you were fighting with her that night.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious, like, what made you remember that part? Maybe do you remember it because you remember a certain place? Like, what triggers that memory?
Just that night when you said patrolling and stuff like that, I remember that night was just riding around. I was mad at her and stuff like that. We ended up meeting at the QT later.
Yeah.
I don't know what night.
I think you did say that. You did tell the officer that, like, you had talked to one of our sergeants or something at a QT.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all met at the QT to talk about it or something?
And we was at chill. I ended up doing a report and everything.
You did a report?
I did a report right there.
For what? Oh, you were working?
Oh, no, I wasn't working. I was in my personal truck, but I had my laptop because I ride around. When I get mad, I ride around, do reports, ride around, do reports.
You have to take reports home?
Yeah. I'm not doing reports.
So on a road, at the road officer? And that's not, I'm not downplaying you, but I'm like, damn, they make you take reports home? I would have never done that as a road.
No, not on the road.
Are you on crime suppression, or you just work as a regular
patrol officer?
Okay. So you were working that time. You didn't have like AT or anything.
Yeah, I was on. That was regular.
Regular work.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know did you work that night?
That night?
Were you off that night?
I don't know.
I can't remember I don't know your schedule.
So I work nights. So I don't know. We just switched over to night shift. I don't know the exact dates. When did we switch over to night shift? I don't know. That old area, that old time is just because we do shift over in July.
Mm-hmm.
So I know I just got put back on nights. I don't know what day I was working or what day I was. They had it, whatever day that I was arguing with my girlfriend, stuff like that. I wasn't working, and then whatever day I was working, I wasn't there. So.
Okay. A little bit about your gun too. So I worked a ton of like entering autos before, and I read like entering auto reports. What kind of holster? Explain to me the holster. Because it's odd that someone would leave the holster behind too. Is there some reason in particular they may have? Is it like engraved to you or something?
No, it's a We the People holster. It just.
Is that a brand?
Yeah. Okay. It's a We the People holster. It sits when I did have it. I used to keep it like I carry my SIG P320. I carry that off duty everywhere. But that sits on the passenger side, inside the seat. So when I was there.
Oh, like in that little.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I wonder if they grabbed it, and it's easy. It's light retention,
Oh, okay. So they may have just pulled it and
I have no clue. But all I know, that's how I saw it. I looked down, the holster was sitting on the floor, on the passenger side floorboard. I was like, red flags right off the bat.
Did when you were riding around, did you drive over to like your family's house that lives in? You said Athens or something.
Athens?
Or did you just ride around Norcross?
I don't know. That night.
When you just ride around, is it common for you to leave Norcross? I mean, I would think you would just drive around.
Yeah, I live right around. I go to I go to Atlanta, everywhere. I'm not sure.
I mean, you remember fighting with your girlfriend that night in QT and stuff. Do you remember who went over?
Which QT did you end up at?
When I met with my girlfriend?
Yeah.
Was the one right there off Indian Trail.
Okay, right there, Indian Trail in Beaver Ruin?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Yeah.
So.
Did you go, just to confirm it, I'm just trying, you didn't go over where her body was found that night, right? To like in the woods or anything? Okay. All right.
I don't know where her body was found.
Off 316. Yeah, no, I can't even give you an address. I got coordinates. That's the only way I can get to it.
No, I just drove around. I don't know where I went. I just drove around. I remember that night that we argued, I drove everywhere. I drove absolutely everywhere.
Okay. And you said you never keep your work phone on you?
No, not really.
Do you let anyone borrow it?
No.
What about your regular phone? What service do you have?
Metro by T-Mobile.
Okay.
No, not Metro, sorry. Xfinity Mobile.
Xfinity Mobile.
I was looking at T-Mobile.
Okay.
How is Xfinity Mobile?
Yes.
Terrible. Did it used to be Verizon? Because Xfinity and Verizon used to be like a thing.
I think so. I'm not sure.
And then now I see like Xfinity Mobile. I just don't see it being reliable.
Yeah.
I just hate that light. I hate like sitting like it gives me headaches. That's why I'm kind of leaning over. Okay.
God, man, that girl.
All right.
I found my gun out there.
Yeah. And you said you've never seen her? Are you familiar with her at all? I'm just trying to think. All right, so that night, did you go up 316 at all?
Where did I drive? I don't know. Where did I drive that night? I know I went somewhere because I came back, but where did I go?
What's in your pocket? You got chips or something?
Yeah, I was on the way to my girlfriend's house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we broke up.
You're fine. Yeah. I get it. You ain't got to explain it to me.
Yeah, where I went, man.
You didn't go in the woodline contemplating life or anything, did you?
I'm not contemplating life. Not contemplating life.
I'm just joking with you. I'm making jokes. That's a creepy ass place to walk to.
I drove everywhere. I'm not sure where I drove. I met with a Gwinnett officer. If it's the same night, I met with a Gwinnett officer at a QT. I'm trying to see what QT was. I just met, what was it, like a lieutenant?
So you typically are shift. We got 1 lieutenant and 2 sergeants.
I just remember somebody rang. I was like, hey man, I was actually walking into the QT, and I was like, hey man, every time I say when I talk to him, I say anything about, you know, so and so, whatever, and it wasn't QT near me though. I don't know where it was. It wasn't QT near me.
It wasn't QT near you?
No.
Do you remember the guy's name?
I don't. It was like a heavy set white lieutenant. That's all I remember. I talked to him for like maybe 5 seconds.
I think you told the officer that day that you talked to someone on Indian Trail, the Quick Trip on Indian Trail.
Yeah, I talked to my.
So when you were making the report, you said I talked to one of your sergeants last night at the Quick Trip on Indian Trail. So basically that would mean you weren't in 316, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I went to that. It was the same night my girlfriend's argument. I remember we met up because I sat on passenger. I did a report.
Okay. What was the report for?
It was an accident. I think it was 41.
You better say you get that overtime.
You got a lot of 41s, Norville.
Yeah, no, it wasn't no overtime. It was a late report that needed to be done.
Okay, so you just went to a parking lot driving around and then doing reports?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just driving around. I don't know where. You say 316, man.
So that could have been in the parking lot.
No, I wasn't. I know for a fact that wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've never parked in a parking lot over there before.
It's probably smart.
Yeah, I wouldn't sit over there and do a report. Not even working.
God. I don't know where. I know I talked to a dude from, I remember I talked to a dude from Gwinnett.
White or black guy?
White.
The nicest Quick Trip around there is that new big one. Was it Oak Brook or Brook Hollow?
Brook Hollow.
And Jimmy Carter.
Oh yeah, that's the one on North Side.
Yeah, that's the big nice Quick Trip over there.
Brook Hollow. Indian Trail?
And no, Jimmy Carter. There's that really big Quick Trip on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really nice one.
I think I know what you're talking about.
It's on the city.
Is it on the city?
Yeah, it's on the city.
I didn't know. I mean, as you said, you stopped. That'd be another Quick Trip.
Yeah, no. So I know when I got back and then I was with my girlfriend and stuff like that. We talked and stuff like that, reports.
What kind of car does your girlfriend drive?
Honda CRV.
Oh, that's the SUV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, small. Good gas mileage?
I guess so. I'm really driving.
Well, better than your truck.
Yeah.
I got a similar truck to you, and it's terrible gas mileage.
Okay.
But yeah, that night. Yeah, I remember a little bit. Yeah, that night. Yeah, before that, man, I was with my girlfriend, actually. Mm-hmm. That night, I was riding around, I don't know what night it is, if this night in particular.
It's the night before you made the report with us. That should be memorable.
Yeah, I was trying to think about it. Man, that's what
I don't call this live, but I can tell you what I did when I made the report.
Yeah. I remember, yeah, oh, God, I remember that part. She tried to chase me. My girlfriend tried to chase me with her car.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean, I was driving around. I was driving, and I remember I was driving, and I was still in our area. I remember I was driving. She tried to chase me. Yeah, she tried to chase me. She tried to chase me with her car.
So y'all stayed in the area?
Yeah, me and her stayed in the area. I remember she chased me. Yeah,
like the Jerry Springer episode.
I don't know if this will help, but she chased me into an apartment complex. The one that's over there by where I live. Mm-hmm. She chased me in there.
Okay, so not Windscape, but another one?
Yeah.
Okay.
She chased me into the apartment complex. I think it's across it. If you go out our front entrance, it's across the street.
On the main entrance, not the exit?
Off Indian Trail?
No, it's in the main entrance.
Oh, the main entrance? So the exit entrance is on Singleton, and there's also an entrance on Indian Trail?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to...
I'm not sure. I think it's the main entrance.
Okay.
Yeah, but she chased me into there. I remember her car was behind me. I had bagged up. She thinks I'm sleeping with a girl over there. The whole time I saw her, I was trying to get away from her. So I bagged everything. She literally blocked my car in, put the headlights, see through my truck, got out, and was like, oh, what girl? It was just because she saw it in the truck. It was just me in the truck. And she's talking about, who girl?
Did you have a girl in?
Huh?
Did you have a girl in there?
In the truck? No. I don't know nobody over there. I was literally getting away from her.
Oh, so you don't have a girl that's over there?
No.
Where's the Florida girl live?
Oh, she lives on, not Ackworth. Austell, sorry.
Okay.
But you're from here, aren't you? You're from that area a little bit?
Yeah.
You know some people.
Yeah, I'm not really.
Do you know where, Susana didn't live in your complex, but do you know kind of where she lived?
From what I've seen, she lived nearby.
Like where?
I have no clue. She said she was walking home, and I don't know. They said she lived nearby, so I guess it'd be in the area. I don't think she lived in that apartment complex though. I don't think she lived in the apartment.
All right. I know she lived over there somewhere. I just can't remember.
Yeah, but I remember driving around at night, getting chased by my girlfriend. She blocking my car and almost hitting her car.
This was after y'all went out somewhere?
No, this is while I guess got me doing patrols on video or something like that. Yeah. So I guess while I was doing a patrol, she came in, blocked my. Oh man, what time was this? We're in. What time is this? I don't know what time it was, but
Was it dark outside?
Yeah, it was dark outside. Yeah, she pulled up.
It had been dark a while.
Yes, I think so. It was dark, and I think I did patrol that night. I think that's the same night I'm talking about. But because I remember I grabbed, because I remember it had to be. Yeah, it had to be after my gun store because I remember I had my SIG. My SIG. So yeah, I bagged in and tried to see. I turned off my light, see if she ride by and not see me, stuff like that. She knows my truck.
Y'all are crazy.
So she literally pulled her car up to mine, turned her brights on. You can't see anybody in the truck. You can see right through my truck.
That picture's on you.
Yeah.
So I know that you heard about it. Did you research it at all?
No.
Because we sent out bolos, which I probably got.
I haven't seen any bolos from y'all, stuff like that, but I just seen the news.
Okay, you didn't look up it at all? You didn't look it up at all?
What you mean look it up?
The case status or anything? I know, you live in the area, so I would want to know, I use social media for everything, so I would have looked on social media, tried to get something, because, you live in the area, you might know what to look for. So that's what I mean, did you look?
On my work computer?
No, or your personal phone, social media, anything?
Missing girls, stuff like that, I saw that, but
okay, you saw it on what?
Just Google.
Okay, on your phone, your computer?
Just my phone, and I think on my work laptop, because I remember I was at work when it first came out, she was found stuff like that, and I was on the phone with my girlfriend. I was like, babe, you know that girl was found stuff like that? She was like, sorry, it's email.
You're fine.
She was like, yeah, da-da-da. So I saw her and was like, yeah, they found it, da-da-da, and I went back to work. I was dealing with a stabbing then. Oof. That's the main part that night I remember is getting blocked in by her. Then she got out, she hit if you look at my passenger side window, she did that because she got out and she saw nobody was in there. She was like, who's in the truck? Like, no, I rolled down my window. Like, nobody's in the truck. She was like, well, excuse my lady. She was like, who you're fucking, da-da. I was like, nobody. And she was like, yeah, you are done. And she broke my window. Yeah. But it broke. It was already technically broken because that was when I was at house and coming with my homegirl. But she smashed it even more, stuff like that.
Your window shattered?
No, the mirror.
Oh, the mirror.
The side mirror.
Yeah.
Ouch.
So I put it in drive.
She gonna replace that?
I don't know.
You know she's not.
So I put it in drive.
He shouldn't have cheated on her.
She shouldn't cheat on her.
Yeah. So I put it in drive, and she was just chasing me after that.
Okay. And then y'all just played chase the boo until y'all went home?
No.
Who went home first?
I don't know, but I know I lost her and I just drove around. And then I remember I went to it wasn't at QT. I drove around. Yeah. Where did I drive to? I went toward. God, this sounds bad. It sounds terrible. I know this sounds bad. I probably went up Lawrenceville area because I remember getting on the exit going that way trying to lose her.
Lawrenceville, where?
Up 85?
Yeah, went up. Basically, get off my exit and went up 85 because it's like,
You went up 85 to. Lawrenceville's pretty big, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
So I went up 80. I don't remember going up 85 because I kept looking back and it's a gas station. Where's the gas station? No, it's a racetrack right there, and there's a gas station across the street.
Beaver Ruin.
Yeah.
85 Beaver Ruin?
Oh.
Yeah. Was it that quick trip? Because there's a quick, if you keep going down Beaver Ruin.
No, it's not that one. No, I got on the highway and I hauled ass up there.
To Beaver Ruin?
No, past Beaver Run.
Past Beaver Run?
Going up towards Lawrenceville area. I think, oh man, that sounds bad. It is over there about 316.
I mean, you're saying that's bad. I mean, Lawrenceville's big. You're saying that's bad. You mean the area where...
Yeah, because, I'm gonna be honest, I'm a police officer, okay? So my gun was found in that area, you know, technically was in that area, stuff like that, you know. So,
I mean...
It sounds bad, but
I don't think you have anything to hide. I think you're a good person. I mean, you're a police officer. Nobody wants to be a police officer that's shitty. You know what I mean?
Some people out there.
What did draw you to it? What drew you to law enforcement? What drew you to
I
law
wanted to do it
enforcement?
since I was a kid.
Really?
Yeah. Since I was a kid.
What do you enjoy about it?
Just being able to help people, you know? Being able to help people, like, I tell people all the time, it's like, when you have nobody else to call, you call us, and I can help you. I love that right there. Yeah.
So I love it, and I can relate to you on that because I feel like I haven't always been a cop. I kind of grew up in some weird environments. So I know that I feel like for me, it allowed me to interact with people that may appear to be bad people, but are just having a hard time. So like I can try to help them out to get back on their feet and stuff like that. I think that I get that kind of vibe from you. What do you think? You don't think so?
I do. It sounds like, you know, a perk, like, hey, what do you know, Like,
no, I'm just trying to...
I know disrespect. I'm really getting, you know, I say perk vibes. It's been like suspect vibes right now, you know?
Why?
The way y'all talking.
We're just talking.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
But,
well, I appreciate you telling me that. So you were probably up on 316?
Probably. I'm not sure. I was a cute, whatever.
That's a long ass drive.
Oh, I was driving for a minute. I was
trying to think of the quick trips.
It's a quick. I remember I talked to a Gwinnett County quick trip, but not by mine.
Was it the one, there's one off 316 at Winder Highway near the bowling alley?
I don't know. It might be that one.
Like you would have had it from 316, you would have had to take a left, and then it's like right there, another left?
I think so. That might be the one. I think that is the one. That might be the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, me and my girlfriend, like...
It's not the one by the jail though, is it?
No, I know that one.
It's not that one. Do you think it was closer or further than that one?
It might have been. It might have been further. I don't know. I remember I just drive when I get mad, when me and her get into it, especially after that car incident and stuff like that. Her blocking my whole car in and stuff like that, coming up to my window, hitting it, all type of stuff.
I'm gonna just. So the pictures that went out about Susana, it's like this picture. She didn't look like that. So I just want to make sure. This is kind of what she looked like that night. She has like curly.
I really see her.
I mean, it's a bright tank top. You didn't see her walking around, maybe?
I would look. Not enough I would have noticed.
Okay. I mean, she's a pretty girl.
Nah.
I don't even roll like that.
I was going through with my girlfriend right there.
Look. All right. So, so you already said like you possibly up there. Your gun was found there.
Yeah.
You know how this goes. We have to do like this, that, and the third to do everything. Which we did. We did our due diligence because I was like, hey, you know, I knew that you were a cop. I'm not dumb. I've been doing this a little while.
Right.
I was like, let me just do my due diligence. So I did get your phone records. So I knew you were already up there. Kind of like right there in that area too. So you were there for a little while, but it's like in an area that there's not much places to park in. So I need you to think real hard like where you may have been.
I just drove and then I remember talking to her on the phone.
Yeah, well you were stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you were stopped for a little while, but it's on 316, so there's nowhere to really park unless you pull up on the side of the road. Did you pull up on the side of the road?
No, I don't remember. If I did, I remember. Yeah, I remember. Yep, I remember stopping and.
Like on 316 in the dark area where there's like no little.
I don't think it was dark. I remember. I guess there's no traffic lights, so it's dark, stuff like that. But me, I was on the phone with my girl. I talked. Did you see the phone right when I talked to her?
I saw 2 phone calls.
Yeah. So I talked to her and stuff like that, and that's it. And then I went to QT, and she was like, "You want to meet?" Stuff like that. I was like, "Yeah."
Okay. Miles.
Yes.
This is where we're at, okay? And I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Your phone records are there. You made 2 phone calls 3 hours after she's last seen on camera. And your gun is found right there as well with your phone. where those 2 phone calls are placed. Help me out.
So, I understand where this is coming from.
No, I'm saying, I know you do. Just help me out a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know what you're thinking, but no.
What would you think?
You think I have something to do with
No, I said, what would you think?
Oh, no, I totally, I get that part, but now my heart's beating, it's like, whoa, you know? I get that. That's almost like, hey, you know, stuff like that, but no, I've never been like that, you know? I would never do something like that. I was actually on the phone with her, her and my side chick, like that. And I'm talking to them about stuff, that's it.
What's your side chick's name?
Avion.
Avion, that's the one that lives?
Austell area.
You getting chased around by your girlfriend and then call your side chick to decompress?
Yeah, and then I talked to my girlfriend and ended up meeting stuff like that.
So, the phone records put you literally right there. And it's not your personal phone. You call her on your work phone.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
I think my personal phone's dead.
Okay.
But I have both their numbers, I just need to calm down.
It shows you in the woods.
In the woods? I've never left my truck. I don't think I was never in the woods. My DNA or whatever.
We've done that. Soldier to soldier, cop to cop.
Yeah.
I told you I've looked into Susana.
Yeah.
I know what kind of friend she had. I know what she did, and I know how she was. Basically, we know you were there, but we need to figure out why and what happened. I don't think you're a bad guy. I don't. You weren't brought up here in handcuffs or anything.
Yeah, no.
So, and I have your back. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're like family. You know what I'm saying? We're all family here. I gotta figure out what happened. Because there's no arguing if you were there, if you weren't, we know you were.
Right.
So we have to, I know that it was more than you were talking to your girlfriend, there was movement around there, so that's what we have to cover right now, okay? Tell me what happened, please.
I don't know. I literally was with my girlfriend, on the phone with my girlfriend, and that's it. I think I was on Instagram.
I mean, it can't just, are you saying it's just a mere coincidence that you end up in the woods, the same place Susana ended up?
Her body was found there, dude.
I got to understand.
Your gun is found walking distance from
This is the time to be 100% honest.
I am being 100%.
Did she try to rob you? You did say, listen, just hear me out, okay? When I tell you I got your back, trust me, okay? You said your holster's in the passenger seat, because we've been playing this forever. We got this information last week, but we haven't come and run up on you, because we're not worried. We don't think, you know what I'm saying? The holster is in your passenger seat floorboard. Did Susana try to take it?
No, I literally never seen her.
Has Susana ever been in your truck?
No. I literally was by myself. You talking to my girlfriend, when she came up to the front of my truck, stuff like that, nobody was in my truck.
She wasn't there with you.
Who?
Your girlfriend wasn't there with you out there on 316.
No, but when she came at the apartment complex stuff, nobody was in my truck.
Did she get in your truck with you?
With my girlfriend? No. But I remember rolling my window down and everything.
Miles.
I swear I'm being honest. That is crazy.
Miles.
Now I'm nervous.
We got your phone in the woods 3 hours after. Why were you in the woods?
I wasn't in the woods.
You were in the woods.
I was not in the woods.
You were.
Phone pings are very precise.
Do you understand how they work? So one, we got very lucky because there is a tower right there where her body is. So we can get precise locations. It costs a little bit more, but we can get precise locations. Your phone is right there where your gun was dropped. You were in the woods. It's not a question of if you were, if you weren't. You were.
I remember being in the woods.
You were in the woods. Is it possible you zoned out?
No, I remember.
You were so mad you forgot, like, walking back there? Because I know when I get mad, I pace around.
Yeah, no.
And I do. not helping me out much, man.
I know. I literally, I was on 316. I remember I was on the phone with my girlfriend, stuff like that. But in the woods, no. In the woods, no. I would not do that. Whoa, I'm nervous right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm nervous.
You've been nervous the whole time.
Yeah. Well, since I talked to you outside of your apartment, you've been nervous.
You've been shaking.
Yeah, it's crazy, you know.
I told you were coming up here. You know, we wanted your help and everything, and your hands were shaking in my car.
Yeah, because you know you could interview me there instead of here, so I already knew it was something.
Why did you not want detectives involved in your case?
What you mean?
You told the officer you didn't want detectives to look for your lost gun.
They got better things to do. I know. No, sorry. Well,
that's not a statement people make.
Well, in Dorville, we have our detectives are busy. Okay. So.
All right. Well, if that's not the case, we're gonna do everything to figure out, to back you on that. All right. Part of that is, let me see. We do have to get your phones, okay?
What?
Because of the phone records pinging and stuff.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. All right. So which ones work, which ones not?
Work, not.
Okay. What's the passcode to the work phone?
1201.
1201. And then what's the password to this one?
0822. 0822.
Do you mind if I check really quick just to double? Because sometimes I change my shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right, bro. All right. We'll try to get it done really quick, okay? Yeah. 0822. You wrote it down?
Yeah. God, bro, what?
So, what's happening if there's going to be a forensic downloads done on those phones?
Yes.
I know you've never been in detective.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that shows?
No.
You can't delete anything off of them.
Yeah.
Even if you do try, you can physically, you can delete it. But we're going to see everything.
All right.
Like, everything.
Okay.
Listen to me. This is the time. There were no other devices out there. Just let me finish. I know you're, yes. Because I want you to trust me, okay? There were no other devices out there. Mm-hmm. None at all. Your device was the only one out there. She went missing. She died there. Your gun is there. Your phone is there. Okay? So, this is your moment to talk about it. If shit went wrong and that's not what you wanted, listen, you're not listening to me, okay? This is the moment where you're like, okay, yes, I fucked up, that's not what I'm supposed to do, that's not what was supposed to happen, her and I were together, I know you're stressed out, I'm not gonna go tell Dorva you were smoking weed. So you went out there with her to smoke weed and she had bad weed. You know what I'm saying?
No, I never smoked weed, none, that time, nothing.
Okay.
God, this looks bad. This looks terrible.
Let me ask you, where does your girlfriend live? You say she moved out. Norcross? Yeah. She lives in Norcross? What's the address?
2109 Shadow Court.
Okay. Would she have gone there while y'all were talking, while you were driving around?
I don't know where she went. I think she was driving around too.
Okay.
Miles, I'm getting frustrated because I feel like you think I'm lying to you.
No, I believe. Really.
Because maybe I am wrong about you. Maybe I'm wrong. You also tried to get into a girl's apartment off Annistown.
I did not do that.
You didn't? Oh, your phone was just casually there too?
No, they had a whole investigation about that. I was there, but I didn't try to break in her apartment. She lied.
So what was you trying to do?
I was talking to her. Like we was free. Like my.
You didn't try to open her door?
Me and my sergeant.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't try to open her door?
Yes.
Okay, I know. Why was you hiding your head?
It was raining.
Oh, it was raining. Where was your PC? Mm-hmm. You was wearing a gray jacket.
Yeah, because
that was a violation of 6.
You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Because you didn't want anyone to see your hat because it has your name on the back of your head. Okay?
No, I didn't have a PC on. I swear.
I know exactly. Yeah. Because you didn't want people to see your name.
No.
Yeah.
She knew exactly where I was. She knew who I was.
She didn't want you there.
She didn't ever tell me that. She never told me that.
Did she invite you over?
No.
You didn't. So you just show up to this girl's apartment and try to break in. That's how it looks, right?
Yeah.
So casually, you're just the victim in all this. You're just casually being in all these like victim situations where you're just casually in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's what you're telling me.
No, my sergeant did a whole investigation.
Miles, you gotta just take a minute, take a breath. You gotta stop.
Put me as a suspect in this.
It's okay. Take a breath. Take a deep breath. We need your help. We want to give this family closure.
I understand that.
Your gun's there. Your phone puts you in the woods. What can we give this family?
You're not a bad person, Miles. This is not just an effect on you, this is an effect on all officers everywhere.
I know, I'm not, it's not me. It's not me.
If you were me, what would you do?
I understand it, I don't know.
Tell me, what would you do? Tell me.
Investigate some more stuff like that. I don't know.
Like what?
I know you did your thing, you did your due diligence. It's not me, nothing to do with that part. My girlfriend, when nobody was with me. When she was with me, even before all that shit, nobody was with me.
How do you explain your truck being parked in front of Susana's house a month after she went missing?
What you mean?
So do you guys use Vigilant? You know what Vigilant is?
Mm-hmm.
So it compiles, you got LPR cars?
Yeah.
So it takes every LPR car, and it takes all the LPR cars from like the repo people, and it puts it into Vigilant, and we can research that. So doing our due diligence, your truck is sitting outside Susana's house.
Where does she live? I sit outside her house. Where does she live? Jess, can you show me my truck? I can't.
Yeah, sure can. No, I can't. It's dead. Pretty sure I took a picture of it though.
Like just sitting there?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know where she lives.
It's not a question about if it's you or not, because we already know that.
No.
But listen, it's a question about what happened, okay?
Sitting there.
It's a question about if you are a cold-blooded killer or if you made a mistake. That's literally where we're at right now. That's where we are. I'm telling you. I'm letting you know. And I just told you what the district attorney's office is probably going to use against you if they pursue anything. How do you think that's going to look?
Bad. Understand it.
So explain what happened.
It's
not a question. I know you're involved.
No, I'm not involved. No, I would not do that and say, well, maybe I messed up. No, none of that. I'm not involved. Not involved. I was into it with my girlfriend that entire night.
Do you black out sometimes when you get angry?
No, not really.
You said not really. What does that mean?
No, I don't black out where I can't remember what I do and stuff like that.
You didn't remember what you did that night?
Well, yeah, it was a while ago, but not like something like that, or, if I killed somebody, I would know that.
Did you kill her?
No.
Were you with her when she died?
No.
Why did you dump her body there?
I didn't dump her body there.
Were you trying to help her and she was already dead when you found her?
No.
Let me try to get it pulled up for a couple of seconds.
Outside her house? What?
Mm-hmm. you're gonna make my computer die.
Is it on evidence.com? So I can get mine.
Yeah, I just texted it. Poppy has it. He's got the whole PowerPoint, so I just told him to send it to me.
I'm assuming I'm not going online.
We're working on it. I don't know.
I can help y'all in any way possible, but no.
Probably fine. Just gonna put up in like 2 seconds. One.
God, bro. What do you mean?
Imagine how we feel when we...
No, I'm not mad at you guys.
We find your gun out there, then your phone's there.
No.
I mean...
No. I'm not...
We want to give closure to our family.
I'm not knocking none of you guys doing shit like that.
They've been stressing for...
Oh, I believe it.
What, 8 months, not knowing where the little girl is?
I believe it.
Do you have kids?
No.
Do you have siblings?
Yeah, but they don't live with them. I'm adopted.
Okay. How old were you when you got adopted?
I was young. I don't remember it.
Like, you were adopted as an infant?
I think so.
Yeah, no, please. Got it.
The
tag is right here.
Right, but that's where inside the
Santa Ana.
So, the LPRs, every time I read something, ping, location.
Is that inside my neighborhood?
No.
Then what? Her neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, but I was never parked
Inside
her
her house.
Okay. Inside.
Outside.
No, never parked outside anybody's house.
Why would you be in that complex?
What do you mean? If I ride around, turn around, anything, I'll ride around. I'd never be inside.
So it's possible you were out there?
Possibly. I'm everywhere. But I was never parked in front of anybody's house. I don't remember
a lot
that.
of coincidences in this case.
What date was that?
That was almost a month after she went missing.
See, no.
We didn't say it was that night. You just had never pinged over there before.
Yeah, no.
You're probably over there doing a report? So you're probably over there doing a report?
No, if you tell me what neighborhood it is?
I don't think there's a neighborhood. It's just a street off Singleton.
No. I don't park in the middle of the street to reports.
It's a street off of Singleton. It's a subdivision. They have duplexes.
Not me. I don't think I ever parked over there.
Well, we know you did.
But yeah, but it had to be riding through or something. It was never been parked.
Just like phone pings don't lie.
No, I want to say inaccurate, but I wasn't nowhere in the woods. Like, I would not lie about that.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
You are.
I would not. For one, this is crazy. The incident itself is crazy. Not in a good way crazy, but bad way crazy. But I got some military police. I would not.
I know. That's why I was hoping you would come in here and do the right thing.
I would not jeopardize any of that.
She's a baby. Look at her. A baby.
Yeah, I'm sure this is a big weight
Look at
down on
her.
you.
Look at her.
Nothing to do with this, so.
I know, but she's still she's tiny. She's a little baby.
Yeah, I know.
How did you get her in your truck?
I didn't put her in my truck. What do you mean?
She got in with me?
She never got in my truck.
Did you offer her a ride back to the apartment complex?
No. No, none of that.
Okay. So you didn't have any information on her, right?
No.
At all?
Not really.
Okay. So when I told you we got your phone records, right?
Yeah.
You know, from June 15th to July 15th to August 15th, there were 67 incoming and outgoing calls from your phone, right? Of those, 3 of those were star 67 calls. 2 of them were made on July 30th, that night. Not the night the incident occurred, but the night of July 30th. One was to the first phone number that you just gave me, that one right there. And it was made with the second being ending in 09. So at a moment and then 09. The next number that was placed with star 67 was to Esmeralda. The phone number that was posted everywhere for information.
Oh, right, yeah.
Information to give. Why did you call that number on a blocked number?
Oh, because I don't want to have my number, but I was trying to see if it was anything inside the neighborhood. Why? That's when I was gun-ho courtesy officer. I really didn't care, but gun-ho courtesy officer. That's a sister, right? I thought it was a sister. But yeah.
How'd you get that number?
It was posted everywhere.
Where?
Instagram and everything.
Okay.
Trying to see if it was hurt anything or anything, you know, like maybe somebody in the complex or something. That's it.
You didn't call. That's your work phone, right?
Which one?
That's your work phone that you used to call her? Yeah.
This one? Yeah.
You called a lot of people from that phone, but you only called yourself on star 67?
Called myself star 67.
Yeah, you did star 67 678 891 8632.
I did. I probably wasn't thinking.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. Probably
because you wanted to test it out, right?
No, I know what star 67 is.
Oh, okay. You don't believe me? I'm gonna show you.
No, I believe you. No.
It just doesn't make sense. Why would you
Let's
do
go
it?
back to the phone call when you called Esmeralda. What was the conversation like?
I don't remember. It was like, I got this number off a post. Just want any information on what happened, stuff like that. And that's it. She told me missing stuff like it was nothing that I haven't already seen. So I was okay.
Very odd. Have you ever seen cell phone records before?
Yeah. No, well, sort of. God.
So it was a pretty long conversation. It was a 6-minute phone call you had with Esmeralda.
He was just explaining everything.
I mean, because you just gave me a rundown in like 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah, but no, she was just explaining everything.
What did she explain to you?
If I remember correctly, she was just, everything I seen on the news, she basically just talked it out, though.
Tell me. What's everything you've seen on the news?
She said that she was walking home from a friend's house. On the news or what she told me?
What she told you?
She said she was walking home from a friend's house. Something about location.
What location?
Her location. And I can't remember exactly what she told. I know I'm mixing what I heard from the news and her up.
I mean, that's a big deal. Elaborate a little bit for us.
No, she told me she was walking home from a friend's house and location, stuff like that, and the phone crashed or something like that. What she said about the phone crashing or something.
What did she say about the phone crashing?
I don't know. She said something about a crash. I remember about a crash. And that's it.
What was the call about? 2014-09?
No, I believe you. I remember. I was leaving. I remember I was about to leave.
Make any other star 67 call and you use that phone for work, right?
Yeah.
You call people regularly for work on that phone?
Sometimes.
Why would you block your number for her and not anybody else? Because technically that's for work.
Yeah,
and then you called yourself.
I don't know about that. I probably did by
because you wanted to make sure it rang star 67.
No, I know. Sorry, I did that before.
You didn't accidentally call yourself before on your records. That's not a normal thing. Everything is not looking good.
Was that crash report because you threw Susan's phone out the car?
No. What? No.
You know what's going to happen next?
What?
We're going to do a search warrant at your apartment.
Okay.
Search warrants are going to be conducted on your phones. We are going to be taking and impounding not only your truck, but also your patrol vehicle.
Okay.
Search warrants will be done on those. We are going to process the hell out of them. Why would her DNA be in there for any reason? Because they're going to find DNA, because DNA lasts forever. It does not go away. There's no way we can get it 6 months later. It's not stale. It's going to be there. Yeah. So give us a reason why it would be in there if you've ever given her a ride or anything, because I know we're probably going to find it.
Oh.
No? There's no reason why any of her stuff, anything should be there.
I'm kind of curious. Why call Esmeralda when you know all these West Side officers? You're a cop yourself. So, why would you not just reach out to the agency, the apartment you live in, but hey, I'm a courtesy officer here. Like anything I can do to help, like I can get cameras for you, I can do this, I can do that. Why would you not reach out and do that? Why would you reach out to a teenager?
I didn't know she was a teenager. I thought she was an adult. I didn't know who. I just saw the number.
And no, that's not. I get what you're saying. Yeah. That's not normal behavior. No. If I have a question, I'm gonna call my homeboy that works at. And why do you think call Soto?
I didn't want to really call West Side guys and be like, hey, information on this, stuff like that, because I wasn't really. It was a quick little thing. Let's see if anything over here, you know. It was really a quick, not over 2 second thought. That's all it was.
You sure wanted to see if anybody saw you pick her up and take her?
I could be positive it was. I'm absolutely positive.
I'm trying. It kind of sounds familiar. You didn't want to involve West Side officers. It's kind of like you didn't want to involve detectives in your missing gun case.
Oh, no, that's just...
You casually went missing the same place you were when you were there the night before when you called your girlfriend after fighting with her. I don't know. Maybe you were a monster.
Oh, hell no.
Prove it wrong. I don't believe you. Right now, that's the only thing I'm thinking of. And that's what everyone else is going to think too. Because right now... something went bad, you gotta talk to us about it. You were involved with her, she's 16. I don't give a fuck what y'all had going on. You talked about all these side pieces you had. Yeah. If you had a side piece with her, cool, just tell us that.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. You ever had sex in your truck?
Yes.
Okay. How many girls?
Maybe 2.
Maybe? What does that mean?
Maybe 2.
Maybe less, maybe more?
Mm-hmm.
Who were the 2?
Justice and...
What's Justice's last name?
I think Day.
Like D-A-Y?
Mm-hmm.
What's her birthday?
I don't know.
Okay.
And Avian.
Avian, what's Avian's last name?
Smyer.
Smyer?
Yeah.
Okay. You got their numbers on your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How long ago?
I don't know. Daily thing.
Daily?
Not daily thing, but me and Justice used to meet up and do it.
Where at?
Her apartment complex.
Where she lives?
In Norcross. Off there off Preacher Corners area.
Okay. I thought you just didn't have knew anybody over there.
What you mean?
You said earlier.
Yeah, you said you don't know anybody over there.
Over where?
In the area.
No, I went to school over there. I knew her, I knew her from high school. Like, she stays over there, but she's also stayed at a place out there in Decatur.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there wasn't like, I don't know a single person over there, but.
I mean, that's what you said, so I don't know.
What you mean?
You said you didn't know anybody over there, so.
Nobody, like, in my area, i.e., the Indian Trail area. That's one thing I really think of. I know people, I grew up in Norcross. I know people in Norcross.
Mm-hmm. Tell me a little bit about the night you went to Snowville, where we have you on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to go into the girl's apartment.
Nothing. I was leaving drill.
She wasn't answering the phone, right?
Who, her?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Alicia.
So she wasn't answering the phone, right?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
No, I was leaving drill, and normally when I leave drill, we'll talk or something like that. And I know she's been arguing with her boyfriend, back and forth. It's a boyfriend that has seizures, and they go at it, And I heard she's been on the phone. We've told crazy stories about with him and her and stuff like that. And just went to check on her. Just went to check that. Like, if you pull the report from my sergeant, wherever they did an IA on it, not an IA, whatever it's called, they did that on it. And they investigated and stuff like that. But it was nothing in the ill intent at all. Like, I thought of her before that incident, of her as like a best friend, a sister, like somebody really close to me. Never thought of her sexually, none of that.
Then why would she report you doing that?
I don't. That's what me and my sergeant was having a conversation. I was like, I do not know. That is crazy.
Detective George, when you go to visit somebody, what do you do?
Let them know I'm coming.
And when you get to the door?
A knock.
And I remember she said she got her apartment got broken into before. I think that was the reason for the door check.
For you?
Yeah, I'm like her brother, man. Just to me, I'm like her brother.
After she tells you not to come, that she has a boyfriend, and then you're still coming over there.
She has never told me not to come. She has a boyfriend. She has sat in my truck and talked to me about her boyfriend before. There's been nothing like that.
So you came and checked her door while you're wearing instead of wearing your cold weather gear or your beanie, you're wearing, or your PC, you put on a jacket to conceal your identity. Make sure you face away from the camera and wear gloves while you pull on her door. I'm just saying it out loud to make sure I got all the facts straight.
No, I didn't. I had on a gray jacket because it was wearing that. I took my top off, and I don't wear that top, so.
Did you get your you got your driver's license and stuff replaced? Because you said your wallet was stolen.
No, I ended up finding that. I called back. I had called back and told them I found my wallet. I had called back until I found my wallet. It was actually in the room. Me and my girl was looking for it for a minute.
Okay. When did you call back?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember calling back and saying I found my wallet. Because I remember calling back, and he has a dad that was like, oh, okay, I'll give a tech to call you back. And I remember calling back.
Okay. So, I told you what's about to happen. Anything we should be concerned about?
No.
That we're going to get in the downloads and stuff?
No.
Not necessarily just this case, but anything else?
No, I mean, I have naked pictures of me and my girl and different girls, stuff like that. But
search history, anything?
No.
Okay. You got anything else?
No. Just really disappointed we can't give some closure to Susanna's family.
All right, let's hang out.
Can I use the restroom? That's okay?
Hang out.
Yeah, give us a minute.
Jesus.
Oh, okay.
Judge, for the record, I've stopped it at 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 22 seconds.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a comfort break, and we will start back at 3:20. continue with this video. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. I paused it at 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 22 seconds before the break, and I'm playing it from there.
Hey, I'm ready back. Yeah, let's go.
Like I said, just knock me in.
Okay.
Hey man, like I said, I'm Sergeant Poppy. I'm Carter's supervisor. So, as you can tell, we got a lot of stuff going on here. Trying to figure out why your gun is where we found Susanna's body. Okay, why you're making phone calls stationary the night Susanna went missing. We're trying to figure out why this is happening. How can this be you? And you're not giving us any reason that it's not you. Does that make sense to you? So as we continue to go through this, we're just going to keep looking for more and more evidence. And we have other stuff. We have your truck parked in front of her house.
It's not parked.
It's there. Listen,
you told me yourself you cannot deny the photo that was taken by the LPR.
But I was never parked in there.
So you know the way those cameras work.
Yeah.
There's no reason for that. So line up. Just line up the coincidences. Okay. Mm-hmm. What would you think? What would you think? What else can we think? If you can't give us an explanation for it.
Given the facts that we've told you, what would you think if you're in our shoes?
I understand.
So now as we continue to go through, I know you said the truck that was parked out on the road as Susanna's walking by is not yours. Honestly, at this point, I can't believe you. And there's ways, and we're about to pull it. We're going to pull your box out of your truck. I don't know if you know the way Burla works, but it keeps a year's worth of data. So now that we have your truck, we're going to get that too. Do you drive your truck often?
Yeah.
You drive it a lot, back and forth to drill and stuff? Okay, so there's going to be a lot of data on there for us to see. We're going to know everywhere you go. Listen, all I know is Susana went missing on July 26th. Okay? July 27th at whatever it was, noon or 11 o'clock in the morning, you're reporting your gun stolen. Okay? When you reported your gun stolen, you said you came out in the morning and realized it was stolen, but then you also told us that the night before you went looking for your gun. You told the officer that. So your story didn't even line up in that. It's on body camera. Yeah. Yeah. So your information does not line up even when you reported your gun stolen. So as we continue on, every little tidbit that we found is pointing towards you. And at the end of the day, you can't give us any information on why your gun is there and why you're there for an extended period of time.
In the same spot that her body was found.
Something happened that night. Something happened that night, and we need to know what it is. This poor girl's family. We're giving you this opportunity. Be a man. Tell us what happened.
I did.
Well, what happened? How can I physically and articulate all this stuff that you're not involved?
I don't know. I was by myself the entire night besides when my girlfriend was chasing me.
That's not a good answer. And your girlfriend's going to tell us she was chasing you that night.
Yeah, she remembered.
Okay, so she's going to tell us.
Did she start chasing you because she hit her
on the car?
You had Susan in the car.
No.
And that's when you hit 85 and you went up, you went through 16. Susanna's freaking out that you're driving erratic, your girlfriend's chasing you.
No.
And something happened.
No.
Unfortunately, I can't believe you. I have to go with what we have here. Last person that was anywhere near her was you. And I don't know how any other way to not say it's you. We've pulled up all your stuff and we've done our research. And there's no way for us to identify this as not being you. And I know you know something. And you're locked up. You're just not telling us. I get it. But the problem is when you have your day in court, you're not going to be able to tell anybody why you were there because you can't tell us now. This is it. This is your opportunity. All of a sudden you can't make up your mind. All of a sudden when you're in court, you can't come up with a story. Because that ain't going to look right.
Everything we've told you is going to get displayed in front of a judge, in front of a jury. She went missing from the street you live on. The same night that your gun went missing, your gun is found with her body. Your phone puts you in the woods the night she went missing.
For an extended period of time.
This is not a coincidence. You need to man up right now, be honest, and give us some closure. Give this family some closure.
I am.
Well, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm saying I am. Like, I'm telling the truth. Like, I do not know her. Did not do this.
So all this is just coincidence?
I don't know.
Did your girlfriend kill her?
No.
Could your girlfriend see her and then lose her shit and kill her? Then you're like, oh fuck, my girlfriend just killed her. Let me go dump this body out in the woods.
No. My girlfriend was with me during that time. She saw me. She saw my truck.
When you say she was with you during that time,
she's in her car. Sorry, she was in her car.
Okay. Where did she see you?
She saw me. She started chasing me when we was on Singleton Road, and she chased me. She blocked my truck in. She was able to see my truck. Nobody was in my truck.
Okay. That she could see, and that's just your word. There ain't no person to validate that.
Yeah.
So she blocked you in on Singleton Road?
Not Singleton Road, it's off Singleton Road. What's that? I don't know.
That's fine. Anywhere in that area.
Yeah. It's just as plausible for you to sit here and say no one else was in your truck as Susan was sitting in the front seat and that's why your girlfriend chased you.
Yeah.
But that doesn't put you near where we found Susana.
Right.
But you can't make sense of that.
What you mean?
You can't make sense of why you were there.
Yeah, I told her I was on the phone with my girlfriend. I was driving. It's not your first time.
Well, that's not it then. Because you were stationary for an extended period of time.
And where this was, it's not normal for someone to just pull off on the side of the road.
You would remember if you did that. And you're not remembering.
Yeah, I was down 316. I was on the phone.
Right. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened because you were there for an extended period of time.
Right. But I wasn't. It wasn't for nothing.
I think you dropped your gun and you were freaking out, and then so you started looking for it. And then once you realized you couldn't find it, you gave up and left.
No.
Okay. And then why are we calling the friend star 67?
Oh, I'm just getting information about the whole incident.
You're a cop, dude.
Yeah, no, I wasn't.
You're a cop.
Yeah.
You don't do that. Okay? As a cop, I don't call someone star 67 unless I'm trying to figure out what they have, what they know. Yes. You are a cop. You understand how this works.
Right.
You don't do that. The last thing you want to do is put yourself in contact with someone. You go through your department. You call our department.
It wasn't.
You don't call some random teenage girl star 67 to see what they know or what they're going to give you because you know you killed her that night.
No.
Yes, the evidence is yes.
No, I did not kill her, and it wasn't nothing.
So then did you dump her body there?
No.
Did somebody else kill her?
I don't know. It had to. It wasn't me.
Well, you have some part. You have some sort of part in it. There's no other way you could have all this on this incident. There's no other way unless you have a part in it.
I have no part in it.
It's impossible.
That's a bold-faced lie.
No.
It's impossible. So you're telling me right here, you think that a jury is going to believe you when your gun is there, when your phone is there, your truck is in front of a house a month later, 3 days after the incident, you're calling her sister to find out what they know? Do you think a jury's going to believe that?
No.
Especially the jury now.
Yeah.
Juries hate cops.
Yeah. The truck incident, was it moving? I don't remember ever stopping and looking at somebody's house.
It was stopped.
Can't be.
You know, it's probably the same thing where, you know, you found the sign of the missing person and you just randomly call her sister to find out what she knows or what she can tell you, and now you just randomly went out and parked in front of her house to see if maybe you could be the superstar who finds her walking down the street and return her home?
No, none of that. No.
Well, then what connection do you have with her address?
Nothing. If it's a neighborhood, I drove around the entire neighborhood. It's not.
Why?
What you mean?
Why would you drive around her neighborhood?
I drive around. I told them I drive around everywhere, but not for her. I had been just sitting in front of her address.
So here's the thing. Here's the way those LPRs work.
Yeah.
Because it's not from a police car. Police cars, those run all the time.
Right.
The repo people don't turn them on the street. They're going through parking lots, apartment complexes, neighborhoods. They're looking for repo cars. That's where we get most of our data. So you were parked.
I couldn't have been parked.
You said yourself earlier, the data doesn't lie. The data doesn't lie that your phone's there. The data doesn't lie that your gun is there, where her body's found. The data doesn't lie your truck is sitting outside of her house. The DNA sure ain't gonna lie, because that lasts forever.
Yeah. It can't, I could not be, that's the one that's frustrating me. Outside her house, sitting there, it couldn't be.
That flusters you? That's what's flustering you?
No, I'm just saying, that's the part.
Or is that one of the many things that are a coincidence that night?
Is that what you think you weren't gonna get caught on?
No. No. What? Call them. They got nothing to do with this.
Sorry, man. It's not adding up. So, do you have anything else that we can do to help you?
I don't know, man.
So you've been, basically you're telling us you've been framed.
No, I say framed though.
Okay, so
set this up, you know?
How do we? I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I don't know. I don't know. I cannot lie. I don't know.
So you want us to just move forward with the evidence we have? That puts you in jail today.
I don't know. I have nothing.
You can explain what really happened. That's what you have. That's what, for some reason, you're holding on to that, and I don't know why.
No, I don't know. I had no part of that part.
So, when we interview a suspect in a case, and I don't know, you've been a police officer, what, 2 years?
Just it.
Okay, you just done patrol, just routine contacts with people, so you never actually really interviewed someone. So we read body language, big time. And the body language we're reading from you is that you're 100% guilty, because the stuff you're giving us is just not telling us that you're not guilty.
I understand that. I'm not guilty.
You know, I was hoping...
I'm not nervous. I'm fucking
It has nothing to do with being nervous. Nothing to do. Most of the time it's, oh, thank God, that ain't me. No, that's not what it was. Not with you. It's totally different. That's why you're still here. Because we were hoping to come in here today and you were going to give us a good reason on why it's not you. And unfortunately, it's gone the other way for you. You just got to man up. You're a military man. You're a police officer. We don't know why you did this to this girl.
I did it. I will not say that.
You said
the only thing now you can do is, explain what happened and maybe show some remorse.
I did not do. I feel bad. That nothing should happen to somebody, but I didn't do that.
Sorry, I don't believe you. I'm just being honest with you. In our jobs, we talk to people. You get a feel for a person, but you haven't dispelled any of the evidence against you. Her body was found, with no clothing. Granted, we know she decomposed, but I don't know if you know how when animals attack, dead people, they don't eat the clothing. So her clothes should have been there. So her clothes were not there. So that means she was naked when she was dumped. Now it just looks like a violent murder. And unless we can tell the jury otherwise on what happened, that's what it's going to go to court as.
I'm not trying to get charged with this.
I mean, you were in the woods, literally over her dead body. How do you not see that?
Your gun was right there, dude.
I was out there with her bones and with your gun. Literally just looking. Wow, look at that.
We consider ourselves good detectives, but a lot of times we don't. A lot of times we don't find the gun.
Yeah, I can't.
But when the gun is sitting right there, it's right there.
You want to see a picture of your gun? I took a picture where it's sitting in the woods. There it is. Not buried, not thrown, not hidden. Just sitting there with natural pine straw falling on top like you mistakenly dropped it.
And even as we looked into my car got broken into. When people go grabbing door handles because you left your truck unlocked, right?
Yeah.
What do? They grab hundreds of door handles. Guess how many entering autos happened that night?
No.
Just yours. 0.
So you said yourself earlier, your complex gets hit all the time.
Yeah.
Multiple people.
Nope.
How is it just convenient for you that your truck is the only one that gets broken into in the back of the complex? We're not stopping at any other building along the way. They're going straight to Miles's truck, and that's it.
Understand.
Because that was a false report of a crime.
It was not.
Because you dropped your gun in the woods.
No, I didn't.
I think you were using your weapon light as a flashlight to figure out where you're going to dump her.
No. I have plenty of flashlights. I don't know. I wouldn't even do that. I would not do that. charged with this.
So yeah, you know, what else are we gonna do?
I'm not trying to go to jail for this. I did not have nothing to do with it. I know how it looks, stuff like that, but that's not me. I would not do that to somebody. That's wrong. I have morals.
Clearly not.
I have morals.
No,
So we got you, when you're 22, you're trying to open a lady's door. I mean, is this a whole guy with morals and all coincidence?
Yeah.
Okay, and then
the other situation, that's my friend. Like before that date, we had no. You can talk.
We talked to her on the phone. She is not your friend.
Yeah, now she's not. I don't know why. All of a sudden, I don't know if she got in trouble with her boyfriend or not.
Everybody's just out to get you.
No,
Everybody's just out to get Miles.
Even she told my sergeant that we haven't talked in forever, but my sergeant verified that we have. Am I going to jail today?
What do you think? If you had the evidence we had, what would you do?
I understand what you're saying, but I don't.
No, I know you keep saying I understand. If you had the facts that we have, what would you do?
You would think it was me, but I guess I can tell you it's not.
So we're sitting here, and I came back in here, and I don't normally do this. I'm a supervisor. Right. I don't get involved in interviews. But unfortunately, I need something to say you're not involved in this, and you can't provide anything. That's impossible unless you did it.
No.
I know you keep saying no. You can stop saying no. Okay. Provide me with a reason why it's not you.
I wouldn't do. I don't know. I wouldn't do anything like that. That night.
Do you know how many people we're bringing here that charged with this that said they wouldn't do that? Which, when we found your gun, we were like, oh man, somebody stole this guy's gun and did this. But then the first thing we see are these two other reports. And then your phone's there. And then it just got worse. And then you're sitting out front of her house. And then you're calling her sister from Star 6.
It's like the snowball just started and got bigger and bigger, just rolling down the hill.
There's been nothing to say it's not you.
Talk to my girlfriend.
Did you coach her?
Huh?
Did you coach her and tell her what to say?
No. Why would I coach her for what?
I don't know.
Gosh, you coach her for what? No.
Coach her, hey, the cops come talking to you about this day. Tell them, you don't know nothing. I was alone. I was this, I was that.
I guess people do that, I say. But no, I haven't talked about this at all. Last time I talked about this was, hey, they found her there, yeah. And my girlfriend was like, well.
And how long ago did your girlfriend move out?
Maybe a few days ago.
A few days ago? So around the same time that Susana is found, your girlfriend happens to move out. You don't think that this added stress to you and that you were being maybe more of a dick at home and that's what caused her to move out?
No.
Because of the stress of her body being found and you felt the walls closing in on you?
No, she moved out because I cheated on her. Okay. Just going back and forth. Cheated on her.
So Detective Gary that was in here earlier is out with your girlfriend.
Okay.
And she says absolutely not. She did not chase you that night.
She did not chase me?
That's what she said.
Tell her to ask about me pulling the apartment complex and blocking my truck in.
That's fine. She said she was there, and then after that, that was it.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I said after that.
She didn't chase you. You're at the apartment complex. You're nowhere near 316 and a dead body.
No, she didn't chase me to 316. I never said that. No, I never said she chased me to 316.
So you're just down there then dropping Susana off?
No, I wasn't dropping Susana off at all. I was driving. I drove away. Thought she would maybe go to Atlanta.
So when you drive, you just get mad and you drive?
Yes, all the time. Her too.
I know when I'm mad and I drive fast. Just happens. So when you were in the car, what were you doing? Where were you going? Were you driving fast? Were you driving slow?
I have no clue. I just remember driving.
You have no clue.
I don't know how fast or slow I was driving. I remember just driving. Listening to music, driving.
But you have no idea where you wound up?
What you mean?
Do you have any idea where you wound up?
Where I wound up?
When you were driving. Did you go back home eventually?
Yeah, eventually. I remember on 316, I drove. I remember talking to my girlfriend, talking to my side girlfriend, and then the QT. I remember QT, and that's it.
So when you told the officer the next day about your gun being stolen, you were with your girlfriend that night. Are you talking about the one you were running from or your side girlfriend?
No, one I'm running from.
Or Susana.
Okay. So You said you were with her, but you really weren't with her.
Well, technically with her, but we met up with her before, and then we met up after the incident with her chasing me and stuff like that.
What time was that?
I don't know, times.
You gotta give me something. Because she doesn't, she says nothing about that.
Oh, she was, oh God.
When you met up, you don't know where you met her?
Well, I met up with my girlfriend after the chasing incident. After the chasing, yeah, that was QT off Indian Trail.
Okay. But you don't know when that was?
That was later on. It had to be after I was driving and stuff like that. I bagged in, I sat in the park, did a report, talked to her, and then we went home.
Any idea what time it was?
It had to be later on. It had to be later at night.
Like early in the morning, late evening time?
It had to be like late at night, early morning at time.
I mean, I can't do nothing if we can't pin down.
I remember her when she was chasing me when we pulled into the apartment complex. I don't know what time that was. I don't know what time it was, but I remember. Man, this is crazy. She was with me. She saw my truck, everything. And she blocked my truck in.
Okay.
Were you already sitting at the apartment complex when she pulled up?
What do you mean?
Like, did she follow you to the apartment complex, or did she roll up and you're parked and she surprised you?
No, I think she followed me. She said she saw me and she followed me, and then I had parked and then she rolled up on me.
Was this one of the meeting spots where you have sex with people in your truck?
No.
Are you sure you weren't there to do that with Susana?
I'm positive.
And then your girlfriend found you and you're like, oh fuck, I gotta get out of here.
I'm positive. My girlfriend blocked me in. My girlfriend blocked me in.
Then how did you ever start driving away?
Because she blocked me in, and then she broke my window and she backed up a little bit, and then I went just like this, skirted out of there. And she chased me around the apartment complex, stuff like that.
I mean, it all sounds good, but it doesn't. There's
nothing to corroborate anything you're saying. The facts are, Susana went missing, your gun is recovered with her body, and your phone put you there. Those are undisputable facts. We're not even done yet. We're just scratching the surface. What else do you think we're gonna find?
Nothing. I did not do anything to Susana. Job, I love my career. I wouldn't do that if I was working at QT.
Or did you do it because you have this job and you thought you could get away with it?
No, what? No. That's even more messed up.
There's not much more we can talk about. I came in here and just kind of got the same information that you gave before, but fortunately it doesn't help you out in any way. So you will be arrested today.
I did not do that.
You said it yourself. The evidence we have was not good for you.
I did not do that.
Most people who say that do not say it like that. I mean, you literally just smiled when you said, I don't do that.
I did not do that. Like, oh, Shawty for me, so, but I did not do that. I do not want to go to jail for this, and the real criminal get away.
Real criminals not getting away.
No, No, this is me.
How can it not be you? How can it not be you? You need to tell us something. Something happened that night with you and her. I don't care what it is. Tell me something.
Nothing happened between me and her. I don't know her. Nothing happened. I did not do anything to her. I did the bare minimum. And it was me and my girlfriend. That's the only two that had my attention last night. Me and my girlfriend.
Up until, you guys had your fight, and then you moved on, and then you found Susana, obviously.
No.
Saw Susana walking home.
No.
You keep saying no, but that is the evidence that's there. I mean, your truck is parked there on the street as she's walking by.
That's not my truck.
Okay.
That is not my truck. You go to that place, pull that camera. That is not my truck. I've never been in that daycare parking lot or that little grocery
You also
store.
never sat in front of her house, and we know that unless somebody stole your license plate. Did you report that stolen lately?
No, my license plate was never stolen.
Right. Well, I mean, neither was your gun.
Yes, my gun was stolen.
No, it wasn't.
It was stolen.
Your gun was dropped in the woods.
It wasn't me. My gun was stolen from me.
No. But nobody stole your cell phone. And that's in the woods too. Same place they're probably using the gun is. So that leads me to believe that your gun's not stolen.
My gun is stolen.
How come on the police report you filled out for your gun, the phone number you gave doesn't work?
What number did they take?
We tried calling it, it didn't work.
I don't know.
What number did you put on the police report?
My regular number, 678-891-8632.
Okay. So is that the only phone number you have?
Yeah.
And then your county phone?
Yeah.
Okay. It just doesn't explain the other parts of it, though.
I did. I said that person helped me. Did not do that, man. I was with my girlfriend.
But you weren't, because you were different vehicles.
Different vehicles.
And then you ended up far, far away from where she was.
Tell me what time you were at the Quick Trip. Can I go get video?
When I was at the Quick Trip, what you mean?
When were you there with your girlfriend when you met up with her?
He probably had to stop to get a slushie after he dumped Susana's body.
No.
So what time were you there?
That was late night, early morning after that.
Late?
I don't know the time.
So it was late. It was after midnight.
Could have been during that time. I don't ask her. We went to the UT. I bagged in. We was on the pumps on that side. We was on the back end. I bagged in. She bagged in next to me. I sat in. I did a 41 report.
So you do 41 reports from your personal car?
Yeah.
After arguing with your girlfriend?
Yeah, it wasn't. I had to get it done anyway, but it was past. I was supposed to do that work, but it was held over.
So you sit in a QT parking lot in your personal vehicle after midnight, after fighting with your girlfriend, and do an accident report?
Yeah, so I had to get it done.
After dumping Susana's body.
I didn't dump her body, but yeah, my girlfriend was there. She made me there.
Well, I know. I want to go try to get video and see what time you guys are there, but I mean, you know how hard it is to look at video when you got to look at it like an 8-hour span because you can't remember.
No, I don't know, time.
Well, I know what time you were in the woods.
What time I was on 316?
Mm-hmm.
Then go from after that time, because I had to drive and then drive.
So it was after you were in the woods, though?
When I met my girlfriend?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
But my girlfriend saw my truck before I even took off. When she pulled up and looked at my truck, it was before I even pulled off. Before 316, I was still in our area.
So you're going to be at the Quick Trip?
That was after.
After the woods. After you were in the woods.
I wasn't in the woods, but after I took my drive.
After your phone was in the woods near your gun and Susana's body, that's when you were at the Quick Trip.
Okay. Does your phone have legs or anything?
No.
You can't get up and walk around on its own?
No.
Okay.
Do you see what we're getting?
No, I get it. Yeah,
and not only is it your phone, it's your county phone.
Yeah, multiple phones. Because they're in a truck with me.
it, right?
Yeah, I understand. But it was in the truck with me. I never even got out my truck.
Well, you know, we're going to go ahead with what we have. We can probably sit here and talk all day, all night, but I don't think it's going to get us anywhere. Unfortunately, you have nothing to say that we can do this, and we still have more work to do. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to find DNA where we need to find it. Somebody broke into your truck, stole your gun and your wallet.
My wallet was just lost. I found that in the house.
Yeah, you probably realize how much of a hassle it would be to get new stuff, but...
Did you call us back and let us know?
Yes.
So there's a supplement report that says you called back?
Should be. I remember calling the detective 1000 number, I think. Is it 1000?
Did you call the officer and tell him to do a report that it was located?
No, I didn't even have the card. No.
Why not?
So you report your gun stolen and didn't even get a card?
He gave me a case card. I don't remember what it was when I found my wallet.
So wait a minute. You're a cop. You know what it's like to take reports every day.
Yes, but
you know how important it is when a piece of evidence is found that it's not a crime for it to be, it's no longer a crime.
I called back. I called the detective number.
And what did you say? I told him, I
had an inter and auto report done. I found my wallet and he take that off the report. I don't remember if they called me back or who called me back, but I called. I remember I was pulling out my complex, taking the left, and I called that number.
So you remember that specific of a detail, that you were leaving your apartment complex while you were calling, taking a left.
I remember that.
You cannot remember being in the woods with Susanna's body and dropping your gun.
I was not in the woods with Susanna's body.
Why was your gun being stolen of so little importance to you?
I have a lot of guns.
So
I wanted to report it.
So Mr. Cop over here, I have a lot of guns, so I don't care that one's stolen in Gwinnett. And we don't care if that gun's used to kill a cop over here in Gwinnett.
Obviously I care. You didn't let me finish.
You didn't care. You told us you didn't even want a detective. You didn't even want a detective assigned to your case. You told the officer, you don't even have to investigate this. Because if we investigate it, we're going to find it, and it's going to be near a dead body that you killed.
No.
You can say no, I don't hear that word from you no more. You just keep going on and on and on. And the stuff you're saying, I don't respect you as a cop. Okay, I don't respect you as a person anymore, because the shit you're saying is crazy and it makes zero sense. Okay, you may say no all you want, but everything lines up with you doing this. You don't care if anybody finds your gun. You know why? Because it's next to a dead body. I'm sorry. If a gun of mine was stolen, I would be calling the officers. I would want to know who stole this gun.
Yes.
You didn't care.
Because I feel like you reported it stolen.
Because you're trying to set up an alibi for your gun.
No, it's not why. I'm trying to paint you as a suspect.
I'm not painting you.
You're not
painting yourself.
We're not painting you. We're just trying to understand. The stuff that you're saying makes you look even worse. As we talk to you, you keep telling us stuff. It makes you look worse. You're telling us you're not a suspect, but you are. And everything you say makes you look worse as a cop.
I know sure as hell a SWAT cop wouldn't do this, but here we are. And I hold SWAT even on a higher tier.
I did not do this.
Disgusting.
I mean, we're frustrated with your comments, to be honest with you. Because we can just read your body language and know you did this. But you're going to hold it to yourself and keep it in there. That's fine. We have the evidence we need. I mean, I was just hoping to give that family some closure.
I did not do this.
You can say that over and over again.
Hoping you were going to be a man and own up to whatever you did. But instead you can sit there and be disgusting, not a cop. You don't represent this badge at all. Or this country.
Yes, I do.
do for you? I mean, you've pretty much confirmed all the evidence we have by saying, I don't know. You know, you could be a man, and then when you know, go to your trial, and you can get up on the stand and tell the jury, no, it wasn't me. No, wasn't my gun in the woods. Wasn't my phone in the woods. Do you get what I'm saying? That? I mean, if you could look these people, if you could look her parents in the eyes and say you didn't kill their daughter, then have at it. You can live that. You say you're you know, you're a military guy, you're a cop, and you can live with that, then so be it. Something went wrong that night, and you want to hold that in?
I did not.
Honor, integrity, sacrifice. You're none of those.
And unless you could provide us with that thing that's going to say it's not you, but you haven't done that.
What do y'all want? I'll tell you everything I got.
Okay.
All right, man.
You'll be charged. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Come on, man. Porter, don't work. I'm going to walk out. I want to get into that.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, you know why, bro? I should have just stayed home instead of driving around, man.
Go ahead and stand up for me. Yep. Face him out. Oh, outwards. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Still got some room in there? Yes. Need a little looser? Just a little bit. All right. There you go. Okay.
You guys all take your watch off so it doesn't hurt?
Yeah. Anything in here? Just these two? Yeah.
The garment?
Yeah.
Glasses coming off.
No, you can push them back a little bit. I'll take that off. Have a seat. God, man, it's crazy.
Cannot go down for this shit. Let me find who did this. I'm gonna find who did this. I'm gonna find who did this, boy. God, man, this shit hurt. Oh, God. This can't be. This is not real. I'm not in. This can't be. I can't be in handcuffs. page. Oh, can't, bro. I cannot go to jail. I have a career.
at 3 hours and 29 minutes and 30 seconds. And there. Carter, from here, I think there's approximately 14 minutes left in the video. Appears to be about 14 minutes left in the video. Did any further questioning take place with the defendant?
No.
Ultimately, from here, was he transported to the Gwinnett County Detention Center?
Yes.
And any further questioning take place with him after that?
No.
There towards the end, as we were watching that, when Sergeant Georud and Corporal Howard came in and placed handcuffs on the defendant, there were some statements he made after they left the room where he said, I'm going to find out who did this, and I cannot go down for this shit. Were you able to hear those statements on the video?
Yes.
In your experience, do you hear defendants, when they're in the interview rooms, talk to themselves or talk out loud once detectives are not in the room?
Yes.
And generally, what is the reasoning for that?
It's different every single time. Sometimes it's them trying to get their story straight. It's sometimes, again, it's different every single time.
Sure. Did it appear to you in watching this, I know you were there for a good portion of what we watched, but rewatching it even now, did it appear the defendant was aware that there were cameras in the room?
Yes, he did. I think that's why in this situation he was talking to himself.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
He knew we were watching.
Okay. Do you often see that where defendants will make statements just for the benefit of the police officers listening?
Occasionally not. It's not super common.
Okay.
They usually don't sit in that seat. They're usually facing away from that camera.
Okay, so normally they sit on the end of the table as well.
Yes, so the dome camera is not in their direct line of sight.
Okay. Now, there is another camera in there, another angle to all of this, but that camera face which way?
That camera is in the fire extinguisher thing.
Okay, so it would have captured you or Sergeant Georud there sitting at the table?
Yes.
Okay. So the defendant said he's going to find out who did this there at the end. Let me ask you, as the lead detective, I know we're going to talk about a lot of other investigation that you did, but in the end, after doing all the investigation in the case, did you ever find anyone whom you believed to be associated with killing Susana Morales other than the defendant?
No.
Any other suspects whatsoever that you thought, or that you found evidence of that were responsible in any way?
No.
There was I'm going to go over a few questions, if I can, with you about the interview. And just, Your Honor, for the court's purposes, my questioning will continue for quite a lot longer than we have today, so whenever the court wants me to stop,
okay,
just let me know.
I will.
All right. So during the interview, just in short, from your interview of him and also the review of the other people who were interviewing him, did the defendant ever admit to knowing or ever seeing Susana?
No.
Now, there was a time, and I'm going to bring it up here for us in that interview, so that we don't have to watch 3 hours and 45 minutes. There's a portion of the interview that I want to to bring you back to right here. This is just
Do you know where, Susana didn't live in your complex, but do you know kind of where she lived?
From what I've seen, she lived nearby.
Like where?
I have no clue. She said they said she was walking home, and I don't know. They said she was nearby, so I guess it'd be in the area. I don't think she lived in that apartment complex though.
Do you recall that portion of the interview?
I do.
And from there, did the defendant say anything that interested you about his response to whether he knew where Susana lived?
Yes.
Go ahead and tell us what that was.
He started to say she said twice. And then quickly corrected himself.
To what? What did he correct himself to?
They said.
All right, so when he...
Do you know where?
I have no clue. They said she was walking home, and I don't know. They said she was nearby, so I guess it.
What was that? Why was that of interest to you?
Because to me, it pointed out that he spoke to her.
Okay. Despite his claims that he had not.
Correct.
Or ever even seen her.
Correct.
When you interviewed him, did he identify his phone numbers for you?
He did.
And I know that was towards the beginning when you first walked in, but the phone numbers that he gave you, did both of those phone numbers match the two cell phones that we watched you take from him at this time?
Yes.
What did you do with those phones? Once you took them, I think you gave them to Sergeant Dorset, but what happened to those phones?
I obtained search warrants for them, and they were transported to the computer forensics lab, which is just downstairs in the at Gwinnett County Police Headquarters.
What was the purpose of that?
For a forensic download to be conducted on them, so all of the data that's on there to be downloaded and placed into Celebrate, a program that makes it readable for us.
At some point, did you receive copies of those and review them?
I did.
Okay, and we'll get to those in a moment. I wanted to ask you, at the very beginning, when you talked to the defendant, what was his statements about, at the beginning of that night, why he had left the apartment and where he had gone?
He said that him and his girlfriend had been fighting.
Okay. And were there comments that y'all were talking about him going and watching her?
Yes.
Or explain that to the jury.
He said that he had cameras in his apartment, and since she had previously cheated on him, he would leave and go watch the cameras when she believed that he was gone, to see if she was talking to somebody or something of the sort.
So he would leave the apartment and then spy on Synovia from somewhere else through the cameras that were in the house?
Yes.
Those cameras, were you part of the group that searched his apartment?
Yes.
Did y'all find cameras in his apartment?
Yes.
Now, the cameras, were those mounted on the walls and in the corners where they were visible?
Some were.
All right, what do you mean by that?
There were also hidden cameras that appeared to be covered in clothing. That just weren't, you wouldn't have known they were there unless you were going through the stuff.
Okay. Were those where they could still capture images in the apartment?
Yes.
They appear to be intentionally hidden?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, initially, did you guys inquire of the defendant about whether he had gone anywhere towards where Susana's body was located?
Yes.
And what was his answer to that?
No.
And did that story throughout the interview change at all?
Yes, it did.
What was described for us? What happened?
He said, he realized and he said, oh, this is going to look bad, and said that he had actually driven up towards the area of 316 and parked on the side of the road.
Okay. At any point during the interview, did he ever say that he had ever gone into the woods there off the side of Highway 316?
No, he actually said he sat in his truck.
Did he ever say he even got out of his vehicle at any point while he was out on the side of 316?
Your Honor, I'm going to object going through the whole video again. We just spent 3.5 hours watching it.
So obviously, Judge, I know the video speaks for itself, but we did just watch 3 hours and 30 minutes of video. So I'm just asking Detective Carter to recall large portions of his statements from them. I think that's an appropriate line of questioning in this case.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and we can't go over the entire interview.
I understand.
Okay.
I
You didn't have to.
I don't intend to play it again and for us to
Look,
watch.
no, but I mean, I want you to limit your questions to
Absolutely, Judge.
important matters from the video.
I want to take you to what I marked as State's Exhibit number 37. I'm going to show it to Ms. Drake first. Now, Bruce, witness. Thank you. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 37?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is a copy of Miles Bryant's county phone records.
The phone records from the city of Doraville issued phone?
Yes, city phone records, sorry.
All right. And specifically, what does this, let me ask before we get there, does it appear to be a true and accurate copy of his call log from his city issued phone?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to admit State's Exhibit number 37.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 37 is admitted without objection.
All right. May I publish it, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. And I know there's a lot of stuff on this one. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here and ask you to kind of walk us through, and there's particularly a highlighted column here, if you could show us what that is.
So this is the date, time. That's the cell tower. The towers have certain numbers and assignments for specific phone companies, so we get a list of how they're identified. It's usually based on a number. This is the originating number. This is the phone number that was called. So star 67 678 724 1588.
All right. That particular call that is highlighted, what was the date and time of that call?
It was July 30th, 2022 at 2014 p.m. and 48 seconds.
All right, 2014, 8:14 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the person who, the originating number, the person whose number is that's dialing the call?
That's Miles Bryant's the City of Doraville phone.
Okay, and what number did it call?
It called Esmeralda's phone.
Okay, now above that highlighted column, there are two other phone calls. Can you explain to us and to the jury what those calls are?
Yes. So the previous call to Esmeralda was at 8:14 and 48 seconds at nighttime. The call right before that was at 8:14 and 9 seconds. So just a couple seconds before the next call. It was from the same originating phone number, Bryant's City of Doraville cell phone, and this was to his personal phone, utilizing star 67 to block the contact.
Okay, so in essence, he used his work phone to call his personal phone with star 67.
Correct.
Now, it's been a long time for me, but in terms of star 67, explain what that is and what it does.
It blocks the caller ID and the number that's contacting them.
All right, so if you pick up the phone and dial any number, but you precede that with star 67, what happens?
It blocks your contact. They can't see who's calling them. The person you're calling can't see who's calling.
Okay. Now, in that, how long did that call last where he called his own personal phone?
0 seconds.
Okay. The call after that, where to Esmeralda, how long did that one last?
441 seconds.
Okay. So 7 minutes, a little over 7 minutes?
I don't know. I can't do
Is that right?
It was an extended. It was a conversation.
Okay. 441 seconds. Thank you. In terms of, we heard the discussion, and I don't want to rehash the discussion that was in the interview, but as a police officer, do you have county or city issued cell phones?
Yes, I do.
Now, is it unusual to block that number from a work number to make a call like that as a police officer?
Only if I'm trying to conceal my identity to contact a perp.
Okay, so...
Or a suspect in a case if I want to pretend like I'm not the police.
Okay, so if you're trying to obscure who you are, your identity,
yes,
you might do it.
But in a normal basis, if I'm just trying to get information in a case, no, I don't do that.
Okay. There was a claim by the defendant that he utilized, and we've seen the mapping, you went over that already, about the phone calls he used from his work phone to call Synovia while he was out there. In the interview, he claimed he did that because his personal phone was dead. He used his work phone because his personal phone was dead. Did you find any information to corroborate that, one way or the other?
No.
Okay, so let me ask it a different way.
Oh, okay.
Was his personal phone dead?
Not that I could tell.
All right, and how could you tell that?
His phone records.
Okay, what about his phone records told you or showed you that his personal phone was not dead?
So with T-Mobile, which he actually had at the time, when someone calls you and your phone's on, it'll come through as an incoming call. And if you don't answer, the next piece of information will immediately say outgoing call, and it'll ring to a random number. It usually starts with like 1360, and that's to your voicemail. So it's an incoming call, and then it goes into an outgoing call to your voicemail. If your phone is completely off, dead, it'll just ring straight to that phone number, and it'll say an incoming call with no outgoing call.
Okay, and so from a review of his phone records at the time when he made those phone calls to Ms. Parks and claimed his personal phone was dead, was it in fact dead?
It did not appear to be, no.
Okay. There was quite a bit of discussion that you had with the defendant about Elisha Bates.
Yes.
And there was some language there that you used that I didn't quite understand about PC, I think was the term that you used. But you were talking about the way the defendant was dressed. Why did you ask him that?
Because in the military, AR-670-1, there's certain standards that you're supposed to meet, and how your appearance is supposed to be. So if you're in uniform and you're outside, you're not supposed to walk around without your PC or your patrol cap on. On the back of the patrol cap, there's a name tag with your name on it. The gray jacket that he was wearing was out of military standards, and if it's raining, if it's cold, you're issued gear for that.
Okay. There was a comment you made also about somebody's name tag or name, I don't know what it is, but being on the back of something. Was that a hat or a uniform that you were talking about?
Yes, that's on the back of your patrol cap that you wear.
All right, so in essence, if somebody put their hood over their head, would it obscure their name tag on the back of that hat?
Yes, it would.
Okay. There was and I'm going to grab State's Exhibits 31 and 31.1. Look at both of these and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
One is it's a picture of a GCIC hit that I located in one of the cell phone downloads.
Okay, and let's be more specific in terms of whose cell phone downloads?
Miles Bryant.
Okay. And what are those? So, number 31, what is number 31, just so we can be clear for the record?
It is a picture of a GCIC return that you would get when you enter someone's either driver's license number or name and date of birth, and it includes their address, their license number, their date of birth, their phone number if it's tied to it, their height, their weight, their eye color, the date it was issued, their middle name, stuff like that.
Okay, and what is 31.1?
That is is a data report from where I located it in the phone.
Okay.
It's from Celebrate.
Okay. Are these true and accurate copies of the information that you located in the defendant's phone?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit State's Exhibit 31 and 31.1.
No objection.
Okay, State's Exhibit 31 and State's Exhibit 31.1 are admitted without objection.
All right. And Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to publish first. I'm just going to go a little backwards here. 31.1. All right. And I know that's small text on the screen, so I'm going to zoom it in here and just kind of orient us to what this document is.
So it has the file name. I don't really know the significance of the file name. I haven't learned that. But then it shows you the path on how it's documented in the phone. On the additional files, it says the created date, which is December 12th, 2022. And that's at 4:51 p.m. and it's already converted into Eastern Standard Time. It gives a modified date, which it doesn't look like it was modified whatsoever, and then accessed.
Okay.
And then the meta data at the bottom. I don't know what the significance of that is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's okay. We don't have to get into all of that level of detail. Over here where it says thumbnail, there on the right-hand side, what is that a thumbnail of?
That's a thumbnail of the picture.
Okay, so a smaller picture of what's contained in State's Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you recovered this from the defendant's phone, did it appear that this photograph that you located in the phone was taken on December 12th of 2022?
Yes, that's what it appeared to be.
All right, and I'm going to now go back to State's Exhibit 31 so we can look at the actual photograph a little bit larger than the thumbnail. And before we look at this, I want to ask you, what is, when you say a GCIC hit, what is GCIC?
The Georgia Crime Information Center.
All right, and how does law enforcement utilize that in terms of running people's information?
So when you get pulled over, we'll run your name and date of birth through it. That's what we're doing back in our car, just to make sure your license is valid, see if your updated address. Obviously we use it more than just during pullovers, but it'll show if you have an active warrant, if you're listed as a missing person, multiple different things. Information that we would want other law enforcement agencies to know.
Is the access to GCIC, is that public information or is it restricted in some way to law enforcement?
It is restricted to law enforcement.
All right, so if I just wanted to pull up and run somebody's information on GCIC, would I be able to do that?
No.
All right. Is it in fact a crime to do that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, also, in terms of law enforcement, do you have rules on how you can and cannot use GCIC to run somebody's information?
Yes.
All right, and when are you allowed to?
When it's significant in an investigation or a contact with somebody, but it has to be job related.
So are you allowed to use it for personal reasons?
No.
And Judge, I'm going to ask if the court can instruct at this point the media not to film the screen because this contains personal identifying information that I don't want to disseminate.
Okay. Are you going to put it back up?
I'm going to put it on the screen here for us to go through.
Okay.
But in terms of it being broadcast, it does contain personal identifying information.
If the videographer will just, if you'll turn that, sometimes you can keep filming either the tables or the witness. Just don't get the video. Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to put that up here and publish this. All right. So. And it's just explain, if you could, and I'm not going to ask you to read out any of the personal identifying information like license number and things like that, but what are we looking at here?
That is Alicia Bates' GCIC return. It contains her address, her license number, her date of birth, her sex, her height, her weight, her phone number, the class driver's license she has, the issue date, and the expiration date.
All right. And so this screenshot you took, or I say screenshot, What we're looking at here is an actual photograph taken by the defendant's phone of a GCIC return?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was taken on December 12th of 2022. What was the date that Ms. Bates called and reported the attempted break-in by the defendant?
I know there were 2 incidents. It was December 10th and 11th, I believe. Was it 12th too? It was around that time.
All right. Now, in terms of the defendant, you've obviously researched this case. You're the lead detective. Was the defendant involved in any investigation of Ms. Bates at that time?
Yes.
Was the defendant investigating lawfully through the police department?
Oh, sorry. No, he was not.
Okay. Now, according to GCIC policy, did the defendant have any lawful reason for searching and looking for Ms. Bates's personal identifying information through GCIC?
No, he didn't.
Let me get to do you have going not to recount anything that was talked about in the interview, but do you have training, any specific type of training in I don't know the better way to say it, maybe observing manifestations, the way people act?
Yes.
In terms of interviews and any signs or tells that they have?
Yes.
All right. Explain to us what that training is.
Well, basically, as human beings, we're constantly reading people. The training that I obtained or that I received was through HIDA. It's a government agency. I can't remember what the acronym stands for right now.
High intensity drug trafficking area?
Yes. So I received a 40-hour course on that and have continued to do my own research and stuff. But basically, that helps you articulate what you're seeing, as well as helps you also understand what you think you're seeing may not be actually what is going on. You have to think about environmental stuff, reasons why they may be doing it. It also pointed out certain things regarding people's feet. That's like the best way to read people sometimes, but yes.
Okay. How long of a course was that?
It was 40 hours.
How many different interviews have you conducted of people? It's a very broad question. Let me ask you, let me kind of break it down for you. How many times have you interviewed a suspect in a case?
A lot.
More than 100, more than 1,000?
About 100, yeah. Maybe more than 100.
Okay. So in terms of, obviously, you're listening to what somebody is saying to you, but you're also looking for nonverbal things that the person is doing.
Yes, it could also be verbal as well.
Okay, so it's both verbal and nonverbal things that you're looking for.
Correct.
When you interviewed the defendant and reviewed the interview that we just watched, did you look for those things, those verbal and nonverbal things,
yes.
Apart from what the defendant just said?
Yes.
All right, and what did you observe?
So I started off by just asking general questions, stuff that he would be comfortable talking about, just to try to get a feel for his normal, the normal way he speaks, the normal tone of his voice, how he may be in a relaxed state before going into the actual questioning, where I'm asking questions that I know the answers to, but he may not be truthful to. And you want me to get into kind of some things I noticed?
Well, yeah, that was going to be my next question, okay. So go ahead. What did you notice, if anything, about the defendant whenever these interviews were being conducted?
When I would ask him an uncomfortable question or something that I knew not to be true, the tone of his voice kind of changes. It goes higher pitched. He also begins to start talking faster, and he would try to get away from me. He was trying to create distance from me. And if you look at his feet as well, his feet, they started going in the opposite direction. So you always want, it's human nature to be able to want to point your feet in the direction that you want to go. And that's sometimes, but you have to take into account other natural things. Like if you're leaning forward, it may be natural to point your feet backwards. But he was leaning back with his feet pointed backwards.
And those are things that I know maybe a trained investigator looks for, but those are things that you've noticed throughout the interview that you did and the recorded interviews that outside of your presence?
Yes.
Okay. There was there were some statements that you made during the interview. Things like towards the beginning when you said to the defendant that you hadn't yet run his stolen gun. The gun that he had reported stolen, you had not yet run that information. At the time that you conducted the interview, had you in fact run that information?
Yes.
So what was the purpose of, I'll call it a subterfuge, or not telling him up front that you had done those things? Why did you say those things in the interview?
I want him to remain comfortable. Also, I wanted to see what he would say with the knowledge, or with him thinking that we didn't know about the gun.
Okay. Ms. Drake, can I briefly approach?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're at a good stopping point to start back tomorrow. If you can be here at 8:45 so we can start at 9. Remember, you can't talk about this case. You can't look up anything about this case. You can't Google it. You can't post on social media. You can't discuss it with your friends, your spouses, or each other. You can't look up any news or watch any news about this case. And if you'll just leave your notes, we'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Thank you. Okay, as far, we're, I want to, oh yeah, I got those. Let me just first go over the 2-bench conferences with Mr. Bryant. The first one, the attorneys approached before we started the custodial interview video to let me know how long it was, and they both sides agreed that we would stop after, right as Detective Carter came into the room. The second bench conference was just a moment ago when Mr. Delfont felt he was at a good stopping point before he got into the next topic with this witness, which Ms. Drake agreed upon. Am I right, Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Am I right, Mr. Delfont?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Anything on the record? We need to talk about scheduling, and we can do that on the record. But anything on the record for the state before we go off?
2 things.
Okay.
First one, just want permission for the district attorney's office to maintain custody of the evidence for tonight. And second, the last exhibits that I tendered to the court were admitted, 31 and 31.1. I'd like to make an oral motion, and I'll submit it in writing to the court in the morning, a sealing order for those since they contain personal identifying information of a witness.
Okay. I've already, and I'll do those separately. I've already got those for the other 2 at the conclusion of this, so we'll add Exhibit 31 and Exhibit 31.1 Let me try and get my hands on. Which, no, I sealed 2 other ones.
So that's going to be numbers 22 and 22.1.
Since you don't go in order, I can't find those right this minute, but I've already done those orders and they're ready for me to sign. But it will be, it's 22 and 22.1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
That was the things related to the witness miscellaneous.
Right. And then this would be the picture of in the zoom-in picture of the GCIC search.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I will certainly, defense have any problem with me sealing that? Okay. All right. Anything other than scheduling?
No, ma'am.
No, from the defendant? No. Okay. All right. I'm going to ask the cameras to go off the record, and let's just, we can stay on the record about scheduling. How long do you anticipate this witness?